Good morning, everyone, and welcome to those who are online. It's wonderful to have you here with us today for this important and I think very timely consultation. I think it's still appropriate to say Happy New Year, as it's still January, so Happy New Year to all of you. I hope that the year brings many positive and productive developments for all of us. We start this year after having quite a bit that has already happened, as you all know, with the release of the side-by-side agreement or the measures to address the global minimum tax was obviously an important accomplishment leading into the year. We now have today's consultation. There's a global forum on VAT. Next week, we're also meeting with the CFA, so we are already starting the year with quite a huge and big agenda, a productive outlook. So full speed ahead in 2026. As we start this new year, the OECD Center for Tax Policy and Administration is very much looking forward to continuing to support a robust work program on behalf of the members of the Committee on Fiscal Affairs and the OECD G20 Inclusive Framework, as well as the members of all the various bodies that we support. This includes, of course, continuing to ensure the effective implementation of the global minimum tax and now the side-by-side arrangement, as well as considering how and where to pick up the work on taxation of the digital economy. In addition, there are robust plans for continuing our foundational work on tax policy and statistics and strengthening tax certainty, in addition to supporting ongoing capacity building to support domestic resource mobilization. And of course, there are the new areas of work that were agreed at the Inclusive Framework plenary meeting last April. In particular on global mobility, so the topic of today's consultation, as well as on the interactions of tax policy, inequality, and growth. The approach that we are taking to these areas is a phased, evidence-based approach, again, building on the strengths of the OECD to approach this in a considered way and identify what are the issues and how might they be addressed, either through by informing domestic policy or through cooperation. The diversity of the work program that we have is really, I think, a testament to the importance of multilateral cooperation in tax, to be able to remove barriers to cross-border investment, to improve certainty and stability, and promote economic growth. I remain strongly optimistic and a firm believer in the benefits of that cooperation, again, in delivering certainty and stability, which is necessary to foster growth and to protect tax bases. So the topic today, the topic of global mobility, is a very timely one, and it is a natural outgrowth of many of the other work areas that in which we focus. It is aligned with our work to respond to a digitalizing economy, ensuring that our tax rules collectively are fit for purpose, in particular the ones based on cooperation, in light of the changes that we've seen around us, and certainly in the changes of work patterns, both with digitalization and in the post-pandemic environment. It's also aligned with the work on tax certainty, making sure that the rules are simple, understandable, cohesive, and as predictable as possible. And finally, it is, of course, aligns with our ongoing, long-standing work to promote certainty and support investment via our core tools, such as the Model Tax Convention and transfer pricing guidelines. The tax treatment of global mobility also obviously has strong implications for growth, as much of the work that we do together to promote international tax cooperation. We will hear today about the opportunities that global mobility presents in terms of the possibilities for productivity, growth, and opportunity. To realize that the full potential, however, of these opportunities, it is important that tax policies and tax administration complement and do not stand in the way of this potential for governments and other stakeholders. while also protecting tax bases and ensuring fair competition. In supporting this work, as I mentioned earlier, we are using an evidence-phased approach that ensures that we are taking the time collectively to fully understand the issues that members and stakeholders are facing in this space. It also means understanding the realities and the priorities across different types of economies, different types of markets and regions, so that any future work is informed by and takes into account those differences. So today's consultation is a critically important part of this ongoing work and this phased evidence-based approach. Engaging with stakeholders is absolutely critical, and having these consultations to get input is part of an important, robust process that we hope to continue throughout this work. So we are looking forward to having the opportunity, hearing from stakeholders to ensure that the work we take forward is informed, responsive, and practical. So very excited to hear from all of you today from the various panels. There's quite an interesting agenda. I want to thank you for being part of this discussion, as well as for the many written inputs that we've received on the topic. So in looking at all of the submissions, I think it is clear that we have an unbelievable amount of experience, expertise, and insight available to us as we launch this work, or really not launch, continue this work, as there's already been progress, as you saw earlier this year in the Model Tax Convention. But it's exactly why these consultations are so important, is that we can all benefit from and leverage the knowledge and expertise and experience across stakeholder communities. Today's event reflects a central strength, I think, of the OECD inclusive framework, namely the opportunity for a technical dialogue to take place amongst so many insightful and passionate tax experts across the world, to help to solve some of the most pressing, relevant, and cutting edge questions that are emerging, and make sure that it's informed by experience that is diverse and geographically, both diverse geographically as well as from a stakeholder perspective. So with that, let me officially open today's consultation event. I extend my very, very warm welcome, appreciation to all of you for being here, especially those who traveled to Paris in the new year at this time. And for those, of course, who are online, I look forward to continuing the engagement as we move forward, and certainly look forward to today's discussion. So with that, I hand it to Malcolm Pross, Deputy.
That would be me. Good morning also from me. Happy New Year. I think we can still say this. I think we will probably go to the first panel at 9:30, which gives me all of 4 minutes. Otherwise, we might be a little late. You probably weren't expecting that we would actually start on time. We've never done this, so you have coffee. Sometimes we even buy you coffee. That's what we do. So I think it's very good to see all of you here. It's extremely refreshing, loads of happy faces, not a single pillar in sight for once. We also find this somewhat refreshing, right? That's also a novelty of the last 2 years. I think, as Manel has said, and just echoing this, the submissions are extremely rich. We run to over 600 pages from every part of the world, from every sector, whether it's individual, businesses, academia, as you said, Manel, that really brings together the strengths of your contribution. There's a lot of richness, not just coming from different parts of the world and different sectors, but also when we go through what we see. There's different angles, there's different perspectives, there's different issues. Some are really macro, some are micro. We're going to go through them over the course of the day, and the diversity is the richness in working through solutions that address problems holistically. We have broader topics around corporate income taxation, around PE, around residence, about compliance issues, and you know what that means. And I think wherever the treaty team sits in the background here, busily working away, I think the general message also is we really like the guidance so much, and because we liked it, we really want more of the same. So, you know, you're probably the victim of your own success, but that's clearly one of the messages coming through. And then there's very specific technical topics, right, that have been with us sometimes for a long time, or they may be new, whether it's stock-based compensation and what happens in the situation of expatriates, whether it's the taxation of non-compete agreements, whether it's questions around social security and how it links or does not link to the taxation in the PIT space. There's questions on compliance where I think we can bring the full power of the Forum on Tax Administration, because some of these questions are more compliance than they are policy, and so we can address them holistically. Some of them go to domestic law, some of them go to treaty law, much of it goes to tax administration, and bringing that richness together, as you did in your contribution, is important. And also, I guess the last point, looking at it at a very high level, is also that while there's comments that are thinking about how to incrementally improve aspects of the current system, many of you have also reflected what a future system should be looking, right, so that we don't past-proof, but we future-proof some of the things we do, which will, of course, take time. Given all of this, just to run you through in my remaining 2 minutes, still on target, through the agenda and why we did it like this. There's many different ways of cutting such a big topic. We thought we started with the data and the trends and then tried to sort of also break this down as we look at it. What is it actually? So to break down what we all understand under global mobility, because it might be that two people are talking about global mobility, but they're not actually talking about the same thing. And then how big is it? Where is it? What are the implications? What sectors? What type of professions? What aspects? And then also, what are the predictions? How do we see this grow? It's a great panel. It's a great moderator. It's myself. Fantastic. So we start with this, clearly the highlight of the day. We then move on to CIT. Great topic, okay moderator, I would say. We'll see about that. Where I think we're going to go into the questions one by one with several rounds as we discuss what you've come in and take through these questions, whether it's on PE, whether it's on residence, whether it's on compliance, whether all of those questions that have come up. Then we're going to change tack a little bit after this. Great panel again, moderated by Jasna, where while we think tax people are the most important people in the world, and we're certainly going to get consensus on this in this room, we sometimes do need to realize that, you know, there is more than tax in the world. And when we talk about global mobility, there's many other aspects that we need to be conscious of, perhaps align with, consider, have in mind, be aware of. We will focus, I think, on social security, also with some ideas looking forward on the panel in terms of discussions about what impact does that have? Should there be alignment? Do we need to be aware? Where does that conversation take us? And then we go, yes, to you, Silke, on the discussion in PIT, thinking about short-term arrangements, more long-term arrangements. Some of the effects might be talking about where it is today, where it could be tomorrow. And then finally, I think we will finish off with a discussion on digital nomads, regimes, moderated by Mr. Hondius, who will be with us at some point. Where I guess if you look at the submissions, it's also interesting. Some submissions see this as a very growing aspect of their reality, whereas others feel this is still quite niche-y, certainly in the employment sector. So we're going to have that panel. Then to finish just about on time, all comments are fantastic, all of the contribution. We nevertheless had to select some people on the panel. And so not everybody is on the panel, but you're all in spirit on the panel, which also means that we have told all the moderators, including myself, that we will open the floor when we are in the panel discussion so that anyone that wants to contribute, have a comment, not just a question, can come in. So the comments are not just read, but also heard over the course of the day. I think those were my introductions, and given that we're at 9:32, maybe at this point we would invite them. Yes, Georgia, that would be you. We would invite those that are in the room on the first panel to join us up here. And otherwise, we also hope that we have, yes, Georgia is here. That's very good. So for those who was this too quick, we're now moving into the first panel. I expect to see a very big panel. You only see Georgia. Now, that's not a problem, but you know, this is global mobility, so appropriate to the topic. We have a number of people that are not physically with us, but they do global mobility already as part of the panel. So let me introduce the first panel who we have here. The moderator, myself, of course. I've already introduced myself. We have Georgia Maffini with PwC. She also has a long list of things in a previous life, which we don't even figure. But I'll leave those out. I think we have Nadine Fetzer, who is with the BDI, the Association of German Industry. We have Olufemi Michael Olarinde, and I think I've practiced the name now, so I hope I got it right, who is with the Nigerian Revenue Service and joins us remotely. And we also have Shabana, who probably doesn't need much of an introduction, Shabana Begum, who is with the Ministry of Finance in the UAE and kindly will be hosting our inclusive framework meeting. But today we're only talking about global mobility. So an exciting panel, I think, that we have put together, including me, but otherwise an exciting panel, where we are going to talk a little bit about the data and the trends and what we're seeing in the future using our crystal ball and breaking this down. And because this is an OECD event, there's of course a PowerPoint that I'm about to bring up, and I'm going to torture you with 5 slides, but only 5 slides in the beginning, where what I'm trying to do is try to do a little bit of justice to the comments that have come in and give you a little bit of a sense, to the extent that you focus this morning on the coffee rather than reading 600 pages, what some of the people that sit in the room and that are listening online are telling us about the data and the trends. And if Anthony stops flirting in the corner, then maybe the slides could be coming up. That would be a start. Thank you very much. So what do we see? Very high level, and by all means, those that I will be referring to, if I misquote you, come in, because this moderator certainly will open the floor, just to give you the sense, to add color, to add experiences. So if we go to the first slide, and if we can make this, I don't know, is it big enough so you can see it? There's first the question that I raised in my introduction briefly, like what is it actually? And there's many different ways of breaking this down of, you know, what are the categories of global mobility of employees, of workers? One way of breaking it down, and certainly not the only one, is to think about it in those sort of broad 4 categories. One is the short-term remote cross-border work. Typically, that's a scenario where you live in the same country where your employer is, but you travel. You travel, you physically go to other places. You do it for business travel, you know? But you may also see an increased number where you do it for personal reasons. And I think that's a big part of also our home office guidance has come in. Sort of much of that is actually personal travel. But what is it? You may have relatives in another country. It may be for vacation. There may be a vacation home. There may be other reasons why you travel. And then because of the digitally enabled way that you can do your job, you can actually work from there. Many of you that might not currently be listening to me and might be on their phones might be working cross-border remotely already. So that is certainly something that we see increasing in different dimensions. And I think it was also probably one voice of the business community that told us like short-term foreign assignments is the focus. And that's also reflected, I think, in the guidance that we have put out in November. Then there's a second part, which is the more permanent or long-term cross-border work. And these categories are not sort of German engineering as it once was, but they're more blurred, like broader concepts here. And there's a lot, I think, that's behind that sort of second category, right? There is the traditional frontier workers, right, that live close to the border and cross every day. There's those frontier workers that actually don't live close to the border, but still might be commuting because they can, whether it's in trains, whether it's in planes, whether it's in other forms, or whether they actually work from home largely, and they don't need to travel all that much because they can do their job remotely. There's also, when we look at the submissions, categories such as some of you have termed as dispersed teams, virtual assignments, hiring talent in other countries, and maybe wrapping them into an affiliate entity, but the benefit still accrues to maybe economic employer in the other jurisdictions. Cutting across questions of economic employer, payroll withholding, PE questions. So there's a whole host of integrated firm structures where people in one place of the organization may economically work for another part of the organization. And there's a whole host of issues. And then I think, as we also see in the submissions, there's also sort of questions where people go more macro and think about this also in terms of where the demographics take us and where the needs for job will be and where the supply of labor will be and what this does also in a global north, global south, sometimes concept when we think about this more systemically, much more widely. Then there's expatriates, a classic. This is not a novel feature, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the issues associated with being expatriated for a work placement have all been solved, whether that's questions around residence, whether it's questions around tiebreaker, whether that's questions about stock option remuneration, defined pension plans. So there's a whole of questions that come with those people that get assignments and are expatriates. And then finally, I think there's a category around that has sometimes been termed digital nomads. It's a catchy term. They don't necessarily all sit in palm trees and think big thoughts while they look at their computer screen, even if this is how Jasna thinks of them. But there's a whole question of people that are extremely mobile. Now, we have differences in the submissions. We have a panel later on to focus on this question, but also on related questions on regimes. Some of them indicating that that is very niche and not really something one needs to concern themselves with at this point in time, certainly in the employment context, but others seeing it as a very growing, fast-growing segment. And it's also interesting and reflecting of the richness of this conversation that we have different people with different insights in different sectors, so we can actually learn. If we then go to the next slide, after sort of exposing a little bit the characters, what is sort of the broad trends that we're seeing coming through in the submissions? And that's just a couple of highlight messages that we're saying. Remote work, including remote cross-border work, is a permanent feature of today and is a growing feature of the future labor market. I think that is coming very clearly through. You see some of the citations that we have to different studies, whether it's KPMG, whether it's others, and it is also consistent with our OECD's internal evidence gathering. When we then break this down, sort of one layer, then we see that the arrangements for short-term cross-border remote work dominate today. And again, you see percentages here reciting KPMG. The other studies are also coming through. That is certainly the dominant feature. And again, coming back to the guidance that we've done, that's largely what the guidance focuses on. Right? But there's a positive but, which is on the next slide. So you stay with me onto the next slide, and here it is. There is a growing interest in long-term permanent remote working. While many companies currently do not allow or have hesitations because of Social Security, PE, and a whole host of other questions, we cite here Deloitte, but also others saying there's a growing interest in that for a variety of reasons. And the variety of reasons come to where you find talent, where this is driven, where the needs will be, whether do it macro, micro, different experience from different businesses. And if you take a snapshot from some of the OECD's data relates to EU data in terms of frontier workers, just a snapshot, we also see more of the frontier workers, interestingly enough, working from home, another aspect of sustained cross-border mobility in a remote context. We also see, thinking about the last category, that there's indications that firms believe that international hiring, relocation of existing workers will drive increases in the rates of expatriates. So this is not dying out because we can now work remotely. There is still a need to be in an organization physically present. So it's not that we're just trading one form of global mobility with another. We're seeing an increase in different sectors, where short-term dominates, growing interest in long-term because it's driven by business and talent needs, but also a likely increase in expatriate work. Digital nomads, I think we have a separate panel, so I'll skip that for now. We'll get back to that. 2 more slides, and then I hand it to the interesting part, which is Georgia. If we go to the next slide, what is driving this? Why do we see these increased rates, and what are some of the headline messages coming through? Here we're citing Deloitte, but I think others also. By and large, I think this is driven, as we can see in the data, to enhance what they say, the employee experience, to attract and retain talent. This is very much driven by the need to find the talent, driven by the employees, driven by the need also, as some of them are telling us here, to access perhaps talent pools in countries that weren't available, to fill needs that you have at home. So that's, I think, very strongly the trend. And then we also have submissions that these policies help, to fill critical roles, to broaden access to high quality job beyond traditional economic hubs. So that, I think, is broadly what's driving it. There's a more detailed statistics you can see in the submission. So we're just grabbing sort of the highlight message. And then maybe finishing on what I think is the last slide. What is the overall impact with this? One, accommodating remote cross-border work likely enhances employee well-being. There's some quotes we give you here. It needs to be carefully managed. There's also issues with remote working of employer satisfaction that may go the other way, but broadly, I think that's what we're seeing. And then I guess going full circle, I think where Manal started also with the introduction, this isn't the OECD's growth agenda, but this is a contribution to a growth agenda. And we can clearly see that what's coming through from the respondents is that ultimately that global mobility presents an opportunity to support productivity and growth, coming through quite clearly to a number of submissions. We just give you one quote, we give you other quotes. So that's a bit of the sense. How do we break it down? What are we seeing within these categories? What's driving that overall? And what do we see as sort of the overall impact zooming out from the micro more into the macro? I think that's a relatively short, hopefully that was short, overview a little bit about what are we seeing in the richness of the submissions with people of different angles and aspects and trying to pull it together. But with this, I think what I wanted to do next is I stop speaking, which is a good idea, and let Georgia speak. You've done extensive work, I think, in PwC, looking in the data, trying to understand it, having data samples across the world in different regions. I think you've already helped us a lot in sort of working this project through. So very happy that you're here today, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Akim. Thank you very much. As you said, I'll spend probably the next 7 to 8 minutes in taking you through some of the data we have analyzed from a very large survey we've run in March 2024 on exactly labor mobility and where employees are, essentially. Sorry. So what we have done at PwC is run a survey across 50 countries. This means that we are covering about 90% of global GDP. You see that all the global regions are represented, with Asia, Pacific, and Western Europe representing about over 60% of our sample, but we have good representation across other regions as well. The survey was run in March 2024. Why is that important? Because we think at that point we are out of the pandemic. So of course the pandemic accelerated some trends, but it seems to us if the trend is there in March 2024, we no longer need the pandemic to sustain that trend. The sample is pretty large by all standards, over 56,000 respondents. And what is interesting here, and especially with respect to the categories that Akim has illustrated, that in our survey, we only have employees aged over 18. Okay, we do not have self-employed, so probably we don't have digital nomads in this sample. We don't have students, we don't have unemployed. Okay. The method is a 10 to 15 minutes survey, which is run by a market research agency. So from the statistical point of view, there is a lot of time spent there in building the samples, and samples that have to be representative of the population of that country. For example, for the UK, the sample is constructed so it is representative with respect to the UNS data. European countries, we look at the company looks at Eurostat. For the US, you look at the US national census. Okay, from the statistical point of view, there is a lot of work in making those samples representative. And we ask 3 questions. The first one is, can your job be done remotely? Then to those who respond yes, we ask, so today, how do you work currently? Do you work full remote? Do you work in a hybrid format, or do you work full-time in person? So like 10 years ago, or even 5 years ago. And for those who work hybrid or full-time remote, then we ask, in the past 12 months, have you remotely worked from another country? And this is not, executing 1 or 2 tasks when you are on holidays. It's about a full work day of work from another jurisdiction. And there you can answer yes, and my employer knew, yes, and my employer did not know, or no. And we have some, which was number 2, actually. I don't have time to go into that today, but we do have the data for that, which is quite interesting from our perspective, of course, as consultants. And so what do we find? So we started this survey because we saw that in practice we were seeing more and more cases coming through, but the numbers really surprised us. So we found that nearly half of the jobs in our sample can now be done remotely. We are at about 48% in 2024. That's the first column, the part in blue. Of that part in blue that can be done remotely, we have only 1 in 5 of those is now done fully remote. So if you think about 5 to 6 years, fully in person, sorry. If you think about 5 years ago, we were all fully in person. Now is the least popular way of working. The most popular is hybrid. We are at about 58% of those who can work remotely. And full remote is actually more popular than full in person, with about 23% of those who can work in full remote. Okay, so that's the second column. And then, so we asked the question about global mobility. For those who work in a hybrid format or full remote, have you crossed border? And there we have 56% of respondents saying, yes, I've crossed border. Okay, I won't tell you what the percentage of those who didn't inform the employees were, but there is a very, very small percentage there. So you can see that it's a much larger percentage than what we expect. If you match that to the entire sample, we have 1 in 5 of the employees who have worked across borders. Okay, so we were frankly very, very surprised of the answer. You can tell me some of those are traveling, I don't know, to another country for a week to meet a client, for example, in our case, yes, but it's about the potential. I think the data point is interesting in terms of potential. So 56% can do that or more. Okay, so in terms of regions, so we have Asia Pacific with the highest percentage of remote workers. We are at 84%, okay, followed by North America, 82%, so about the same percentages. Western Europe and Latin America instead lead on hybrid work. Okay, and Africa and Latin America also has a high percentage still of full in person. Okay, if we look at the cross-border question, so we see that we have certain areas where 81%, for example, the Middle East, you see the highest bar, 81% of those who work in a hybrid format or full remote have cross-border. Okay, that's probably a very integrated region, so it's easier to cross border. Asia Pacific, the second column is at 64%. And then at the other spectrum of the data set, we have North America and Central and Eastern Europe that instead have slightly, substantially lower percentages of employees who have cross-border. Central and Eastern Europe is at 36%, North America at 37%. And that's probably a reflection of the fact that North America is very big. So the US is as big as Europe. So of course there is less cross-border mobility. Then, so this is a little bit by region, and then to understand, and this will be my last slide, to understand a little bit whether the trend is durable, whether that's there to stay, we looked at the characteristics of those who are working hybrid or full remote, or those who have actually cross-border. And the most interesting point, and I think this talks a lot to the future, is that the phenomenon of cross-border mobility is led by the youngest generation. So the generation of between 18 years old and 27 years old are the most likely to have worked across border, and by far. So they are at 64% versus the millennial that are 10 percentage points below that at 55%, about 10 percentage points. So you see where the new generation, the workforce and will enter the market is. Then the other important point is, does this work for the employee if you want the trend to be sustainable? And it seems it does. It seems that employees who define themselves as happy at work are more likely by about 9 percentage points to have worked across borders. Okay, although we cannot establish a causal relationship there, there is some relationship there. The other question is, does this work for the employee, for the employer? We don't have any proxies for profitability, so we use some sort of other variable that can give us an indicator of productivity, profitability, and we use the regular use of AI tools. And again, to look at those who are more innovative and probably the employees that are more likely to be at the frontier of technological change and then more productive. And even there, so that those who are regular AI users have 75% of them have cross-border versus 38% of those who don't use AI much. So you see a very big gap that goes a little bit in the direction of looking at that we are probably looking here at employees that are most probably quite productive. Finally, seniority, clearly a very important question from the PE transfer pricing perspective. Senior executives are the most likely to have cross-border. I think this is probably expected for everyone. And then we looked at the size of the firm. And again, here we thought it was surprising because the smallest firms have the highest percentage of mobile workers, of workers that have cross-border. For example, if we look at the smallest firm, 51% of their workers have cross-border. If we look at the largest firms, only 33% of the workers have crossed borders. Okay, so something interesting here. Maybe it's about the bargaining power or enforcement abilities or something else. We don't know yet. Finally, we look at gender, quite a bit of a gap. Male employees, 61% of male employees have cross borders, only 49% of female employees have cross borders. So quite a big gap there. And then finally, in terms of financial situations, we hear a lot that mobile workers are generally at the top end of the income distribution. We do not really have much support for that in our data. We actually find that the employees that are very insecure in their financial position, so they cannot pay the bills at the end of the month, are more likely to have cross-border. So 73% of them have cross-border. If we look at the financially secure employees, they are less likely at 62%. Okay, so really our data doesn't seem to match for the moment the fact that the most mobile are at the top of the income distribution. And I think this is all my data. We have much more, so do get in touch if you want to discuss more, but I hope this was informative.
Very much so. Thank you very much. I think we'll hand over to Nadine in a second, but just if we pause, I think some of the reflections are really interesting. If you look at some of the data, sort of the highest level of penetration cross-border isn't, for instance, when you look at the numbers, not necessarily in Europe, but it's in the Middle East. And I think we'll hear from Shabana also a little bit of why that might be. I think if you look at the mobility index and sort of who is it within the segment, if we assume that the young people will not sort of grow out of the propensity to global mobility, they will probably take it into the future, which I think is also an interesting growth index. And then certainly we are seeing, and sometimes this is difficult, but like anecdotally, the same thing that you're seeing in the small firms. Sometimes it's difficult because small firms don't have the resources to be here today and talk to us about it. But we certainly see anecdotally that for the startup community, they grab talent where it is. Sometimes creating challenging tax structures that then when they sell, some of you see in cleaning up what had happened before, but certainly we clearly seeing a lot of this as well, and very much echoes, I think, what our team has also been able to dig out. With this, I think we hand it over to Nadine, who's with us, I guess, from Berlin.
Thank you. There is a narrative I've been hearing more often lately outside of our bubble, which is that sooner or later everyone will go back to the office anyway. Well, if that were true, our presence here today would be rather pointless. And as Georgia has already shown us, and other data supports that as well, that's simply not the case. Global mobility in all its forms is here to stay. So if we go to the second slide, please. Perfect. Thanks. I was asked to interpret some of the available data from a business perspective, and I will provide a bit of anecdotal evidence. I'm with the BDI, Federation of German Industries, an umbrella organization representing 38 industrial sector associations across Germany. The roughly 80,000 member companies employ over 10 million people. In the daily work with my members on international taxation, I can assure you global mobility is a burning issue for businesses. Employees want it, and companies that want to attract top talent simply have to offer it, and it's not going away. Obviously, not all forms of global mobility are for everyone. My father works for the German industry as well as a technician. He repairs machines with a screwdriver on site, so remote work is meaningless for him. So yes, this is more relevant for certain roles involving strategic projects, IT systems, research, innovation, what we are doing right now, listening in this room as well. So work that can be done digitally as long as a solid digital infrastructure is in place. I think Georgia's data reflects this quite well, showing that the level of global mobility depends also on the region, which probably offer different level of digital infrastructure and other features which might be important. Some studies suggest that remote work is more common in urban areas. However, for Germany, this picture is not necessarily accurate. Many of our member companies operate in rural areas, so wherever in Germany, where labor shortages are a serious and persistent issue. For these firms, flexible and cross-border work arrangements significantly expand the available talent pool. And in this context, I find Georgia's data particularly interesting. Her analysis shows that full remote work and cross-border work is more prevalent among small and medium-sized firms. And I think this may indicate that labor shortages play a particular important role for these companies as well, as Achim said right now. So I guess that as well. This is also highly relevant for border regions in Germany, and we have a lot of them. So southern Germany, for example, is close to 3 national borders, and western Germany borders Belgium, the Netherlands, Luxembourg, and France. So cross-border work is therefore, at least in Germany, not just an urban phenomenon. Today, mobility is definitely a competitiveness factor. Employees expect flexibility. Mobility programs are increasingly used to attract and retain talent, what we also heard before from Georgia. Our members tell me people simply are not willing anymore to move to the middle of nowhere immediately in another country just for a job. Their family, friends, children, hobbies, pets, whatever, all matter. And for those companies, the location doesn't matter as long as the work gets done. Of course, there are challenges, different time zones when you're really far away, or team coordination, but these are kind of manageable if you coordinate, and it has become part of modern work reality. So next slide, please. Thank you. When looking at research, I realized one thing. You can find data to support almost any story, depending on the region or period studied. Early COVID studies will tell you rather a negative impact of remote work on productivity. even if we all know that back then this wasn't the problem of remote work itself, we were just not prepared. So recent studies show rather a positive impact, but rather on individual level. What I focus on is some data which I've seen combined with the experience of my members. So global mobility can boost economic growth through better team matches with a bigger talent pool. It's more efficient through knowledge exchange and innovation. It opens career opportunities beyond local labor markets. It increases employee satisfaction. As Georgia pointed out, mobility makes people happy. It could be also based on the fact that commuting is the most detested activity in the day, which is what Nobel Prize winner Daniel Kahneman found out, even more detested than work itself. So reducing commuting improves your happiness and apparently, and so your well-being. And of course, flexibility supports family friendliness and labor market participation, also regarding diversity, age, region, gender, and so on. There is even evidence suggesting that the expectation that women can work from home after becoming mothers may encourage young women to invest more in their education, that leads rather to high growth careers and build firm specific skills once they enter the workforce. Yet, despite these benefits, companies often offer less cross-border remote work than they would like. Why? Even if that means that they lose talent? And why is it so often that the tax department ends up being the bad guy? So we see because the regulatory landscape blocks it. Next slide, please. Thank you. While updates of the commentary on home office PE were a welcome step, broader global mobility still faces uncertainty and bureaucratic hurdles. Policy simply hasn't caught up. I think we will have a lot of discussions about it in the following panel, so I won't dive deep into those topics. Just to mention them, there are, for example, risks of unintended PEs, transfer pricing issues regarding profit attribution, fragmented patchwork of reporting, tracking, and registration obligations, even for short-term stays. And we see in practice a growing gap between demand and what companies are actually able to offer. In some double treat agreements, we do have already some thresholds, for example, allowing 34 days of cross-border work without altering the allocation of taxing rights between two countries that exist. From our members' perspective, these limits are often too restrictive. Employees are asking for more flexibility, longer periods, and more predictable arrangements. It also doesn't fit very often with the social security standards, so you have to track several regulations. This is too complex. And what is the result? Companies offer less flexibility than they want. Teams are less efficient. Projects are slowed or denied. Talent is frustrated and sometimes lost. Careers stall, especially outside traditional headquarter countries. And global mobility, which should be or could be a growth driver, instead becomes a compliance risk. So my message is quite simple today. The rules we operate under stem from a traditional world, and they need to be updated, coordinated, and simplified. And this is where initiatives like OECD Inclusive Framework and this consultation could make a difference. So it's about creating rules that actually work in a mobile world, so companies can innovate and people can develop. Thanks. And the next slide, there are some data or some research what I showed in case of interest. That's it.
Thank you very much. A rousing speech also taking us through the data, the implications. I think also your buzzwords from a compliance risk to a growth driver, that certainly resonated in the room. I think, even your father probably will be eventually affected. Even the maintenance of machines will be increasingly done remotely. I'm looking at Christian. I think that happens. Of course, Siemens machines never break down, so they don't need maintenance. But if they did, then screwdriver wouldn't be the first response. And I think many of the things that you point out in terms of the restrictions that are currently in place that are holding back many of those more long-term cross-border engagement for the reasons that you cite, I think is also reflected in what we hear from others. Before I hand the floor over to Olufemi from Nigeria, I will just open it briefly for any observations that anybody wishes to make right now on the broader data picture before we also get an impression, I think, from the Nigerian and African perspective, and then we go also to the Middle Eastern perspective to give you sort of some sense of what this looks in different parts of the world. So if there's anybody online, and I think Yasna is making sure that if there is anybody online, we see that on the screen that wishes to come in at this point with any observations on the data that they have made, any of their submissions, any additions, comments, flavorings.
Hello.
I think it's working now.
Yes. Thank you, Dr. Pross, and thank you, Georgia and Nadine, for your submissions. On behalf of BMR Legal, our submission wanted to highlight a very simple but urgent reality in the course of the discussions today. Yes, the global market is undergoing a rapid demographic transformation. In fact, almost 90% of the world's young population today lives in developing jurisdictions, which has become an increasing area of priority for the OECD. Case in point, in terms of high-income countries, 20% of the population is above the age of 60, while in low to middle-income countries, that figure is just at 2.8%. Europe's core workforce will shrink by an estimated 35 million in the next decade, while India alone is expected to contribute more than 100 million workforce by 2030. By then, half of all new entrants to the global workforce will come from sub-Saharan Africa and South Asia, which is also expected to create 15 million jobs every year. Now, if we look at these fact patterns, countries with such a large population of youth will need to work and retain to employ their talent. But these countries have traditionally been a little conservative, whether from an MNC or a tax administration standpoint, to provide for remote or hybrid work conditions. This is where we as an organization feel that the OECD Forum has a unique opportunity and responsibility. Our ask is simple, that the OECD formally prioritize demography-driven global mobility as a work stream. That has to start, yes, with data collection, but it also needs to look at the economic impact analysis of emerging economies, as well as a comprehensive review of the existing tax rules to ensure that they are market ready over the next decade. If we look at some of the other responses, the first objection that has been raised by administrations is to what would be the qualifying criteria for a PE, and whether we could look at certain micro PE arrangements which are easier in terms of their design and can attain the objectives that the OECD has set out for. Apart from that, we also think global mobility introduces certain very complex tax and transfer pricing challenges, and we would really appreciate clearer guidance on what the potential PE risks, profit attribution, and transfer of functions would lead to. Lastly, we also think that disputes around the existence of a PE are often not covered by comprehensive dispute resolution mechanisms such as profit allocation issues, and we could bring in the example of the EU Arbitration Convention as well. Net-net, we believe that the administrations need to work hand in hand with the OECD, and right after this meeting, if there can be comprehensive guidances of future memoranda that the OECD would publish to address these data and disparities, that would be extremely useful for stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's a bit ambitious to publish it right after the meeting, so you'll probably have to bear with us for a little longer. But thanks a lot, I think, also for drawing out, I think, sort of the global demographic dimension underpinning sort of the wider context here. Very interesting view here, and thanks a lot for coming in. Given the time also, I think I want to now hand the floor over, unless we have anybody else. That's not the case, then I think we go to you now, Olufemi Michael Olarinde, who will give us, who's with the Nigerian Revenue Service, as I said, and will give, I think, your take from the perspective of Nigeria, what you're seeing, what you're tried, what you think you see in the future, where it stands today and where it might go. The floor is yours.
So thank you very much, and I'm happy to be here. Thank you for having me, and thank you for the opportunity to contribute to this important consultation. From an Africa and Nigerian perspective, we believe that the discussion on global mobility must start with demographics, because demographics are now shaping the future of tax base more than any other factor. So why do we say so? Africa is the youngest region in the world today. Our median age is about 19 years, compared to over 30 in the Asia and above 40 in Europe. This demographic reality fundamentally alters how we think about labor mobility, income generation, and taxation. And so Nigeria sits at the center of this demographic movement. With an estimated population of about 237 million, Nigeria is the Africa's largest labor market. Our median age is about approximately 18 years, and about 70% of our population is under 30. Over the next decade, more than 50 million young Nigerians will enter the workforce. And so it's a big concern for us. This is a major focus, and this was also a major focus at the 2025 African Tax Administration Forum, annual meetings and General Assembly, where African tax leaders agreed that traditional tax policies assumptions are no longer hold. This young labor force is fundamentally different from previous generation because what? It is digital, it is mobile, it is globally connected. And Nigeria today, again speaking about Nigeria, it's about 124 million. We have about 124 million internet users. And I know you know what that translates to economically, especially in doing business, e-commerce and remote work. The largest, this is the largest in Africa, 124 million. At the same time, over 54% of our economic activity remains informal, which means that this class of persons do business even without without unstructured. So increasingly, young people earn income online. They earn income remotely. They continue to earn income through global platforms and across borders. So we are already seeing this tax implication. In last year, for example, requests for certificate of residence in Nigeria more than quadrupled in 2025, reflecting the rising cross-border work and income flows. Many compared to years before, 2025. And in 2026, we are believing that we won't get more because we have our new tax reforms that have tried to liberalize working remotely and also taking away any form of liability or tax burden on the foreign employer. So it attracts more, it helps to attract more even now. And we know Nigeria is almost at the center of the world, where our time zone is almost at the middle, so we can relate with any other workforce. So these trends disrupt traditional tax bases and challenges long-standing concepts. So as work becomes detached from physical location, tax system built around geographic struggle to keep up. And we believe that work is no longer defined by geography, and tax policy must not follow the worker. Tax policy must now follow the worker and not the workplace. Yes, we see some challenges, which I would also like to speak about. Remote work and cross-border digital labors are eroding the reliability of traditional tax collection mechanism. Income increasingly escaping clear national jurisdiction. Salaries paid by foreign employers many times are not seen. Digital income, gig income, and in some cases, crypto based earnings. This directly weakens our pay-as-you-earn system, which depends more on domestic employer and withholding schemes. And permanent establishment rules, which are never designed for platform-based or remote labor. So we need to start looking into that. As more Nigerians work digitally for foreign entities, the risk increases on the taxation because there is no traceable withholding, non-registration of business and self-employed workers, and inaccurate revenue forecasting, which affect fiscal planning. These are not theoretical risks. They are already materializing across African administration. We believe that there should be adequate policy and administrative responses. And in response, African tax systems are now shifting from from location-based control to data-driven visibility. So we believe that data visibility, so key elements of our shift. So more of technology-enabled compliance, such as introduction of e-invoicing system, real-time transaction capture, and integrated taxpayer databases. We believe a simplified and automated tax filing for SMEs, gig workers, freelancers, and digital entrepreneurs should greatly be in our tax policy development and our tax administration laws. A digital economy mapping using geospatial data, financial transaction data, and platform activities also need to are some of the discussions. Updated report obligation for digital labor platforms such as ride-hailing, content creation, and online marketplace. Fintech companies processing payment for freelancers, influencers, and remote workers. And so we believe that in Nigeria, we are increasingly profiling taxpayers through digital footprints, and we can develop our policies around that, financial flows, and online commercial activities. And the principles are straightforward for us. If income now exists online, then tax administrator must also exist online. And so this helps us to be able to understand the mobility, understand the trends, and also to be able to address them head-on. So we believe that policies should also be tailored and developed towards addressing these challenges. First, identifying the potential, also identifying the potential of this in order to be able to tack from the possibility, the positivity in this. And my closing reflection, let me round up. We believe that Africa's youthful population is not a liability, and so also the rest of the world. It is one of the world's greatest economic opportunities. However, tax systems must evolve at the same speed as the labor market. So the future of tax base in Africa is digital, is mobile, is youth-driven, and innovation-enabled. So our task is to make taxation simple for young entrepreneurs and compliant taxpayers, while making it difficult for those who exploit digital and cross-border loopholes. So in conclusion, Africa and the global tax policymakers must recognize these economic and demographic shifts. And I also say this across the world, as we discuss even in this consultation. We need to recognize this economic and global demographic shifts. We should address the internet risk and tax base, the challenges inherent, and also how to deliberately harness the opportunities to create revenue mobilization. And we say doing so is essential not only for revenue mobilization, but for sustainable development and fiscal resilience in a globally mobile world. And so I'll say thank you for giving me opportunities to make this submission from our perspective in Africa and in Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot for drawing the picture and bringing home sort of the age difference and the developments, I think, that are happening. I think it also links to the previous intervention. I think the median age in this room is slightly above 19, I'd say, not much. So thanks a lot also for pointing out some of the sort of solutions that you can see and the balances between, retaining taxation rights over the tax base, but facilitating growth and recognizing that the young generation that you certainly have in Nigeria, but also in Africa, linking it to Georgia, your data about what ages have most affinity, I think a picture is emerging here. And with this, maybe I give it over to you, Shabana. I think, as Georgia has pointed out, you're from the region that has the highest percentage of cross-border mobility. So the floor is yours.
Thank you, Akim. And let me start by just one observation that I noticed on Georgia's slides, and that was the fact that she didn't refer to this issue as risks or opportunities. She actually called it hopes and fears. And I think from my perspective, I think that's very appropriate given this topic is, well, it's fascinating, but it's also very personal to a lot of us because it's going beyond obviously what is impacting businesses, but also, of course, all of us as individuals. And I think from a, you asked for my perspectives from a UAE, but also from a regional perspective. So I'll try and focus on some of the trends that we're seeing here in the region. I think I can broadly bucket them into 3 different types of categories. And the first one, you won't be surprised to hear me say, is that government-based research also confirms what was in Georgia's presentation. So we know that remote working and hybrid work is a core feature now of the UAE landscape. As you know, we're a country that's always had a predominantly large expatriate workplace. So this is not, the concept of having individuals from other jurisdictions in the UAE working here is not new. But of course, the way that that's happened now, post-pandemic, it's very clear that that's here to stay. And all the evidence that has been commissioned. We have a Ministry of AI. I think we were the first country in the world to have a Ministry of AI. And our minister is not a virtual person. He's a real person. But he, again, that confirmed the fact, all the reasons that I think Nadine mentioned as well. People want to move because it's for family reasons, or it's because of, for example, the UAE is a great example of where we are situated in the world. You can get to 2/3 of the world in less than 8 hours. And it's January, but it's also 26 degrees here today in the UAE. So it just shows you there's a lot of reasons, not just tax reasons, why people want to come to a different jurisdiction, such as the UAE. It's for those reasons, I think, we are very much of the view, and the government has done a lot to change certain policies, whether that's visa programs, whether that's legislation to allow this kind of working to happen, to have individuals in the country who are working for other employers. And I think but that's just one aspect of the equation, right? This is obviously a two-way relationship. And we also have, of course, people in the UAE who want to work in or want to live in or stay in other jurisdictions for a short period of time or even a longer period of time. So you may have seen at the end of last year, the cabinet in the UAE, they did issue a decree which allows federal government employees, for instance, and I say this as this is quite unusual for the country. Government employees are generally meant to be in the country, in the building. So this is obviously a significant change where certain federal government employees can now be based outside of the country. And I think that's a really good example of where the fact that, this sometimes doesn't go in the direction that we all expect. This is people who are employed in a jurisdiction which doesn't have a personal income tax, but now potentially may become resident in another jurisdiction, which obviously does. So I think it's very much a two-way kind of direction of travel, and we can see this evolving as time goes on. From a UAE employer and perspective and a sector perspective, as you'd expect, we're seeing a lot of the reaction to this. It's quite varied. We're finding that the companies and businesses in the knowledge-intensive industries, such as tech or digital services, are the ones that are really kind of adopting these flexible arrangements. And not all companies, as you'd also expect. We have a lot of old-fashioned businesses as well, some out of necessity and some out of the fact that obviously attitudes remain pre-pandemic as well, where we're not seeing that amount of movement. So I think it does vary, and I agree. I think it does also depend on the demographic. But I think here the reality is that it is changing, and we as a government, we see that both on a jurisdictional level, but also on a regional level. So obviously there will be delegates here on the call from other parts of the GCC, but I can tell you now that obviously it's all changing in the region. So for example, in Saudi Arabia and Qatar, there have been programs introduced where civil service remote work is now becoming possible, and there's pilot approaches as well to this. And if I look a little bit further, Kuwait and Oman, they've also made legal changes to their formal remote working programs. The depth and the kind of the breadth of all these changes does obviously vary. I think the UAE is probably more at the forefront of these changes. And again, that is very much an intentional way for us to tap into the kind of, I would say, beyond the expatriate market. And I think that's because it goes back to the very beginning, what you said. It's about the fact that we see this as an opportunity for economic growth, and the fact that, you know, the government is intentionally designing policies that allows for professionals, high value added, most likely professionals, to be based in the country, that are then contributing by way of consumption, by way of productivity, and of course impacting in a positive way the existing workforce dynamics. So I think from that perspective, we see it all as very positive, as an opportunity to kind of really be a catalyst to the existing growth agenda that we do have. And I think, of course, as you've already heard from many on the panel today, this is a positive development for employees as well. But I think what you'll see, at least in the region where I am, and maybe a bit more further, is the fact that further policies will be designed to allow us to tap into this space. As you know, we positioned ourselves very much as a strategic hub for capital, for growth, for talent, and this is no different, right? It's in terms of, you know, whether we want to be a hub location. I think any of you who have visited the UAE recently will have noticed just the busyness of the airport. It continues to be a space where we want to be a hub in every aspect of kind of the economic spectrum, and people are no different. So I think you'll continue to see policies being designed around that. I think and I'm sure this is on everybody's mind, of course, the tax impact of all of this is something that we're actively looking at. We as a country have over 140 signed DTAs, and of course they all have their own provisions and own nuances around kind of certain permanent establishment, working, etc. We all have our fully fledged corporate tax regime as well. So I think we're under no illusion that this is obviously going to have some changes and some impact in the future. But overall, I think we're here to embrace it and to make sure that it overall does not act as a hindrance to economic growth. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Shabana. Thanks for sharing your insights, giving us a flavor from what this looks like in the UAE and also from the region. And in addition, I can also confirm that not only is the Minister of AI a real person, Shabana is also a real person, despite the fact that she's not with us. So thanks a lot. I think we will, given the time and Christian's eagerness to also come up for the second panel, I'm sure he is, that we will wrap this up, this first panel. We are running a little late, but that was probably expected. I don't want to wrap it up unless there is perhaps anybody, if there's anything you wish to say now before we close. I don't know whether there's anything online.
Thank you. Yeah, just one, Akim, thank you very much. Very interesting insights. I really just wanted to probably back up some of the data that's being shared here today, and just say, because quite often I think people, when they look at remote work, they think, is this, and to Georgie's point, I think earlier on, is this an anomaly we saw after COVID? Actually, a couple of the surveys that we've also done from a Deloitte point of view, more laterally over the last couple of years, and more recently, we've just got some more recent data that's come in over 25, and actually backs up this statistic that remote work is not just something, an anomaly that happened after COVID or during COVID. It's actually continuing to be, a main focus of business. One of the key points that's come out of the data that we've looked at today is very much that business is looking for ways to try to identify how to facilitate remote working, and particularly when it's very short-term remote working. So, for example, up to 30 days, but equally for the longer-term sort of aspects. And what is interesting is one of the other pieces of data is very much high. It's almost one of the surveys we have. It says remote work is the second most important point that's been looked at in one of our global tax surveys. Second, believe it or not, to Pillar 2, which I'm sure is something that's very familiar to many of the people probably in today's audience. So I think this is really just to back up and say, actually, remote work is here to stay. It's something we do need to look at, and it's something that I know there are challenges around it. We'll come up in some of the other sessions to discuss that. But just to sort of complement, I think, and sort of synchronise with the data that we're sort of seeing here today.
Thanks a lot for that. if there isn't anything else, then no. Then I think we'll wrap it up. I think a big round of applause for Georgia and also for our online panelists. Thank you so much.
It's a bit late for good morning, but good morning to everyone for our second session of the day. We will focus on corporate income tax topics, and after the very interesting first session, maybe to give you a little bit of a flavor of what we are going to cover. I'd like to run through the contributions that were made up front of that public consultation. If you run through those contributions, you see a couple of topics which reflect what was just discussed. Maybe not so much on happiness, by the way. I'm still I've hung up my mind up on happiness because I wonder if mobile working really makes you happier. If I look back some 50 years when I was born, my father, who worked for the German government, was on a 2-week business trip to Canada. Well, he called once to check if the delivery was successful, and he was a very happy man. That wouldn't work these days, I believe. If I would have tried that, I most likely wouldn't be sitting here trying to moderate this one. So, but apparently there is a happiness component to mobile working, because look at Achim, who's smiling all the time. And it's one of the more mobile employees of the world, I would say. And apparently he is happy. I see Manal smiling too, and she's also very mobile. So maybe there's some truth in this one. But let me go back to actually something serious. We have, for many years, we focus on traditional secondments, which is headquarter companies sending people out into the world for intercultural experiences, for bringing governance from headquarter to the subsidiaries. And there are some traditional problems, but the traditional problems with even within that traditional category are now meeting the virtual world. And you can see in some contributions, Kite and Run, for example, but also in MEDEF and other contributions, that even in that core of what is mobile working or secondment and known to us for quite a while, there's a lot of uncertainty. There's a lot of uncertainty which is created by those virtual means and the cross-border working component. And we'll go into details on that one. What was already mentioned as a factual phenomena is the sourcing of talent. And we've seen that also in many contributions. Sourcing of talent is a very important matter. If I speak for my company, there's not a single week where I'm not confronted with an HR request. They call themselves now P&O, people in organization, but it's still HR, where they want to source talent in some foreign jurisdictions, mostly developing countries, and ask if we could approve that and what they need to adhere to. So it is really an upcoming topic, and it is a topic which is, I believe, not only important for companies, and was mentioned too in the session this morning. It's important for the countries. And I'm very much convinced that if we remember what Olufemi said, this will be one of the drivers for growth in developing countries. If we can't get our arms around creating certainty, then the labor market in those countries will remain untapped. And many multinationals would like to tap into that one, but there are still significant PE and transfer pricing concerns. And if you look into the contribution from the Silicon Valley Tax Directors Group, you will see that a large percentage of the tax directors and companies that participated in this one actually refrained from sourcing talent from other jurisdictions because of uncertainty. So this is something that needs to be resolved. If we move then forward, we see dispersed teams. So teams which are composed from employees sitting in various countries. This is mostly in software development, in research and development, but also in other more traditional areas. And also this fact pattern was highlighted, and it comes with a lot of problems in the world of corporate income tax. Again, with PE issues, with transfer pricing issues, with damper function issues. I'll highlight what, for example, Noema pointed out in their contribution in that regard. Senior management, not only board members, but senior leaders of companies used to mostly sit in the headquarter country, but we see that the sourcing for even those senior staffers is moving international, and that we have a lot of requests for people to lead regional or global teams, not from the headquarter country, but from other countries. And again, we have here transfer pricing PE topics and the place of effective management, which we will cover in a second. And if you now mix AI, which we also see in a couple of contributions, if you mix AI, artificial intelligence, into the business reality, and it has arrived in the business reality, and you add those components, you will see that the PE and transfer pricing questions are not becoming easier, they're becoming more complicated, more diverse, and we believe those topics need to be addressed because AI is here to stay. The remote working is, the mobile working is here to stay. So we have to get our arms around that stuff. And then finally, there is a risk component because looking back to what Georgia said, there was this one little question: have you worked remotely, and does your employer know about it? Right? And it was a small percentage, but you know that a small percentage, there might be some percentage points in the dark. Not everybody says, well, no, why would I tell my employer? And if you have a contract in the US, in Germany, in any European country, and you are doing software and you can do your job remotely, and actually you're provided from your home country somewhere in the global south, where the cost of living is so much lower, it's an economically compelling idea, I would say, from an individual perspective, not so much from a company perspective. So we'd love to see what are the risks there and what is an employer's obligation in that regard. And to go into that topic, and actually a great moderator does a lot of talking by himself. Okay-ish moderators should let their great panel speak. So I will stop in a second. We will run through 3 rounds. The first round will focus on PE topics. And the Home Office update gave clearance on many aspects, and it is very well appreciated. But we believe there's a lot still open and a lot to be cleared and straightened out. We'll have a second round then on transfer pricing. That is where I will be especially quiet. But we have experts that can speak a lot about that topic. And we have a third round where we'll focus on place of effective management, do a residency for corporates, not for individuals, the tiebreaker rule of Article 4, Section 3, dispute resolution and dispute prevention. And I would, after every round, I would invite you to come up with comments. So we will not go for comments at the very end. Doesn't mean that you can't comment on the very end for something at the very beginning, but we would love to have that after each round. And with that, let me now introduce the panel. I'm Christian Kieser. I'm the co-chair for business at the OECD. In my day life, I work for Siemens as the global head of tax. We have, in the order of the agenda, Carlos Abrato, the vice chair of the Working Party 1, sitting next to me from Argentina, right? And the director of international tax relations over there. We have Werner Stuffer sitting next to Carlos, global head of tax at ZF Friedrichshafen, a very old and close friend of myself. I'm happy to have you here. Thanks, Werner. We have Sam Sim from Temasek sitting most likely in Singapore, remotely participating. Hi, Sam. See you up there. We have Tanya Saunier from MEDEF, located in the very nice city of Paris. And on the left, we have Isabel Verlinden from Noema at the very, very far right from you, far left from me. Also a well-known colleague and now a partner with Noema. We have Tom Rösser from Microsoft, representing also then the Silicon Valley Tax Director and ICC, most importantly, and ICC. But Microsoft, if I'm not mistaken, is also a member of the Silicon Valley Tax Directors Group. We have Ronald van den Brekel participating online, the Global Transfer Pricing Market and Innovation Leader for EY. Right now, you should be in lovely Dubai with 26 degrees, as we just learned. And last but not least, we have Anthony Munanda from ATAF, head of the Domestic Resource Division, also participating virtually. So with that, let me open the first round where we focus on PE issues, which are still open and where we believe they should be checked. And before that, we'll get a status update on the work of Working Party 1 in that regard from Carlos Proto.
Thank you, Christian. Hello, everyone. I think we have some slides to show. Here they are. So, as we have seen, there are many implications from global mobility of individuals, and one of them relates to tax treaty law. So that in order to reduce uncertainty, we embark into a project in order to determine whether or not global mobility and home office teleworking would lead to the creation of a permanent establishment. So, and we did that because we determined, or we discovered, that it was not just a short-term situation, a pandemic intrinsic outcome, but it was something that came to stay, and the trend continued after pandemic. So we noticed that, and that was there was a big call from the business community as well as from governments in order to get some certainty whether or not the presence of the employees could create a permanent establishment. So we took that and we determined and we confirmed that the trend was more likely from the employee side. It was a request from employees to work from home rather than a business decision from the enterprise. So it was just an acceptance from the from the employer side in order to attract employees or to maintain them. So that's what we saw in that trend. And what we also found out that that peculiarity in the new way of conducting business, allowing teleworking, will continue to be the trend, and that's been confirmed earlier today in the previous panel. So what we wanted to do is to update the guide that we already had. There was some type of development that we took in Working Party 1 back in time before pandemic. We introduced two paragraphs in the commentary in Article 5 saying that the home office that an employee may use in order to work occasionally would not lead to a permanent establishment. For that, there should be a requirement by the enterprise that the employee works from that home office. And that's all we had at the time. And we also signaled back in 2017 that that would be very rare and wouldn't be the tendency. So that we were minifying or reducing the impact of that. But then in few years later, we confirmed that the trend was not how we have envisaged it. So we introduced new language. We modified the commentary in Article 5 in order to provide greater certainty. So the idea was to provide certainty in a way that both governments and the business community could be satisfied. So if we can move to the next slide, please, Anthony, we will see that what we have done is to develop further guidance. So not only 2 paragraphs, but 21. And that guidance also includes some illustrations through examples. So the idea was not to change the model at all, but just to provide guidance how to implement the existing tax treaty, because changing the article wouldn't solve the current situation. So we needed to fix it as soon as possible. So in a record time, I would say in only 18 months, we were able to agree in a consensus manner the new language, the new guidance that all jurisdictions could apply. So the guidance was to determine whether a fixed place could be a place of business out of which the enterprise conduct totally or partially its activities. So whether a home office or any other relevant place as used by the employee could be considered to be a place of business for the enterprise. So in order not to create micro PEs, we provide some kind of clarity by saying if the employee uses that home office or any other relevant place for less than 50% of its working time for that enterprise, there will be no PE at all. There will be no place of business. However, the opposite wouldn't lead to an automatic creation of a permanent establishment. That means if the employee works more than 50% from home or any other relevant place for the enterprise, we need to pass a second test, and that's the guidance. So is there any commercial reason for the enterprise to have that employee working from home or from any other relevant place? So that's the second criteria we need to meet in order to provide much more guidance. We will rule out all those situations where it is an occasional use of the home office, so less than 50% in a year. But now, if we have more than 50%, we need to find out what else is there, why that person is working from home. Is there any interest from the enterprise side that that person works from that particular location? And while determining that, we made it clear, reducing costs just because there is no longer any facility offered by the enterprise, which was the former criteria. No, reducing costs is not enough. Retaining some payroll neither. So it is a factor, but it's not necessarily conclusive by itself. So we need something else. We need the enterprise to benefit from that presence in that other jurisdiction in order to determine that there is a commercial reason for the enterprise. And those are the examples we were providing. So if we move to the next and final slide, please, Anthony. We will end up saying in a very short period of time, we were able to agree. And there was a new draft of the commentary on Article 5 released in November last year. As I said before, it was under a consensus basis as the OECD works. So we all agree on that. And the main factor here is we didn't change Article 5. We didn't change the model. There is no need to update any existing tax treaty. The guidance applies to all existing treaties that are based in Article 5, Paragraph 1 of the OECD model. And of course, the new interpretation is something that we can apply right now in order to solve any kind of dispute that may exist in relation on whether or not a permanent establishment has been created by the mere presence of an employee in his home working for a foreign enterprise. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Carlos. And actually, this update was and is very appreciated by us and came in a very speedy way, even though not a new topic, but the process was extremely fast, and the outcome is really good. But Werner, let me hand over to you. Everything clear now with that update, or some topics that remain?
Thanks a lot, Christian. And I think the question itself is provocative. But before responding to that, let me be the good guy that I'm usually not be. Thanks a lot for the Secretariat. Thanks a lot for the Working Party 1 for all the work and dedication to solve that topic on the home office permanent establishment. I think this is greatly appreciated by business. But then also to answer the question from Christian, does it solve everything? No. Would it have been better if there would have been sort of an opportunity to comment on a draft before it's final? Yes, probably it would. But now let me come to some of the topics that I think need further clarification, specifically relating to the home office permanent establishment before I move on to some other topics. So I think if you look at the current adjustments to the commentary, and let me start maybe with a general topic, it would be good to get a list or confirmation by the countries that will apply the change to the commentary, because there still is a discussion about the static versus dynamic interpretations. And I have seen a few countries, one or two countries that actually issued on a local domestic basis certain guidance that at least can be interpreted in the way that these countries or those countries are committed to applying the interpretation by the new commentary. So I think that would be very helpful for the practice going forward. There are certain other parts in the adjusted commentary, like the examples on time zone. Is the time zone a commercial purpose? There are the topics on primary persons. There's a topic around how to actually do the counting of the 50% of the usual working time, how to deal with stuck employees, and how do you deal with multiple employees of the same company in a jurisdiction. I think these are a few topics where further guidance would be appreciated on the recently released adjustments of the commentary. But now let me move even on to what I would say is even more important. We are only at the beginning of the discussion, and that is what is actually not covered by the adjustment of the commentary. So the adjustment to the commentary was focusing on a fixed place of business and only that part, and it did not cover any other type of permanent establishments. And you can go into various categories, but let me start maybe with the general topic of an indefinitive remote working, which is a topic that I think Carlos addressed a bit in his opening speech on the adjustments in the commentary. But let's make that example, or let's give it a few examples. How do we deal with an employee who is not working in a home office, but in a co-working space, or who is employed for administrative purposes, for payroll purposes, and we will cover that later on, I think in session 4, if I'm not mistaken, by a local affiliate of the same group, and is then working actually from the office of that affiliate in the country of his personal home. But he's not working for the company, he's actually working in a role that relates to another affiliate outside of that country. So does this then give rise to permanent establishment, either under the perspective of a dependent agent, or maybe on a management PE, service PE type of topic? I think these are topics that needs to be further discussed and addressed. The other topic that I think is important is certain activities that normally could rise to a dependent agent's service PE topic, specifically the authority to sign contracts, purchasing activities, sales activities, senior management activities. How do we deal with them? I also think there is further clarification absolutely necessary. These are the topics that are increasing, and I think the panel 1 clearly demonstrated some of these topics. We are looking for talent. Talent generally doesn't mean it's necessarily the intern. This usually relates to people and responsibilities on higher management level, and it can be cross-border, and this comes necessarily very often with authorities to make key decisions, to enter into contracts. And then we're discussing, of course, again, the topic of a dependent agent. So yes, the work on the home office and the fixed place of business is critical and highly appreciated, but this was only the beginning, and there is still a lot more to be done. And let me maybe conclude my first opening part on the permanent establishment with a topic that Christian Kaiser already addressed. This is the question of risk and documentation. I'm a corporate tax director. So what is my primary role? My primary role is to keep my company and my board of management and my senior management out of trouble. That means fulfilling the compliance requirements of my enterprise, of my multinational. And if the rules are unclear, if I'm not clear what my employees, my colleagues are actually doing, and this is the example that Christian was raising, to what extent do we need to track by other measures than just the declaration of our employees where they actually have been doing their work? Should we track their IP addresses? Should we track the internet, their signals, the mobile phone signals? We're getting in a gray zone, which is very difficult to deal with. In certain countries do have not only penalties, not only compliance requirements, but they also have criminal procedures if you do not fulfill them. So this is a very critical topic that also needs to be kept in mind. And with that, I hand over back to Christian.
Thank you, Werner. Actually, everything you described, I find in my company too. Maybe only one comment with regard to the time zoning. And the question is this a commercial purpose? I think this is a very relevant remark. And it's a borderline topic, depending on the activity area, for example, in research and development, where it's all about time to market, especially in software, teams are sitting in various time zones so that they can work 24/7 on a code. And I see that actually that can be understood as a commercial purpose, because it is just being able to constantly develop and be faster. So clarification, and it's not actually not asking for a present, it's actually only asking for the certainty in that regard. And when it is a commercial purpose and when maybe not. I would say in administrative support tasks, where sometimes it's also nice to have a 24/7 support, I wouldn't see this as commercially so important as, for example, in some other areas. So thanks for that. Before we open up for all-encompassing discussion, maybe Tanya, can I invite you to come up with some comments?
Thank you very much. I'm Tanya Saunier, speaking for MEDEF, the largest French business association. Well, first of all, I would like to completely agree with what my business colleagues have already expressed, and especially global mobility here to stay. As Nadine from BDI said earlier, global mobility is no longer an exception. It's the new normal. And this is driven by digitalization, skill shortages, which we see a lot, and increasingly decentralized and also matrix organizations. From a dev perspective, we also very much welcome the commentary that has been developed by the OECD, which we believe is very helpful. It of course deals with maybe more straightforward situations, which is already very helpful. But now what we see, of course, is that we need to deal with more complex situations, which are driven by maybe trends that we are observing. And what are these trends? Well, what we see is regional, global roles, cross-border management. We see global teams in companies, and not only the tech companies, but also the more traditional companies. This is true for all sectors. We see also dispersion of management, international talent sharing. We also see regional hubs. So all these phenomena explain why we need solutions to be found. And talking also about the numbers, maybe the numbers may not seem completely significant when you look at the total workforce of a company, but we are talking about maybe the key functions, some of the key people, seniors, top management positions. So this is really important. So maybe what I would like to do is to share a few examples of concrete factual patterns that have been reported to us, maybe to illustrate where we need more guidance. First of all, maybe talking about matrix organizations and functional fragmentation. What we see in multinational groups is that they are increasingly structured by function or business units, which are split across several countries rather than in single legal entities. So in these matrix organizations, you have reporting lines that are often functional rather than legal, and key people may be spread across multiple jurisdictions. For example, you may have an employee in an entity A in one country who reports to a manager who is an employee of an entity B located in another country. So in this situation, you would not, well, you might hesitate whether you have a PE. Of course, there is a discussion of whether the employee has authority to bind and to make contracts. But the key discussion here is whether managerial or functional reporting, does it drive the PE analysis? And we believe it should not in itself. So this is one example of where we have hesitation and where clarification would be needed. Another fact pattern I would like to underline is the role of senior executives and management functions. This is a critical critical part. We know that under the OECD Model Convention, corporate tax residence is determined on notably where board meetings are usually held, where senior executives carry on their activities, where they do the day-to-day management. And here you have a number of problems where you have hybrid or remote board meetings, where you have senior executive working cross-border, and where you have cross-border hierarchies. So here too, of course, this is an area where we expect to have more guidance. Another fact pattern that we see a lot is decentralized entities and also multiple short-term projects abroad. You may have cases where a group decides to have a centralization of independent business units, meaning that you have many business units that are centralized into one entity, but they are completely different from one another. And here there's a risk that tax authorities may aggregate these different business units and these people, and they may consider that you have a PE. But in our view, there should not be an automatic aggregation of just because there's a presence of different business units. So here again, there's a need to develop guidance to see when there should or should not be aggregation and what kind of criteria you should look at. You also have fact patterns, which are intercompany services, developers. This is a recurrent situation where we see, for instance, developers that provide services to entrepreneurs, and both of them are not located in the same entity, are not located in the same jurisdiction. The developer, for instance, may be compensated through a service agreement with a developer fee. Here we assume that everything is okay with transfer pricing, remuneration and everything, but still you have a PE risk. And because there is maybe an increased relationship between these two entities, well, you may think that maybe there is a risk of PE creation, although there is no intention to create a PE and to maybe get involved commercially in the given location. So these are just examples. We have actually put that in our contribution if you want to see more details. So I won't expand more, but examples of situations that are become more and more frequent, that are the new realities of business and where we need more guidance. And maybe just a reaction to your question earlier, Christine, and your reaction, Werner, on the tracking of employee from day to day. We believe this is probably not feasible on a day-to-day basis. We don't have the systems. HR and tax teams do not have sufficiently sophisticated systems to track on a daily basis. And is it actually necessary? I mean, depends what is at stake. So of course we would favor more pragmatic approaches, safe harbor approaches, and also maybe a harmonized way of counting the days. So that's an area where we would appreciate guidance. So I'll stop there. Thanks.
Thank you, Tanya. And actually, the tracking you mentioned, it's burdensome. The tools are not there. Then it is a question: are the employees living up to actually putting the stuff into tracking tools? And even if you track them, you actually don't know what exactly are they doing when they are in a specific country. So it will always be only part of the picture, never the full picture. So and its cost, and especially in an agile environment, the acceptance of the business people is rather low because we are anyhow seen as the killjoys in the company. So yeah, what shall I say? Talking about killjoys. Oh no, that's a bad handover, Tom. I'm so sorry. All right, Tom. So the floor is yours.
Corporate tax departments do not want to be in the position of saying no. They want to be in the position of saying yes and ensuring issues are tax compliant. So the number one job of a corporate tax function is compliance, but we have to be flexible, and that's one of the reasons why we're having these conversations today. I think many of the comments you heard on the first panel and then so far today are very consistent. There is a need to provide some flexibility for employees. So let me begin by saying thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm pleased to join this discussion on behalf of the International Chamber of Commerce and the ICC Working Group on the Mobile Workforce, which I chair. As Christian mentioned, I'm also a member of the Silicon Valley Tax Directors Group. If you hadn't had an opportunity, they have a very short submission regarding some of the survey results that they have seen. At the outset, I would like to commend the OECD for the recent updates to the commentary, including the additional examples under Article 5. These clarifications, particularly regarding when a home office should not be considered at the disposal of an enterprise, represent a thoughtful and constructive step towards addressing the realities of modern work. They are useful for both taxpayers and tax administrations. While the progress on permanent establishments is strongly welcomed, it is also clear from the experience of ICC members that PE is only one dimension of the challenge employers face when evaluating short-term employee-initiated cross-border remote work requests. Employers must also navigate an array of payroll obligations, withholding requirements, registration triggers, visa and immigration issues, and Social Security and medical insurance implications, all of which can be triggered by short personal related stays abroad. This is why the ICC has encouraged the OECD to explore a comprehensive safe harbor of, say, 60 days. If you look at the ICC submission, 60 days is in brackets, addressing all of these elements, not only PE, so that employee-initiated short-duration cross-border work can be managed consistently and responsibly. The ICC's 2023 survey of globally active employers provided clear empirical evidence about cross-border mobility challenges. The key findings of the ICC survey of employers, we heard PwC talk about employees and Deloitte mentioned employees. 82% of ICC surveyed employers reported receiving requests for short-term cross-border remote work. So that's consistent with the PwC and Deloitte comments. 67% already permit some form of international remote work. Requests are driven primarily by personal circumstances. This is not the employer telling the employee to go somewhere. This is the employee wanting the flexibility and the employer wanting to accommodate those requests. So once again, the requests are driven primarily by personal circumstances, not business deployments. Employers identified the most common reasons are caring for an aging or ill parent or relative, supporting family during short-term medical issues, managing childcare or school schedule gaps, and extended stays around major family events. The ICC survey also asked employers to identify the specific factors that prevented them from approving these requests. 76% cited host country payroll tax obligations as a major barrier. 72% cited employer registration requirements. 69% cited host country withholding requirements. 64% cited Social Security or medical insurance obligations. 60% cited permanent establishment concerns, now particularly addressed by the OECD commentary changes. 55% cited immigration or visa considerations that interact with tax rules. 43% cited data security or technology restrictions related to working abroad. 41% cited local employment law complexities. Regarding PE risk, as I mentioned before, it's interesting to look at the Silicon Valley Tax Director's recent survey. 80% of respondents from the Silicon Valley Tax Directors Group decided not to hire talent in a given jurisdiction where there is no subsidiary. Half noted that they refrained from making an investment because of PE risk, and 90% did not allow employees to work remotely due to PE risk. Employers repeatedly emphasized that these challenges arise even when the underlying tax amount, if any, is minimal, and even when the work period is short and entirely employee initiated. This data reinforces the need for a framework that is proportionate, predictable, and administrable. The survey responses made clear that employers generally want to accommodate personal reason flexibility, but are constrained by complex, inconsistent, and sometimes disproportionate administrative rules. A comprehensive safe harbor of, say, 60 days covering payroll, withholding, registration, Social Security, and medical insurance obligations and PE considerations would allow employers to approve reasonable short-term employee-driven cross-border work with clarity and confidence, while also reducing low-value interaction with tax authorities. In closing, the ICC welcomes the progress the OECD has made and appreciates the constructive dialogue underway and today's broader consultation. Building on the improved Article 5 commentary, a comprehensive multi-purpose safe harbor would bring meaningful clarity to employers, employees, and tax administrations alike. We look forward to continued collaboration to help ensure the international tax framework remains both administrable and aligned with the realities of today's global workforce, and also would help tax departments not be seen as just saying no and working to a solution to say yes. Thank you.
And then be able to get out of the killjoy corner. I also would absolutely welcome that. Thank you, Tom. You mentioned from that one survey, 80% didn't hire. I believe this is a very strong message. 50% didn't invest. And I mean, if we want to work on the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals, which include fighting inequality, which include growth and fighting poverty, then jobs need to be brought to developing countries, because no job, no purchasing power, no growth, right? No prosperity. Right now, we see that in 80% of the cases of that survey, there was no hiring, there was no job. And it doesn't help the countries that we offer the people to come then to the headquarters state, right? Because then job and purchasing power is in the developed country where the headquarters is. So actually, and that's why I believe this is something where we should have a joint interest in straightening this out. I would love to see first if there are contributions to the PE topic from the panel, and I see that Isabel is already getting ready. Come on, Isabel.
I'm ready. Thank you, Christian. Good morning, everybody. Thanks for the invitation, OECD. Glad to be here. I like global mobility, so I love to be here today. I have no survey, so I'm going to be very boring. But what I would like to add to what we heard from Tom and from others is I hear a lot about de minimis rules. What sort of thresholds should we have? Do we call it a safe harbor, a de minimis rule? Does it need to be 60 days, 30 days, 90 days, whatever? But there is an opportunity here to align Article 5 also with Article 15 interpretations. And maybe if we go above a certain threshold, so above the threshold in the de minimis rule, it could be an idea to think of a certificate of non-economic presence, because we heard from Georgia and also from Christian, sometimes employers don't know where the employees are, but maybe they should, and maybe it is a golden opportunity also to make people accountable for that, because if you would have such a non-economic presence certificate as an employer, this brings a number of obligations. So maybe it's an idea to test the water on that. So in our submission, we put that it could be good to have a pilot maybe, and we could do that under the ICAP framework, or maybe under the ETACA framework in the EU, and also make the link to a very important project the OECD is working on, and that is the update of Chapter 7, the services chapter. So we may also think whether we could link this to the guidance on low value adding services if we're talking about certain thresholds, and then looking at the nature of the activities. Low value adding services might be accommodated under that, maybe not, but that could be part of the pilot. So on the more technical part of permanent establishments, now it's going to be very boring, but it's when we look at the authorized OECD approach, and I think that was a very concrete question in the call for submissions, we see that the AOA was the culmination of a process leading to a very transactional approach to PE profit attribution, rooted in a fictional treatment of the PE as a separate enterprise. And so as a transfer pricing practitioner, we try to break down a multinational enterprise in benchmarkable parts. But the question is, how are we going to do that if we are working now through ecosystems of digitized businesses, where companies and consumers work in a network environment, where decisions are made based on platforms, where you have cloud-based software solutions to engage with each other. So there is a need to engage further through a group of experts, including experts on digital policy, I guess, because one of the examples we put in our submission was, what about human-in-the-loop operations? So we have an integration of artificial intelligence-based solutions, but we have some human judgment. So there is some human contextual judgment into automated offerings. So what does it mean if I have to look at significant people functions? So isn't that a notion of the past almost, the significant people functions? And going back, and I shut up in a second, Christian, in the 2001 IFA conference, there was a session on taxation of income derived from e-commerce. And I found it very interesting to link my submission here to that, because you have to participate in an economic life of another state before there can be a permanent establishment. And at that point in time, the question was about vending machines. But we're not talking about vending machines anymore. We're talking about cloud-based solutions. So in other words, we cannot personify equipment or cloud-based software and assign behavioral functions to that in a sort of an making it a sort of an emotional being. That's not possible. So there is an opportunity and probably a need to look at the definition of significant people functions. And I'm sure in the next topic, Ronald will introduce us to the transfer pricing side when talking about Article 9, because I'm only talking about Article 7, PE profit attribution based on significant people functions. So it will become also very relevant when talking about control over risk and that framework. So thank you.
Transition to the next round, but I just wanted to check if there are any comments, questions.
Thank you, Isabella. So from a business, from an employer's perspective, I think you need to be very careful about requiring some type of certificate. There's many companies that have tens or hundreds of thousands of employees, most of which don't cross a border, and to require some type of documentation for something that doesn't usually happen. I just think you have to be careful with that. Going back to 2001, I think a lot of companies would look at cloud or recent developments and think, oh, we need something new and special. I personally don't think you do. I think the existing rules actually work, and people are involved. Our product is called Copilot. It's Copilot because people are involved, and we just need to be careful with that. So thank you.
So with the help of Achim, Werner, and my classes, spot that there are actually two flags up, and the first I was made aware of is over there. I'm sorry, but even with the help of my classes, Masha from Shopify.
Thank you for the panel. A lot of very important subjects and topics were discussed. Can relate to a lot of those issues raised. And one of the things that was raised as much appreciated 2025 guidance covered introduced clarification for mini PEs and micro PEs proliferation. But one of the themes I think that wasn't covered enough is that micro PEs is not only takes the form of short-term travel, voluntary travel, but also sometimes because of various reasons. Some of them are personal, sometimes M&A or acqui-hires without a desire to relocate from a country. There is a situation with presence of just a few employees in a jurisdiction. That also, I think, not an uncommon fact pattern that needs to be addressed. And as Tom mentioned, sometimes there is a reluctance to hire employees just because there is no legal entity. If you look at the technical side of the things, similar to 2025 guidance, it would be sometimes quite easy to get to the conclusion that no PE will result from the activities if there is a very de minimis presence in the country. However, just like with the home office PE guidance, clarity is much appreciated. And this is a really good opportunity to start thinking outside of the box and introducing certain tests or thresholds that would be easy to administer for businesses and for administrations alike. And that's why, again, would like to express appreciation for the very creative approach, very sensible approach in 2025 guidance on 50% threshold, which I think can be actually used and considered for other issues, including micro PEs as a result of de minimis presence in the country and others. Another point I'd like to make, and really agree with Isabel, is at the end of the day, the transfer pricing guidance is also, it is there. However, the operations go their own way. And what we see, there's also a relocation of executives and senior decision makers, and the business has to adjust and has to react and comply. Again, certain thresholds would be useful to allow businesses some time to react. For example, in 20-month period, a year period, to make sure that the transfer pricing and corporate income tax compliance is aligned with those relocations of the key people's functions, and certain guidance around what key people's functions are in digital economical environment. We will absolutely love to see further guidance on that and contribute with perspective from the businesses and stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Masha. We have 2 hands up online, and we have still a flag up in the room. Let's go with the room first, and then we move online.
Thank you very much for the floor, Christian. Raffaele Russo from Chiomenti in Italy. So a country that is the target of many that would like to work there, but is also a country where if you have a permanent establishment, you have a criminal liability. So the issue is very much felt, and therefore congratulations to the delegates that worked on the updated commentary on Article 5. I think it provides a lot of useful guidance, but there are some easy fixes that I think could be considered. The first one is to state clearly that the test has to be done on an individual by individual basis. Probably it's what everyone had in mind, because we are looking at a place of business, but making that clear would probably be useful. The more forward-looking one will be whether there is the possibility, now that I guess the entire inclusive framework has developed expertise on safe harbors, to develop safe harbors also in this respect. And one could be to just list activities that are by definition of a preparatory or auxiliary nature, and therefore we just close the discussion. Another one could be based on quantitative elements. I don't know, if the remuneration of the employees that are in the country is not above a certain threshold, then I don't bother having a PE. Maybe doing these as templates that countries could also bilaterally agree in the context of mutual agreement procedures under Article 25.3. I think that will be extremely useful in practice. Then I guess there is the second point is, okay, but this is when there is no permanent establishment. But then what happens when there is a permanent establishment? And they're trying to fit our beloved AOA and significant people functions into these type of situations. Like, I don't know, I have the CFO of a group that works 75% in Italy, 25% in the country where the group is headquartered. For personal reasons, she has 3 kids, she wants to stay at home. She's not allowed to participate in board meetings when she's in Italy. But then when you get to the point, okay, let's open a permanent establishment to be on the safe side. It's private equity owned. They're going to do an exit in a while, so they want everything to be fully compliant. Then you don't know effectively what to tell. Where are the significant people functions being carried out? And you wonder, couldn't we just agree on a cost plus a markup, and based on like even a high markup, and we close it there? Certainly it's less fees for advisors like me, but it's much better for everyone else involved. Thank you.
Thank you, Raffaele. And I have to say, I could read it from how you phrased it. When I was stumbling over all the safe harbors, the 60-day safe harbor, the virtual governance safe harbor, the whatsoever safe harbor, I thought, oh no, there'll never be a stop to the safe harbors. But they're helpful ideas in that regard. So thanks for bringing it up. I would ask, because we have a third hand up online, if you could try to be crisp and quick, because we have 2 other rounds, even so the third round might be a fast one. Let's continue maybe with Esperanza from the Center for Taxation at the Maastricht University.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, for the floor. I would like to highlight another aspect on which explicit clarification to the commentary on home PE would be necessary, and it is whether the at the disposal requirement also applies to the newly introduced criteria, or whether the criteria listed are intended to operate independently of that requirement. Thank you.
And that was really fast. Thank you for being so fast. I'm deeply impressed. Then we move to Piergiorgio Valente. I don't know on behalf of what organization you're speaking here, because you're affiliated to a couple of organizations, Piergiorgio.
Well, I'm chairman of the Global Tax Advisors Platform, representing the umbrella body for 75 tax institutes of professional organization worldwide, collectively representing over 700,000 tax advisors across 4 continents. Its founding members include CFE, Tax Advisors Europe, Asia Oceania Tax Consultant Association, AOTCA, and West Africa Union of Tax Institutes. Very briefly, on global mobility, GTAP strongly support the OECD initiative to develop a comprehensive understanding of the tax challenges arising from the increasing cross-border movements of individuals. We therefore encourage an approach that reflects the practical realities faced by mobile workers, employers, and tax administration, while avoiding the creation of unintended compliance burden. We have 6 actions we would like to propose for your consideration. First of all, establish an international aligned safe harbor thresholds for cross-border remote working. This would provide legal certainty and prevent minor or incidental presence from generating disproportionate compliance burden. As far as the clarification of the interpretation of tax residence tiebreaker rules, we would like to highlight that additional criteria or interpretative support may be required where traditional factors, such as, for example, the center of vital interest, do not reproduce clear outcomes. Another point we would like to highlight is the importance of MAP. Maps should be enabled to resolve the dual residence cases more rapidly and consistently. So consideration could be given to abiding arbitration on mandatory resolution timelines, which is even more important, to prevent prolonged uncertainty for taxpayers and employers. Another point to take into consideration is that tax administrations should be encouraged to publish clear and accessible rules on how domestic residence tests apply in modern mobility scenarios. This would enhance transparency and reduce divergent interpretations across jurisdictions. So in conclusion, we will continue to follow developments in global mobility closely. We would be pleased to contribute further as this work progresses, providing practical insights from the profession and supporting the development of a balanced and workable solution. And most importantly, we remain fully committed to assisting the OECD. Thank you very much, Christian.
Thank you, Pier Giorgio. If there's another flag up, I will ignore it because otherwise we will be running late. So let's move to our next round, which will be focused on transfer pricing. We have some panelists that are going to speak on that. We have the one-trick pony, as you call yourself, Isabel. You're not smiling, okay? But that was your self actually nomination. We have Ronald to talk on that topic and Sam online. So maybe let's start with our colleagues online and have Ronald give us his introduction on the TP topics from Dubai.
All right. Thank you very much, and thanks very much for this to this very important consultation. We welcome the efforts that we made to look at this very important issue on global mobility, advancements, new business models, and those opening opportunities for labor to expand beyond borders. And I want to say that those issues are also playing out on the continent, particularly noting that the internet penetration is aggressively increasing in many of our member states, and of course, very youthful population. And unfortunately, challenges of getting employment in many of our economies, but also very good actually available to be tapped globally. And confronted with those realities, then we're seeing many of our young people in tech world and broadly in the service industry tapping in all these global jobs and therefore giving business opportunities and of course growth in the country, in countries. But we also know those things pose tax challenges, and I just want to be quick to discuss the issue of the PE, which has just been discussed now. First and foremost, we welcome the recent development, the work done by Working Party 1 and releasing that interpretation on Article 5. Certainly that is progressive because what it does basically provides slightly more certainty on how both tax administration and businesses will look at home office. Certainly that threshold will be helpful. There are obviously practical challenges that will ensue when it comes to real testing of the 50% time of employees, and of course other practical questions others have raised, but certainly is a starting point in providing more clarity. We as an organization are very keen to ensure also our members embrace some of these progressive new international tax rules, because that's important to provide clarity also to businesses that are operating in this environment. And so providing clarity to what extent you will trigger a PE in case of a home office, that's something we welcome. And of course, aligned with a couple of other comments that have been raised on the remaining aspect of what else needs to be done. And in particular, the issue of attribution of profits to the PE. The traditional sense of things is to look at significant people presence, which is largely testing where the key functions are being performed, is typically in the traditional sense, looking at whether those people are present in the jurisdiction of the PE, but in the remote work and all these metrics, different business models of different structures the MNEs might be using, then it can create a huge complexity on determining whether those functions are performed and to what extent then you will attribute profits to that PE that would have been created in this situation. So therefore, we welcome more work to be done in that area to provide more clarity on significant people presence. And that obviously seamlessly goes in the transfer pricing question, which I'm sure is the second round. And Chair, with your permission, then I can just make one or two comments because there's a lot of relationship on what I've just said in context of the PE profit attribution. I think in transfer pricing, functional analysis is a critical part of determining the profits allocation. And so to what extent functions are being performed in a jurisdiction, and of course, capacity to manage and control the risks that are associated. Those functions typically have been looking at whether they are actually employees with expertise, authority, and broadly the capacity to manage those risks, and they are present in those jurisdictions. But if that can be done remotely from multiple jurisdictions, then there should be a way of providing more clarity on to what extent then the new rules, particularly on functional analysis and the risk control in particular, how those will need to be changed. I think there is also an important connection on how, therefore, we treat related topics such as DMP functions, that is value creation on intangibles, and therefore getting into a little bit more work being done in looking at contributions of those activities in remote context, how those will be measured and tracked so that we can be able to attribute the necessary value creation to the jurisdiction. It's not easy, but if it's not done, then it creates uncertainty and potentially even unfairness, definitely in allocation of the value these functions may be creating. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Anthony. And without further ado, Ronald, now it's really you. Apologies. Go for it.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to participate and to present in this consultation. And unfortunately, indeed, I wasn't able to join you all in Paris, but indeed joining from the nice 26 degrees here in Dubai. Let me share EY's perspective on the ongoing work of the OECD on global mobility and its interactions with PE, transfer pricing, and related areas. I want to make some general comments first. I want to join prior commenters on complementing the OECD on the recent work on global mobility issues that is reflected in the 2025 update of Article 5. And this new guidance and in particular the practical rules that it introduces will be very valuable both for employers and employees, particularly in facilitating cross-border work. I do want to echo the comment made by Werner. I think given the importance of this guidance, and although Carlos' slide indicated that the guidance applies immediately, but considering the different historic interpretations countries have taken on whether and when to apply the new commentary to existing treaties, we mentioned in our written comments that we encourage the OECD to collect and publish information on the extent to which countries intend to apply the new Article 5 commentary to their current treaty networks. It's also important to recognize that the various individual and corporate income tax matters associated with global mobility are highly interconnected. And those income tax questions, in turn, are interconnected with other tax and legal areas, including employment tax, social security has been mentioned, pension matters, labor law, and immigration issues. So when I talk about transfer pricing, we should still take the interconnection into consideration. And within the existing architecture, it is critical that the global tax framework does not inadvertently exacerbate tensions. For example, by encouraging very granular assertions of PEs in situations where the underlying presence, the economic presence in the host jurisdiction is modest. Now, let me turn to the topic of this session, to transfer pricing. The fact patterns that we see as particularly relevant in this context and which we described in our comment letter involve dispersed teams and indefinite remote workers, as also described by Tanya and Werner. I realize that not everyone would immediately categorize these as global mobility cases, as Akim also mentioned, but we believe they clearly fall within the scope of the OECD project, or they should fall within it. And this is driven, for example, by the availability of a talent pool in a specific market. So the same drivers as for the short-term, some of the short-term mobility questions. In these fact patterns, employees are typically on the payroll and resident in the jurisdiction of their employer, but the services they perform are provided to affiliated entities or related parties in other jurisdictions. And these employees may or may travel cross-border, may not travel cross-border. In many cases, this will lead to virtual teams or to the emergence of hub entities. And Tanya raised questions on the PE aspects. From a transfer pricing perspective, the key question is how to compensate those services. Should they be treated as typical intra-group services, compensated on, let's say, a cost-plus basis, or do the TP guidelines require that the contribution made by the entities justifies some level of sharing in residual profits, in upsides and downsides? And I realize I may be oversimplifying, but I think this is describing the questions the best. That brings me to the risk control framework that was introduced under BEPS Action 8 to 10. Under the guidelines, contractual terms remain the starting point for delineating the actual transaction. But when actual conduct does not align fully with the economically significant contractual terms, further analysis is required. In EY's view, this is an important principle that should be maintained and respected. Once it has been established that the entity that contractually assumed the economically significant risks also and also effectively controls those risks, then any other entities contributing to that control should be appropriately compensated. However, in the context of global mobility, we have observed situations where assertions about delineating the actual transaction go beyond what the contractual terms and conduct indicate. In some cases, tax authorities have claimed that simply because employees of a group are present in a country, part of the risk and part of the residual profit related to that risk or tied to that risk should be allocated to the employing entity. And sometimes this is based on paragraph 1.105 of the TP guidelines. Sometimes it almost ignores the risk control framework altogether. Now, the presence of virtual teams and hubs makes it particularly important that the OECD consider this issue carefully in its review. A natural extension of that discussion is what happens when there's a shift in control over risk or in a shift in the contributions to the control. For example, suppose, and purely for illustrative purposes, that the initial analysis allocates 30% of the residual profit for a particular function to a local entity that is neither the IP owner nor the entity contractually allocated the risk, but that entity nonetheless contributes to the control. Now consider a situation where, for valid business reasons, such as hiring a number of employees, people in another jurisdiction by another entity, the contribution to control shifts to that new entity. Is the result now of this analysis, so suppose that the result of this analysis, the new entity should also earn 30% of the share in the profit. What is now the consequence? Does this require an exit payment? Should it be viewed as a transfer of something of value? I think these are very relevant questions. So we recommend that the OECD clarify the transfer pricing consequences of such a change in contribution to the control over risk. And this might include, sorry, Christian, the development of a safe harbor, for example, in relation to paragraph 1.105, to address the level of presence of activity that can be performed in a location without its contribution to the control leading to a share in the upside and downside. Anthony briefly mentioned already DEMPI. In our view, many of the points discussed above likewise apply to the DEMPI concept in relation to intangibles. The starting point remains. Sorry, I received a call. You may have lost me. The starting point remains legal ownership, but countries interpret DEMPI differently. And the distribution of functions across countries resulting from global mobility increases the need for clarity on how DEMPE interacts with the control over risk concept. And for both DEMPE and control over risk and contribution to risk, there's clearly an overlap with the OECD project on revising Chapter 7 on intragroup services, as Isabel already mentioned. And during the recent business consultation on that project, it was noted that the existing guidance provides a good foundation, but that additional discussion on interpreting that guidance could be useful. Now, finally, a few points on PE, on permanent establishment. We believe that alongside transfer pricing, the scope of the OECD's work should also include the attribution of profits to PE. In previous consultations, both business and, if I recall correctly, the OECD Secretariat have expressed that the view that proliferation of micro PE should be avoided. And Carlos also mentioned that. In our experience, remote worker PEs, where they arise, typically involve limited or even very limited profit in the host jurisdiction. And yet they can trigger significant compliance burdens, system adjustments, controversy costs for both tax administrations and for taxpayers. So therefore, we encourage the OECD to consider whether scope to develop a kind of a de minimis rule or a safe harbor threshold. And that could, for example, be an agreement that a PE will not be considered to exist where the scale of the activities in the jurisdiction measured by certain criteria fall below a specified materiality threshold. Could also be the profit that could be attributed to that. And finally, I want to highlight another point that has come up in practice and that some of the prior speakers have also touched upon, but I want to highlight the importance of this. In some cases, it has been asserted that the economic employer differs from the formal employer. In fact, patterns where employees of a service company, for example, a service hub, perform services for the benefit of a related company in another jurisdiction, and where those employees have a functional working relationship with individuals employed by that related company in the other jurisdiction. Now, even though the services are fully remunerated at arm's length from a transfer pricing perspective, an economic employment relationship is nevertheless assumed by the authorities, and on that basis, a permanent establishment of the foreign company is claimed to exist. Now, if these types of functional relationships were by themselves to result in identifying an economic employer and therefore a PE, companies would face significant admin burdens despite there being little or no additional profit to tax in the jurisdiction. And for that reason, we encourage the OECD to consider providing further guidance on how the employer should be determined in these kind of cases. Let me thank the OECD Secretariat and the members of the working parties for the opportunities to share these observations. And we appreciate the constructive dialogue and the open discussion. And EY remains available and willing to engage further as this work progresses. And we would be welcome any follow-up discussion the delegates and the secretariats may find helpful. Thank you very much, President.
Thank you, Ronald. And as long as you're not asking for a traditional safe harbor, I'm okay with safe harbors. I propose to continue with Sam Sim because he's waiting online for quite a while. And then we close the TP round with Isabel after Sam.
Okay, so thank you very much for this opportunity to provide. Number one is from fund management industry perspective. And number two, I will bring out some characteristics and issues from Asia. In regard the global fund management industry, in terms of functions, assets, and risks, key entrepreneurial risk-taking functions, the people's function is paramount. You can run a hedge fund from anywhere, Bangkok or Omaha. The second point is that it is very commonplace in the industry to use investment holding special purpose vehicles. So that means that we have the issue of boards, board of directors comprising of non-resident directors all over the world. Guidance in this area will be very helpful in terms of clarifying that the place of residence and also that the PE is not inadvertently triggered. The next thing is that the funds tend to have their entities concentrated in a few jurisdictions. So we do not have the expansive footprint of a tech giant or like a large multinational enterprise with offices all over the globe. So that's why certainty is of a premium. Last but not least, is very, very important because capital is even more fluid than intellectual property. Right? Foreign direct investments will not happen In fact, portfolio investments will flee if there is no bright line. And in this regard, comfort can be had that the 24/7 scenario, which Christian mentioned, has been dealt with by the finance industry for a long time. So right now, if you are a trader in Hong Kong and you do you book and manage a book in the UK, it is clear that it does not constitute a PE. In fact, APAs have been signed on that. So certainty can be established quite quickly. The industry's main point is that the global mobility is really, as mentioned just now by a number of speakers, about talent retention, and it's requested by the employees, right? Rarely by the employer to send a investment professional to a remote location. Now, moving on to Asia-specific issues. Okay, number one, I agree with Tom's point that the issues go beyond tax. So in Asia, there's the issue of exchange control, right? So this makes repatriation challenging. Sometimes you need to go back into the remote location in order to remit monies back from the bank. So that's a specific issue. Number two is stock options, right? The period of vesting, deemed vesting sometimes is uncertain across jurisdictions. And even if the remote employee pays tax in the home country, it is very often not creditable, and vice versa. So just as we deal with high inflation countries, I think stock options, certainly in emerging Asia, could be a useful area to have guidance. Last but not least, in terms of treaties, the MAP was mentioned a number of times. The reality here is that the amounts involved in individual cases are very often too small to justify the efforts to apply for the MAP process, even if available, right? So perhaps some mechanism can be found with the OECD's lead to look at a multilateral sort of arrangements or agreement so that the countries would adopt common practices. And in this regard, I'll end by saying that there are about 50 countries in Asia. Really, there are only 4 OECD countries. So this point about uniform adoption, even of the very welcome new commentary, would be much assisted if there's a lead coordinator in terms of getting countries to adopt on a uniform basis. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sam. And I'll hand over.
Thank you. Maybe very briefly on the control over risk framework in chapter 1, paragraph 105, whether the control over risk framework as such needs revision. I don't think it's that relevant as a question, but the interpretation of it seems to go in various directions by taxpayers, by tax authorities, and maybe even by legislators. So, and a question we may want to ask is whether in economic terms, DEMPI functions embodied by senior executives, so senior decision makers, mean a lot when they are disconnected from the asset to which their control over risk relates. So maybe an idea is to think of the interpretation and to think of not going straight from the delineation to the pricing. We have 6 steps, and maybe we have to think about what it means to have a number of people co-creating value in an organization, how difficult it is to unbundle the value creation in transactions. One might think that the amalgam of people and functions and risk control functions in particular, when they come together, there might be a sort of a tipping point that can be translated in a sort of a statistical concentration testing-based way to say, these are my value-creating activities, and I have a certain concentration of people in a certain location working on that. That might be a sort of an interesting additional thinking or an additional step between the value chain analysis, the link to the senior decision making, so the internal governance, and then the actual pricing. So just a pragmatic suggestion in case the control over risk framework as such is not the topic or subject of reconsideration. Back to you, Christian.
That was fast, because actually I read Noema's contribution, and it's good reading material. But I was wondering, how are you gonna describe your contribution now in few words, which is pretty much impossible. Right.
That's why I said statistical concentration testing, macroeconomic indicators of concentration. So not to say, well, concentration of people, I have a sort of an arbitrary or potential subjective way to think of. No, I take macroeconomic indicators like Herfindahl-Hirschman index, but now I'm going to lose a lot of people who think that I'm extremely boring, so I don't want to do that. But that's an indicator used, for instance, to test concentration in terms of mergers, to see whether there is collusion. So we can use those objective measures also in a particular context. And I put it clearly in our submission that this was not a suggestion to have that as a sort of a mandatory thing, because there are plenty of situations where you wouldn't need that, but in situations where you really have a very much dematerialized way of value creation over a very fragmented, geographically fragmented world, then it might be an idea to think about that. And we have done that in practice.
Wonderful. And with a little bit of teasing, you can get to Hirschman indexes and other stuff, which are boring for some, but motivating others to put that flag up. Madalena.
Thank you for the opportunity. I will come back a bit to the permanent establishment. I am doing a PhD on the corporate income tax of directors working remotely, and the directors were not touched in this discussion so far. So it is not clear in the new update how the directors will be treated, if they will follow the disposal criterion. The analysis will focus on this criterion, or the new tests will apply to them. And this is also related to the second question, the sole proprietorship enterprises or structures, because in the update it is used due to different circumstances or considerations. So this is not clear to me, because in the new section we don't talk about this criterion of at the disposal at all. So now, if in the middle of this section I go back to the at the disposal criterion, I would feel that more recommendations, or I need a bit of help. And I need a bit of help in my PhD thesis as well. So thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, so Carlos is here for lunch. It's a good opportunity. Are there any other, I can't see flags, but I'm anyhow half blind. So there's one there. Oh, back there. Thank you, but no chance to read it.
Oh, there we go. Great. Thanks, everybody. That was a really interesting session, and I'd like to join the congratulations to everybody who worked on putting together the Home Office commentary on Article 5. We thought it was really pragmatic. My name is Olivia Long. I work with Matheson. We're an Irish law firm, and we work a lot with multinationals. We just put in a really short submission. We focused on the transfer pricing issues. We agree that what we're increasingly seeing in practice is more disaggregated business functions, and what that makes the transfer pricing analysis more complex. And we definitely, welcome all of the calls for safe harbors, improved guidance, all of that. We think also we need to start thinking about when there are disputes in this area. Our dispute system is set up primarily as a bilateral system, but increasingly, certainly in Ireland, we're seeing more disputes with multilateral aspects and more multilateral disputes. We have a very pragmatic, competent authority who've been quite good at facilitating resolving those disputes in really novel ways. We're aware of the OECD guidance on multilateral dispute resolution, but it's something that we think is going to become more common in practice, and would welcome kind of a focus on that in conjunction with these broader kind of disaggregated business models and developing guidance for those business models. We thought one thing that perhaps the Secretariat could start to look at is maybe measuring, when they're doing their annual statistics, access to multilateral dispute resolution functions, not just focusing on bilateral, because we think that would be interesting to have those statistics out there as well. But that's just one other element that we thought should be brought to the discussion.
Alison.
Hello, Christian. It's Alison Lobb here. Just one very brief comment, which follows on from the other comments on transfer pricing, and also from the data session earlier this morning. On the basis that it's often very senior individuals who are requesting the remote working, and as we've discussed, those individuals may be significant people functions, or they may be signing contracts. The obvious point to make, and this is just an observation, is that those individuals don't just move once, they can move several times during their career. And that means that we could find that income streams attributed to a PE in a country could be there for a relatively short period, maybe in certain circumstances only for a year. And that has consequences because there will be income streams going into a country that will then move off and out of a country. It has consequences for businesses doing their compliance, where they're moving their income streams and their reporting from one place to another. It also has implications for tax authorities who are trying to gauge, the income streams that they're expecting in the future and the amount of the tax that their exchequers will receive. So it's a fairly obvious point, but I just wanted to highlight that this will create more variability in where the income streams are realised if we continue with our current attribution of profits rules. Thank you.
Thank you, Alison. Very valid and important contribution. Trade moderators move outside of the agenda. Occasion moderators have to live with the time that is given to them. So yes, I know I have 2 more minutes to go. That's right. I'd still try to stick to them because lunch is important in Germany and even more so in France. I know that dinner is more important. Okay. We have one topic which we heard a couple of times, the place of effective management. Actually, we wanted to have a separate round for it. But as we have no time for it, and as we already touched upon it a couple of times, let me maybe spend some sentences on that matter. In Article 4, paragraph 3, you have the tiebreaker rule. If for corporates you struggle or you have a dual residency or you struggle to identify where actually the place of effective management resides. And this is something which is emphasized with virtual means, because board meetings these days tend to be at least hybrid. I have not attended a single board meeting over the last couple of years where not one or more of the board members have been virtually attending. Even so, we have the policy in place. Yes, that's strange, but the majority of the board members have to be in Munich in the room. Very well appreciated, as you can imagine, by our board members. But we emphasize that, and we try to, well, enforcing against your boss is always difficult, but we try to do so, and we do very well. It's hard to believe that this is the appropriate, actually, approach in the 21st century. So this is a topic which is out there. It's not going away, and it might not be a big difficulty for a company like Siemens, which is in Germany for 178 years. With a big headquarter building, used to be very, very old style industrial player, where pretty much nobody doubts that we are actually a tax resident there and that this is our headquarter. I believe that in newer activity areas, business fields, where there's a lot of acquisitions going on, fast-growing enterprises, it's a much more dynamic environment. So this is a topic which absolutely needs to be addressed, but we have not much time to discuss it in further detail. So 2 more sentences. We learned it's a holistic topic. We only covered corporate income tax. Holistic means there's personal income tax, there's social security, there's even VAT, right? Some people do VAT, and it's very, very important, I tell you. And there's much more outside of tax, visa, labor law, and other matters. We actually will not focus today on those things. There is more work to be done. I'm convinced about that within PE transfer pricing and also Article 4 matters. And I believe that the applause will be guaranteed. If there is a solution, and with a solution, I don't mean it doesn't necessarily have to be what we want and envision, but a solution that creates certainty so that we know what's going to happen, that we know what is the environment we operate in, that we have clear rules. And with that, actually, I believe we would be able to contribute to global growth, and it would be something where we are growing together, because that's the beauty of global mobility. The beauty is that this is one of the areas left where it's on intercultural exchange, intercultural experience, and where we as a world community and as the business community can grow together in a good way. Thank you very much for staying with us a little bit longer, and have a good lunch.
Yeah, a couple of comments and we'll do some housekeeping. But first of all, just picking up on where you left off, and maybe we've heard a couple of times an association between global mobility and happiness and joy, and you questioned the connection. Here I feel very compelled to reference the excellent work of my very impressive little sister, who wrote a book about the flexibility paradigm on humanizing the workforce for productivity and profitability. And she would say that it's flexibility that's the key. Global mobility, I think, or mobility, is one way in which the employers can offer flexibility that could create happiness and productivity. But of course, what makes tax directors and employers happy is mitigating enterprise risk, dealing with, being able to operate in a certain environment, and also reducing the cost of complexity. And that is where the work that we do becomes really critical, is to enable that. And I think that, as you've pointed out, Christian and Tom has, that goes well beyond CIT. It goes beyond tax. And I think on this platform, we have an ability to be able to engage more broadly, even outside the tax space, to see if we can't take a more holistic approach to giving certainty and reducing compliance associated with this, so that that flexibility is real, and then obviously live up to the tagline of better policies for better lives, which is the core OECD mission. So
we are slowly starting. It is clearly exactly 1:15 on the dot, according to the OECD watch. But we were much later on some of our other recent projects. So I think there's people still coming in. I think Anthony is driving them in, to those that still have coffee outside. Jasna has told me that I should not say anything else other than introduce the panel and hand over to her. And I am, of course, obeying her instructions. So Jasna, over to you.
Thank you, Achim. And for the record, this is the first time he listened to me and obeyed. No, welcome everyone back from lunch. I know it's difficult always to bring everyone back into the room, but I'll try to keep this a bit more short and crispy, as Christian said it in one of his sessions. So what we will do this afternoon, not only this session, but the whole afternoon. Wait, sorry. I'll move my own slides, Anthony, sorry. So what are we planning to do this afternoon is to change and widen the perspective, right? So in the morning, we first looked at the trends, we looked at what's happening. We then really zoomed in the core corporate tax issues, and we were focusing on the corporate income, right? So the income of the M&E itself and what happens to that income. So in the afternoon, we will a bit switch the perspective. We would look at what is happening to the income of the employee. And through those sessions, we will also look at different forms of global mobility, but also different forms of employment, right? So we have the traditional employees in the sense of labor laws of each jurisdiction, but we also have self-employed people, and that will be more relevant maybe in the digital nomads context, a world that Paul will be taking you later into as the session 5. So we will really focus on that, but in this first session, actually, I want to take you not only to the other side, but to a bit the wider side. And I want you to, let me just move the slide. If this obeys me, yes. I want you to think outside the box. So we will, in this session, it's only 45 minutes, but really look at the wider issues that global mobility cuts. So cuts across. So Christian and Manal already kind of alluded to those topics. We are looking at migration issues, labor law issues, social security issues. So this session is intended to kind of push you outside of not only the pillars, but the tax box altogether. And we will hopefully also then tie it back to the tax concepts that will lead us then into session 4 with Silke on personal income tax. But we thought it's good to take a step back and really observe the global mobility in its wider context and see how this all works together. And this is also actually what the submissions to the public consultations tell us. So that the tax should not be approached in isolation, but rather issues, the different regulatory issues that global mobility implicates and touches upon should be looked at as a package. So with this in mind, I will hand over to my first speaker and also ask our support staff to put up the slides of Caroline Chambers. She's a partner at KPMG based in South Africa, and she's of course with us virtually, so in the spirit of global mobility. So I'll pass over to Caroline to give us this overview of all the different topics and different regulatory implications that global mobility causes. So over to you, Caroline.
As indicated, I'm Caroline Chambers. I'm just going to talk you through some of the challenges that we've seen in relation to this new landscape. So, I guess typically for many years, we've been used to a traditional cross-border assignment. People go for 2 to 3 years. Maybe they stay for 5 or 10, or they stay permanently. But it's it was always historically a very formal transactional process. Go from country A to country B, stay there for a period of time, work for the company in country B, and then come back. So what we have seen is obviously post-COVID, a lot of changes around where people are working and which company they're working for. So I'll just wait, there we go. Okay, so I'm going to give it a little bit of an African, I guess, lens. And I think the reason for that, again, as one of the speakers first thing this morning was indicating, that our youngest population is currently sitting on the African continent. So our future challenges are probably going to be seen with a microscope in the African context. So just to give you a sense of what it is that we are seeing, I'll just talk you through some of those challenges. We have the next slide, please. So essentially, the broader considerations, we have legal complexities because, in the context of Africa, you have 54 countries with, multiple jurisdictions with all differing employment laws. They all have different processes that need to be followed, different requirements, different regulations that guide them and force people to follow specific processes. This is the same as it would be pretty much anywhere else in the world, but I think is quite exacerbated in Africa because there are so many different jurisdictions that don't necessarily have, for example, a European Union where things are done in a similar way, or necessarily more countries involved. So East Africa may have one way of doing things, Southern Africa may have another way of doing things, but there isn't that consistency across the multiple countries. A number of contractual ambiguities. So you have these non-traditional assignments. It may be because somebody would prefer to work from another jurisdiction and actually has nothing to do with the company itself. Or it may be that they're serving 5 or 6 different jurisdictions, working for 5 or 6 different countries, but sitting in one place. And the legal and regulatory environments across the continent are quite significantly different. Leading from that, obviously, is the immigration requirements. They're also very different. We've also seen very much more increased scrutiny. So on visa and work permit compliance, I suppose historically, or when I first started doing this, which was a very long time ago, the need to have a work permit wasn't really that high because nobody was going to know. You could just go on a visitor's visa and stay, and it didn't really matter. Now we're having a situation where people are relocating and working without visas and really getting themselves and all their companies into a lot of trouble. So the risks from non-compliance are much higher, both for short-term and remote workers. And then we're seeing a lot of these new visa types coming up, the digital nomad visa, the remote working visa. It's quite hard to keep up because as things develop, each country is developing at a different speed and a different time. So those visas are coming out, and then somebody invents a new one, and then someone else decides, oh, that's quite a good idea, we'll do that too, and then they tweak it slightly. So we are seeing a large number of very different visa types developing, which is very unprecedented from, if you compare to the past, sort of say 15, 20 years. HR policy challenges, again, if you have somebody that is working remotely, they may work in an environment where they live according to what was typical in their country. However, if they're working for a company in a different country, the HR policies may not necessarily account for them, may not necessarily make allowances for the fact that the person is not physically in country. So that equity and consistency across countries and across regions becomes far more difficult and challenging from an HR standpoint. If we can go to the next slide, please. From an infrastructure and connectivity perspective, I think this is quite prevalent for us from an Africa region context. There is developing infrastructure in many countries. So some are well advanced and others are way behind. So you may have somebody who is operating in a corporate environment that is sitting in an undeveloped country, whereas the company itself is in a much more developed country. Allowances have to be made for that connectivity and infrastructure. People may need to move in order to have the right amount of connectivity and the right type of networking. And a lot of uncertainty around foreign investment. So what we are seeing is, if I put my money into this country, will I be able to get it back out? Will I be able to remove the profits? How will that work? What will the process be? And if I have somebody sitting in a country that is not where I actually operate or have a business, because they're working remotely for whatever reason, does that create additional challenges for us from a foreign investment point of view? I think the tax risks are probably something that we're used to considering more because they've always been an issue, but they're highlighted more because there's now a lot less certainty around what are the answers to the various questions. So, individual tax residency and reporting obligations, when you move from one country, you're working in another, at what point do you cease residence? At what point do you need a residency certificate? And how do you get that? And some countries, particularly on the African continent, are not used to being even asked for a residency certificate. So that also causes additional challenges, whereas the requirement in one country may be that you have to produce a residency certificate from the other country. We're ending up in a position where often people are being taxed in both countries because just because of the fact that they can't get a residency certificate, for example. The permanent establishment risks, I guess, have already been covered to some extent earlier today. And there is a lot that needs to change around the way that we treat that permanent establishment consideration. Historically, you would work in a country because your business is in that country. Now we need to be aware of the fact that there are people working in countries where the business is actually not in that country at all. And they may be working in one country for 4 or 5 countries. How does that revenue get split? And at what point do they create permanent establishment risks? The withholding and social security complexities are far beyond my skills and will be dealt with a little bit later in this session. But they're quite prevalent for us. I mean, for me, from a South African perspective, we have an even weirder context because we don't actually have a social security system. So we're one of those countries that nobody really wants to deal with because we don't have totalization agreements. We don't have any kind of cross-border consideration, but we do have social charges. So that creates additional complexities. And then you have this concept of some tax systems being far more developed than others. If you, for example, deal with cross-border equity, historically where it was, I grew up in one country, I moved to another country, worked there for some time, and then came back. That was fairly easy to understand where the cross-border charges should be, where the tax should be paid in relation to your equity. But now, where you might be working in one country for a company in another country and perhaps serving 3 or 4 other countries and traveling a bit here and there, or maybe working remotely from one place, you're potentially creating presences in various countries from an equity tax point of view. And each country is dealing with equity differently. Some tax at grant, some tax at vests. Vesting is different for some countries compared to the way it is in others. So there does need to be some consideration of how we bring all of that together and create some commonality where the local legislation doesn't allow for that commonality. And then I think just the final challenge, which has really come to the fore in the African context, is the economic growth. There is a fast pace of growth with very limited lead time. So your business opportunity comes up, something needs to happen, business moves people much faster, or finds somebody that is sitting in a jurisdiction somewhere, doesn't have time to move them. And I think, as was said earlier today, people don't necessarily want to relocate if they don't have to. Some want to go because they want to get away from challenges they may be experiencing in their own country, but others are comfortable where they are and don't want to relocate. So needing to transfer skills quickly, you find the skill and you just leave them where they are and let them work remotely. That is happening much faster than HR or tax or legal or anyone can keep up with. And then I guess from an overall regulatory point of view, much faster than any of the government organizations can keep up with. And that temptation to bypass any kind of rules and regulations is quite high. The compliance process is becoming much more significant with the increase in data, the increase in AI, the ability to access information much quicker and much easier. The compliance processes are becoming quite onerous for those who aren't keeping up as quickly as they should. So we're wanting to be able to create an environment where the temptation to bypass the rules is taken away because it's made easier to follow them. So I guess that's just my brief introduction to the conversation, to take you a little bit broader than what has been discussed during the day. And I will hand back and on to the next presenter.
Thank you, Carolyn, for outlining this regulatory landscape through which business and employees have to navigate through, right? Because at the beginning, I mentioned that there's a difference between whether a person is an employee or self-employed. And one of the results of that difference is on who that compliance burden is, right? So on one hand, we're looking at the compliance burden. If it's an employee, that burden falls on his employer. Of course, there are also economic and financial implications for the employee itself. But when we listen to the business, this is also the message that we hear and is a point that resonates with me. And going further in this panel, I would actually like to focus on one point that Carolyn mentioned. And you, interestingly enough, you put it in the tax box. So in your box number 5, you also mentioned social security. And this is actually the very reason why we chose to focus on that topic, is the alignment between the tax and social security contributions. So there are also important differences, of course, and I think Silke during the break used a good term, which is called false friends, right? So we know them also in different contexts, but there are certain similarities, which was the reason why we wanted to focus on that topic, and that is that both social security contributions and employment income are withheld and levied from the gross salary of an employee. But there are very important differences as well. And we are very fortunate today to have with us online Helmut Schwarzer from the ILO, so that stands for International Labour Organization. He's in charge of the social security policy and focuses on particular aspects of that. But I will let him also share the further details and basically explain the social security to us, so the tax audience. He was warned in advance that this is predominantly tax audience and it might need a bit more basic breakdown of the social security elements. Over to you, Helmut.
Yes, thank you so much. I'm not going to use a PowerPoint. I'm going to speak because, well, we do not have that much time. And I would like to thank very much to the OECD and particularly to you, Jasna, for the kind invitation to the ILO to participate in this panel and in this event. It is an honor to share the panel with colleagues from the European Commission, from KPMG, and from the University of Maastricht. Our contribution today is to speak about some basic concepts on how social security affiliation and protection can be kept, can be extended to migrant workers and their families in a context of increasing cross-border mobility. And as you said, social security and social contributions are not just an add-on to taxation. There are some important differences. And it is important for us to keep in mind that almost all countries, so we count contributory social security schemes in 195 countries and territories in the world, particularly for pensions. Those schemes are usually mandatory. And the contributions that are paid to those schemes are not only the financing mechanism, they also establish the expectation for a future entitlement to benefits. For example, sickness, unemployment, employment injury, or old age pensions. Only a very small number of countries has only tax-financed pension schemes. And conceptually paying taxes, general taxation, does not necessarily create the right to a fully fledged pension benefit, for example. Depending on the legislation of the country, fulfilling a minimum duration as a resident in that country, a migrant worker under such conditions will receive probably at best social assistance or a basic flat tax financed benefit if there is not sufficient record of contributions. So that's the big challenge. Hence, for workers to be protected, it is really very important not only to know if and to which national social security scheme the contributions are paid, but also to ensure legally and administratively by connecting the schemes that the individuals remain protected when moving to another country. In social security, you know, gaps in coverage lead to loss of eligibility. They may lead to loss of rights. And ultimately, if the person needs a benefit because an accident happened or because the person reached old age, then there is a big risk of poverty and destitution. And that's what we want to avoid. In that perspective, it is necessary to coordinate the social security systems among the countries to prevent this lack of coverage. And countries do that usually by means of bilateral or multilateral social security agreements. Some of them usually take several years of negotiation, but they are very important and that they are worth the investment of the effort of being negotiated. Typically, such a social security agreement will define which workers are covered, which national legislation applies at which moment. Sometimes the detached worker continues contributing to the country of origin for the first period of 2 years, and after 2 years, the person starts contributing to the country of destination. This is a definition that is made in a social security agreement. And thereby, the social security agreement also avoids a double contribution. Agreements also establish the rules for the totalization of contribution or insurance periods. That is how to bring together the contributions of different countries to guarantee that there is the right to a benefit at, for example, the end of the career of the person for a pension, or in case some accident happened or the need for health assistance exists. So there is also usually administrative cooperation between institutions and payment arrangements, so that people have services, coordinated services from different countries' social security institutes, without the need of traveling to the other countries to ask for a benefit. Well, we know of the existence of 660 such international agreements. So the last time there was a big count was in 2020. That number is continuously growing. However, these international agreements, they do not cover all countries. They do not cover all benefits, all branches. They do not cover all types of workers and migrants, especially in the case of informal workers and refugees. In the absence of agreements, some countries may have unilateral measures. They may also have an agreement with a destination country by means of a labor migration agreement, which contains social security clauses. For example, the case of Mexico and the United States, agricultural workers, temporary agricultural workers, and voluntary affiliation mechanisms for their nationals abroad. In addition, there are regional coordination frameworks with varying degrees of depth and institutionalization. The European Union is the most developed case. Regional initiatives also exist in other continents, in Latin America, Africa, and the Caribbean. From the ILO perspective, you know that we are a normative institution, so we also have a normative function, so to provide guidelines and references at international level. The coordination of social security systems between countries is anchored in the convention number 157. The title of the convention is Maintenance of Social Security Rights. And there is also a recommendation which accompanies convention number 157. These instruments, they do not prescribe detailed technical solutions, but they establish some core coordination principles that have to guide national and bilateral approaches. For example, equality of treatment between nationals and non-nationals, determination of the applicable legislation in each of the situations, the mechanisms for maintenance of acquired and future entitlements, and also the need to guarantee the payment of benefits abroad. The recommendation 167, which I have mentioned to you, contains a model text in the annex that can serve as a departure point when countries are negotiating international social security agreements. The ILO has also developed some documents with guidance on the design, on the negotiation and implementation of these treaties. There is a very clear underlying objective that cross-border mobility should lead neither to a loss of social protection nor to unjustified double contribution. The documents, the instruments deliberately allow for flexibility in implementation. They recognize the diversity of national systems, and at the same time, they emphasize legal certainty and extend the protection for migrant workers. Telework illustrates these challenges very clearly. Most social security systems are built on the assumption that work is physically performed in one jurisdiction. That was, or that's the classical assumption. Telework weakens this link in several ways, and it raises the question of which legislation applies, how and where contributions have to be paid, and how these contributions may translate into future benefit entitlements. A further distinction, which has already been mentioned here, concerns whether the teleworker is a detached worker, where employers retain key responsibilities, or if it is a self-employed person, where national legislation must define how affiliation takes place. In some countries, self-employed are mandatorily affiliated to Social Security. In other countries, they are not mandatorily affiliated. We, particularly in the ILO, we suggest that mandatory affiliation is the key to ensuring effective protection. Just a piece of information for you, and the ILO is currently also contributing to the negotiations on the UN Framework Convention on International Tax Cooperation, and encourages the UN member states to include a provision on social security contributions in the part that refers to the fair allocation of taxing rights. The aim here is to ensure that all workers and employers, including those working across borders, contribute to Social Security in line with UN human rights instruments and ILO standards, and also accumulate, create the rights, the expectation to future benefits. If accepted, this would strengthen national legislation and also encourage closer cooperation between ministries of labor and finance. Sometimes ministries of labor, social security, and finance do not converge as much as necessary in the policy formulation, highlighting that international tax cooperation must go hand in hand with international coordination on social security. In a conclusion, from the social security perspective, the new forms of work must be carefully balanced against legal certainty and the protection of rights. And for us in the ILO, it is very important to hear from your experiences what has been tried and how it has worked in practice. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Helmut. That was very informative. I believe, I think the main difference that kind of resonates with me is where is the social security contribution paid and what do I get for that money, right? So the difference between the social security contribution and tax is that in your case, it's usually always, the main principle is the work of employer. So the place of employer, right? So where the work is actually paid from. And what do I get back for that money is direct, fully fledged benefits. Right? In the case of social security contributions, the employee would be entitled, individually entitled to those benefits, while in tax, of course, that's the money that is then goes to the national budget. You know, some might even argue they don't get anything back or they don't see any direct benefits for that, but it's a different discussion. But I do think this is an important distinction to keep in mind as we move further to other sessions. Because it does basically influence also the decision of how to share that money in case of taxation. And also maybe as a last point to mention here, and what we read in our submissions, is that some jurisdictions also levy the tax, but then earmark it for social security. So also there are different approaches across jurisdictions of how that money comes in and how it basically goes out. Maybe as a last point from my side, you mentioned that some regional regions are more developed. They have more developed coordination frameworks. And this actually leads us to our next speaker. We are also very happy to have with us a representative from the European Commission, from the Directorate for Employment and Social Affairs, and that is also with us virtually. And that is Sylvia Kersmakers. I hope I pronounced your name correctly. And we are very thrilled to have her here because usually, you know, we interact with our TaxSud colleagues, but this time we are tapping into the other part of the house. to learn more about basically how this all works in a specific region, so in this case, the EU, but also to learn more about your framework telework agreement and to share with us basically the innovative approach you have there and practical solutions you developed for telework already in the sphere of social security. So over to you, Sylvia, and I also believe she has slides, so if we can share that, please. Thank you. Go ahead, Sylvia.
Thank you, Jasna, for having me indeed in this setting, which I have to say was also very interesting for me to follow. I followed also the session this morning about the global mobility, and it's quite impressive to see things also move around in the broader perspective. But indeed, I will take you more through what the European Union has developed as a coordination of social security, and you will find that there is a lot of elements that Helmut touched upon in his presentation as well that have been incorporated in our legal framework. The legal framework dates back to the 50s when the European communities were established, so it's an old system. And we know already at the time that it was important to have such a system in place if you want to actually ensure the right to free movement of people, of workers, as we say. So you can find that then also back in the same provisions in the treaty in Article 45 and 48. You can move to the next slide where I present some of these elements of our framework. So in practice, we have the treaty provisions that establish the general principle, that also there is a union level competence to put in place such legislation. Well, we have two parts of legislation in Regulation 883/2004, and it's implementing Regulation 987/2009. That is the core that we work with. But to just indeed underline, as previous speakers said, we don't harmonize, we don't have a competence at union level to do so. The national social security systems, it's a matter of coordination. Member states have their autonomy in how they organize the national social security systems, but there are some basic principles that they have to observe if they apply it not to their own nationals, but to people who come and work on the territory and all reside. So the scope is also just to mention that it's the statutory social security scheme. So you have also what we call second pillar schemes that are organized privately. They usually do not fall under this scheme unless they have a basis in national legislation. But that means that there's a part of the social security that you privately organized that is not covered by this coordination. I also want to indicate that this is it has a territorial scope, so it applies to all the member states of the European Union, European EFTA countries, and Switzerland. That's the geographical scope, but it also applies to third country nationals that come and work and reside in the territory of the Union as soon as there is a cross-border element. So third country nationals that would come directly, for example, here to Belgium to come and work and reside here would not fall under the system of coordination, because it only kicks in as soon as there is this cross-border element. For example, if they would come and work and live here and then decide to live in Germany but continue to work in Belgium. So this is where also third country nationals can benefit from exactly the same rules. If I move to the next slide, there's a number of principles that also Helmut mentioned in his presentation that need to be observed. The equal treatment between all nationals and people and the nationals that come and work. There's a number of other principles that apply, relation of facts, and the aggregation of peers to make sure that you do not lose out on rights if you start moving around. So if you, for example, have built up insurance periods to benefit from an unemployment benefit, where this is only eligible if you have reached a number of insurance periods, then insurance periods that are also considered like that in another member states can be taken on board and aggregated. That makes it also, and that also applies for the eligibility for pensions. And the export of benefits is also about that you can, for example, being paid your unemployment benefit while you start looking for a job somewhere else in another member state. That makes it easier for people to go and find a job, not only in the member states where they had worked and got their unemployment, but also in another member state. And a very important principle that was flagged before is, of course, avoiding double contributions. You want to preserve your rights, but you also want to avoid that you pay twice for actually something that you only have one coverage for. So the rules that I will take you through are determined that it's only one legislation that applies at a given time. So if we take you then through the nucleus of the rules that we have in place to determine which member state then is competent in relation to your social security, if you take us to the next slide. We have what we call a set of exclusive mandatory competence rules, or conflict rules as they call them, in the main regulation 883 from 2004. And that is, as a main rule, that the member states where the activity is performed is competent. We call it the lex loci laboris principle in Latin. So where you work is where that is where the member state that is competent. That means that it's not necessarily the member states where your employer is. That is, I think, where there could be a difference with the taxation. There are two exemptions to this rule, and that is also put in place to make sure that you don't have a lot of fluctuations in which legislation for social security purpose applies to you. So in case of posting, you normally remain subject under the legislation of where you are commonly employed by your employer or self-employed. You can do that for a period of 24 months usually, max. Before you would have to change the regime of social security, maybe to the place where you would then be working. And then there are rules and what we call multi-state activity. There are multiple scenarios possible, and I think many of them have passed already during this session and the previous sessions. And if I take you then to the next slide, this is where the complexity comes in. You can have cross-border or remote work, we call frontier work, or working in two different member states, alternating at the same time, having two jobs at the same time, being employed, self-employed. And this is where we have, we call conflict rules of traffic rules to determine what then applies. So the main rule is that if you perform a substantial part of your activity in the place where you reside, and you work on the site also somewhere else, then you're subject to the legislation, social security legislation of your country of residence. And it's that country that levies the social security contributions. And this is where you have your entitlement to sickness, you pay, accrue your periods for pensions, for unemployment benefits, and what have you. And that is, if you have work, cannot prove that you work 25% or more in your member state of residence. It's the flip, where then the country where the employer is located, and we call that the country of the registered office or the place of business. This is when we talk about the very simple case of you being employed by one single employer, and you work part-time from home and part-time with the employer. The classical form of telework that we have witnessed more and more since the COVID pandemic. You can also work for one employer in two or more member states, none of which is the place of residence, or working for multiple employers in different member states. You can have cases where you work as an employed person or a self-employed person. In that case, it's the prevalence goes to the employment status, not the self-employed status, regardless of the number of hours you worked. But I don't go into the substance of this today because that goes way too far for the audience, I think. But just for you to know, we have very detailed rules to cover for any potential situation. Now I come to the case of telework, next slide, where we have the possibility to derogate from these conflict rules if we have a higher percentage that you work from abroad, or you have different case where you say, actually, I would like, despite that the conflict rule says it's the place of resident or the place of where the employer is that is competent. I want to have a different rule. And then you can agree with your employer to file an application to derogate from those rules. This is what we call Article 16 agreements. They must apply for the derogation. They need to consent with each other. And the member states concerned, so if you of course file your application with the member state that is competent, and then that come member states to see what the member states that you would like to become subject to, if they would agree to such derogation. Often also for longer periods, 5 to 10 years, you can see, mainly also in cases of posting. They have to then assess if it's in the interest of the person or the categories of persons concerned, and they have a very large discretion. So this is not a kind of given that when you apply, you get it. And there can be differences in the way member states apply this particular provision to derogate. We have now come to the specific case of telework. That's the next slide. A specific framework agreement, a multilateral framework agreement that has been put in place during the COVID pandemic, because we saw that the conflict rules did not really work, because the 25% rule is quite strict, and many people were working for much longer periods from mainly their home country. And that framework agreement has been based on Article 16. It's a multilateral agreement. It doesn't apply across all member states. It's only those who have signed the agreement. It's in place since July 2023. It's only for employees and not for self-employed, so it's limited in scope because it was actually focusing mainly on this case that I described of being able to work from home while being employed somewhere else. And it allows you to go up to less than 50% of your working time without the change of a social security system. It's an opt-in, so it's not a standard rule that you remain subject to the legislation of the employer. If you worked 50%, you need to apply for it. It's an opt-in, and you need to do that in consent with your employer. Now, what we see in practice, so when I have still a slide on how that is defined, I think it's not so relevant for today's discussion. But what we see in practice, when we did a survey last year among the member states of the Administrative Commission that is governing also this whole framework of coordination, if they see many cases of using this framework agreement, and in practice we see that it's not used very often. It's actually very little use. We know that the percentage of telework it has remained equivalent to what we see in COVID. It's not getting higher or lower, but it's still there. So the number of exceptions that we see doesn't add up with what we see on the ground. And we wanted to understand a bit where this comes from. And there are multiple reasons. People are not aware of it because it's not so much advertised maybe in several member states. They think it's too complex, or they think like we do this on the side, we don't bother. Or very specifically because there might be a tax impact. So that if you work more than a certain percentage in your home country, that there's also a tax shift. And we know that there are very few countries that on a bilateral basis try to remedy these gaps by aligning the thresholds for the shift in taxes and social security. And then Denmark and Sweden is one of them. And they have that in place for a really long time. And there you can see also a lot more movements as well. But I think what I want to say here is, and I think it has come up with several times, and this is showing for the European Union the challenge that we face, that whatever we try to do to accommodate a person that wants to be more mobile, and not only in terms of telework, highly mobile work, can only work if there is also a reflection on the side of the taxation, because persons will always take that into account when they move around. So I welcome therefore the discussion that is taking place today in the context of this public consultation, because we're also not living in a bubble. The European Union has also many people going in and out, and so the discussion here we would definitely also take back in our further reflections. And that is what we're going to do also in the context of a new initiative that we're preparing on the Fair Labour Mobility Package, it's called. And one element is there to further modernize the social security rules. And we will look also in these aspects, particularly highly mobile workers and remote work. So that brings me to the end of my presentation. And I hope I didn't lose you too much after the lunch with this technical overview of the European Union law on this point. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, Sylvia. And it seems that 50% is the magic number. So our audience will know this number more in the context of a home office PE. But on Article 15 of the OECD Model Convention and Employment Income, we are yet to align, as you say. And you also mentioned that the uptake has not been such as you would wish for, maybe, and there's different factors for that. And it's also one of the submissions, it was from KPMG, that supports that claim and says that the respondents basically in their survey say that it is because the tax aspects of the telework or the global mobility are not yet addressed, that this is also still preventing basically to make use of this practical solution that you already offer in the sphere of social security. And I think this also is a perfect segue to our last speakers, which are with us in the room on my left side. So they're representing the Maastricht University, so Center for Taxation at the Maastricht University. That is Professor Marion Verapas and Dr. Sander Kramer. And I hand over the floor to them and to also share their insights from their submission, which is also available online. So they were one of the speakers that submitted the written submission, and it was excellent, and that's why they're also with us today. So over to you for your perspective on misalignment of tax and social security.
Okay, thank you. Can the presentation be?
Yes.
First of all, we have to thank you for the invitation and show our view. You can go to the next slide. We will talk about this coordination. We are working from home. We focus on two domains of legislation, that is social security and especially the contributions and tax law. You could also say you can also focus on labor law, because often in labor law the shortcoming of social security is arranged in labor law, but we will focus on social security and tax law and on an employee. In case of working from home, then it can end up that the taxing right is allocated to a state or partly allocated to a state other than an assigned competent state for social security. So you have more or less divided legislation. Be aware that working in a cross-border situation can be beneficial or to the detriment of cross-border workers. And we will never solve all the differences between social security and taxation in case of cross-border work. There are a lot of administrative obligations, for example, that for the employer, he can face up with the tax administration of a foreign country. There's legal uncertainty. There has been since COVID the discussion, does a worker, cross-border worker, in case he's working from home, constitute a PE or not? And foreseeability. Is also important, but be aware that all these obligations, etc., and these security are important. We say thoughts for the employee and the employer as well. Okay, the next slide, please. Which are the roots of this coordination? Now, we already have heard that in case of social security, the regulations are very important and versus bilateral tax treaties. I will not mention them all, but for example, in case of taxation, we work with the economic, the substance over form approach of the employer. And in social security, more or less a formal employer, except for multi-state workers, and that was a case before for the the European Court of Justice in the AFNB case. But in general, it is the formal employer which is important for social security reasons. We talk about conflict rules in case of social security versus allocation rules. The important one is the nexus, for example, the nexus of physical presence in case of Article 15. And if we look at the social security, there's pursuing an activity. And there, if you look at the social security, you look at there's a tie-in with indivisible persons. And if you look at tax, that it is an divisible income. So we already have seen that Sylvia talked about the principle of exclusivity. There's only one legislation applicable. The other one has to withdraw. And there's also the strong effect in addition of that principle of exclusivity. That means that if a legislation is applicable, that the legislation is not allowed to make a distinction based on nationality or residence. So if you're secured for, according to that the legislation of that state, you should be subject to that legislation. Next slide, please. What's the current stance? Yeah, we have different thresholds used for taxation and social security purposes. We talk about, for example, 25% of the working time and or elimination in case of working from home. And if it is more than 25% of working from home in your resident state, then the social security will switch from the working state to the resident state. And how are they going to do that? You have to look 12 months ahead. So the employer has to make a calculation where will the employee be in the next coming 12 months. So to establish the right social security system. If we look, for example, at Article 3 of the framework of the agreement, which Sylvia talked about, has less than 50% of the total of the working time, then if that's the case, then no switch will be from the state of work to the resident state. Then it is still the state of work. So a lot of European member states and EEA countries have signed this agreement. And I think that that is a great achievement that at the European level, we had this kind of agreement after the COVID time. But I think that the success of this agreement is depending on the tax consequences, because a lot of employers were afraid to constitute a permanent establishment. Employees didn't know where do I have to pay taxes? Oh, I have to deal with the foreign tax administration. I don't like that. So, but this agreement is, I think, is a very nice instrument, and it is regardless whether you have a full-time employment agreement or part-time. And in the meanwhile, with taxes, we have the double tax treaties. They talk about 34 days, 40% working time. And now I give the floor to Sander and for the more interesting part of the.
Thank you very much, Marion, for the compliment. Next slide, please, because a lot has been said already on taxes and social security. But if we look at possible reform proposals that we put forward in our submission, and this deals specifically with the threshold of Article 15, not 5. So if we look at the current stance of double taxation conventions, the most common thresholds, which creates flavor of the month, a safe harbor, is most common. And if we look at the rise that Home Office has taken based on the data and trends that were addressed already, this is very low, but we would say as a first step, this is to be welcome to 34 days, which is, and if we look at the French-Swiss double tax convention, and it has been recently amended, the Home Office threshold has been raised from 29 days, if I remember correctly, to 40% of the annual working time, which then creates a safe harbor without a switch of taxing rights back to the resident state under 15, paragraph 1, first sentence. And this 40% for taxes would bring it far more in line with the 49.999% of home office, which is then allowed under the framework agreement. Next slide, please. So this would be a first, more straightforward proposal for reform, but it has some serious drawbacks because, as Mayon and also the previous speakers have highlighted, there are still some significant interpretative deviations between Social Security and taxes. For instance, working time, what days count as working time, which should then be included or not in the threshold, that remains then unsolved under this proposal. And that would require synchronization of autonomous terms, and especially for Social Security, residents, pursuing activity are all autonomous terms, which are not left to the discretion of the national authorities, but should be then interpreted by the Court of Justice. Next slide, which brings us to the more, let's say, revolutionary idea, but this has been advocated for by many or a couple of scholars, which find themselves on the borderline between taxes and Social Securities. And it is basically that we plead for an optional provision to be included on the commentaries on Article 15. And this kind of provision could be included as, for instance, Article 15, paragraph 3, which says that for home office in cross-border situations, basically the allocation of taxing rights follow the assigning or the allocation of Social Security competence. So in terms of not bridging differences and deviations, but this would lead to the prevalence of the Social Security allocation rules. So this is basically an idea we put forward. This would be a special provision, so fitting in the closed system of Article 15 and the rest of the articles in the OECD Model Convention. It could apply to remote working, so not strictly limited to home office. And a source of inspiration, it is already in place, this kind of provision in the tax treaty between the Netherlands and Germany. Next slide, please. And as I said, it has been advocated for by a couple of authors in academic literature. It has been a subject in the revision of the Netherlands-Belgium tax treaty in 2001. The Netherlands was very much in favor of including such a rule. Belgium was not. It has been pled for in the 2015 expert group, the Fresco group, the report. And the most significant advantage of this kind of provision would be that it would avoid the issues on the interpretation. What is residence? What is an employer? Because that would become very hard to synchronize, is my personal opinion. And the last but very important point has already been addressed. Some countries, for instance, the Nordic states and Spain, part of healthcare as a part of Social Security is financed by taxes. And then being mindful of, for instance, the De Roer case or the De Ruiter case before the Court of Justice, this kind of like prevalence provision, we could call it, would solve also those parafiscal charges, because those charges fall basically between two stools. Either they are not taxes, nor are they categorized as Social Security. That brings to the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Verpas. Thank you, Dr. Kramer. Thank you for your ideas, challenges, solutions. I don't think we have to agree today on that we will amend the commentary of Article 15. But what I would like for us to take out of this session is that there's the Social Security and tax are more intertwined than we thought so. And it's important for us to not look at tax in isolation, but connect the dots between different regulatory frameworks. And most importantly, also be aware of the fact that there might be some practical solutions in the Social Security sphere that require also tax to keep up with those changes in order basically to support those policy developments, and not only the policy developments, but most importantly, the business. it is ultimately the business and the employees who are not able to take use of that global mobility, where there are, of course, obstacles and economic implications to exercising that right. So in the interest of time, I don't think I'm allowed to go to the Q&A session, so I will sacrifice that. But I would also like to invite the audience to read the written submission of Rosa Soares, who also wrote on the topic. It's also published online, and also other interesting contributions by KPMG, Deloitte, and other Big Four and other companies. And I stop here with my session, but this is not, of course, the end. I move over to our Master of Ceremony, Dr. Achim Pross, who will tell us what's next. Thank you all.
Thanks a lot. We could have gone on forever on this topic and other topics. We cannot, not today. It's the beginning of a conversation. It's a journey, right? So on the terms of the journey, Paul will now get up and we will convert Paul into Silke because we have her flag already up here. So if, first of all, a round of applause for this panel. Thank you joining me, including the moderator. It did not open the floor for comments, but we'll talk about it on the performance evaluation. So if we could now have, given the time and the fact that we don't have a coffee break, if we can ask those in the room on the next panel to come up. We will not sit in the middle of a panel, so Silke, so you can talk more easily to your panel and we're not in your way. Silke has kindly agreed to moderate that next panel, and we're coming up here. I think we'll soon all be here. And then, without further ado, Silke, I hand it over to you.
Okay, yeah. Well, yeah, so good afternoon to everybody. So taxes instead of coffee, that's always good news. And I am happy really now to be able to moderate the panel on taxation of employment income in the context of global mobility. We have already heard quite a lot in kind of outside the box, and now we will look again inside the text box, but nevertheless try to also think outside the box maybe. Juggling this. With me, I have a rather big panel that or a number of people who are have happily agreed to give input here, because the input from you kind of was so important and so many different aspects that we thought it would be worthwhile really have to have a lot of input, a lot of aspects, and then that everybody tries to be as brief as possible, but of course really be able to say what they have to say as well. Very quickly, so we will have Melissa de Jong from the OECD Secretariat, and well, I will say something as well. Then Pascal Duss from the Swiss State Secretariat for International Finance, International Tax Policy and MAP APA remotely. Then Professor Dr. Johanna Hai from the University of Cologne as well remotely. James McPherson from Deloitte in person on this side, yeah. And then Professor Pasquale Pistone from the IBFD also in person. And Michael Barber, International Banking Federation in person as well. Yeah, you've already seen him as well. Werner Stuffer as well in person, who has already had some input today. And then again, remote from far away, Mr. Kamiya and from Japan. And then last but not least, Natalia Quinones, I hope that was pronounced correctly, from Colombia, from Guiones Cruz. So this will be kind of looking at the whole aspects from all different kind of views and perspectives. And I hope this will give a very good picture. To start, to get digging into the content, I'm very happy to invite Melissa from the OECD Secretariat to give a short and brief overview of all the input we got in the course of the public consultation. Thank you, Melissa. I hand over to you.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, Silke, and thank you so much, everyone. I'm going to start with a bit of a summary of some of the fact patterns that came out of the written consultation, just to give a bit of an overview of the questions that are coming up, and which the rest of the panelists will be able to share more insights on. But I think broadly we saw three kinds of fact patterns, each of them raising some different questions. And that's in addition to sort of a fourth category, which is the resident nowhere, the digital nomad, which Paul will take us through in the final session. But if we think about the sort of three fact patterns, the sort of first one that came out was the relatively simple case of short-term travel, where you have the employee living and working in their home country, which is the same country as where their employer is. So the kind of plain vanilla kind of fact pattern, everything in the same country. And if there's no travel abroad, relatively straightforward in terms of where the taxing right is. And I think we heard, Article 15 clear in terms of what happens in a treaty context there. And then sort of if there is travel abroad outside that place of residence, say, for example, a short-term business trip or a working holiday, which we heard in the first session is something that employees are asking for in this increasing desire to combine work and family and other obligations. We also heard some cases where questions are being raised, for example, and listening to the panel this morning on corporate income tax issues. What are the cases where that employee and their short-term travel abroad might then create a PE? And do we have questions where a PE risk is then flowing into the Article 15 analysis or the taxation of employment income? So if that person working abroad does create a PE, and if the PE then is found to bear the salary, then those PE risks and questions that were brought up in the earlier session could also then have a connection to the taxation of employment income and what happens under Article 15. But we also heard a lot of questions about, for example, cases where even a short-term travel under the domestic law might require the employer or the employee or both to be complying with local law in the place of the short-term travel, and then only receiving treaty relief after the fact. And we heard a lot about, are there ways to give more certainty and short-term protection, such as through a safe harbor under a treaty and possibly under domestic law as well. We heard a lot, I think, in the submissions in this case about the administrative challenges. So the challenges of day counting and the challenges of documentation. And like we heard in the earlier panel, what are employers expected to do to track employees? Are there ways to do more simplified filing, more simplified payment where there is two taxing rights? We also had, and we'll hear more questions about what happens in a branch structure when an employee is visiting. And do we have more questions to solve in terms of how countries are applying interpretations of economic employer for the purpose of Article 15? And are there ways to do more fast-track certainty when issues do arise? So I think that's one fact pattern where everything's normally happening in the same jurisdiction, and then we've got short-term travel abroad. I think then there's a second category of facts that came out, which is where the employee is relocating to another jurisdiction. So your more traditional expatriate or longer-term secondment package. And while that's not new, I think we did hear in the first panel seeing more increase in terms of, for example, splitting of families, where maybe the family stays behind and the other person takes up the relocation, but is then back and forth. And so I think, again, some of the issues, and some of them not new, but perhaps exacerbated as we're seeing this fact pattern come up more often, things like treaties that don't have residence tiebreaker rules, and what happens under the domestic law there? And are there cases where in a treaty context that guidance on the center of vital interests is not as clear cut in these fact patterns anymore, where people are keeping homes in multiple jurisdictions and have maybe family in one and work in the other? We heard a few submissions that were asking for and recognizing the domestic challenges of stock-based compensation in a global mobility context in this fact pattern of expatriates, where there's a different domestic rules in terms of when does the taxation kick in, and some of the administrative challenges of counting and calculating and applying for double tax relief. And again, I think in this category as well, we heard a lot of challenges about the administrative difficulties, where you've got different tax years, overlapping tax residency rules. And then I think the third fact pattern that we heard about is the permanent cross-border worker. So this is someone who's 100% working in a different jurisdiction than their employer, and then also perhaps engaging in short-term travel. And so this could be the case of and I think we heard this in the first panel this morning, where this kind of work is perhaps on the rise and perhaps even only going to increase, particularly as we see young people, gig economy, digitalizing economy taking up these kinds of opportunities globally. And in this case, I think then we did hear quite a few questions, particularly where if that person does then travel and visits the place of the employer, we heard a lot of submissions and concern about the challenges of the so-called the day one taxing right. So if that person then visits the place of the employer under an Article 15 context, then there's a taxing right, there's a dual taxing right, and it starts from day one. And we heard a lot of expressions of concern about how difficult that is to comply with. And I think we also heard that, that some of the ways to deal with that, that this might also be increasing in the context of different kinds of work, the multinational project-based work, or the regional responsibilities and the matrix forms of work, and whether that perhaps increases the cases where this might be happening. We did hear quite a lot in the submissions about the frontier workers, those people who are in this category 100% in a different location to their place of where the employer is, but physically traveling back and forth, and recognizing that frontier worker agreements really help navigate that kind of fact pattern. But questions about whether those agreements based on a physical proximity still resonate in the same way or as broadly as we might like to, given the digitalized ways of working now. And I think for this fact pattern, and particularly this kind of permanently separated from the place of employer, but perhaps also traveling to the place of the employer, again, questions about are there ways to provide safe harbors and thresholds to minimize compliance burdens? Are there ways to sort of think about the frontier worker concept in a more modern context? Again, a lot of input about the administrative challenges and wanting to see standardized ways of doing day counting, documentation, and clear understanding of what employers are expected to do that's reasonable in the context of tracking their employers. How we manage wage withholding obligations, and whether there's more ways to streamline that and provide simpler solutions to deal with this fact pattern. And I think we also heard some of the other questions that have come up earlier, questions about employer of record and when that's respected or when it's looked through, and questions about virtual board meetings as well, where you've got that permanent dislocation between the person and the company. So that's a bit of a flavor of sort of the fact patterns that we saw and some of the questions that were being asked in those written inputs. And let me add my thanks to everyone that wrote for the incredible time and investment that was clearly put into helping us think through these issues. So let me hand back to our chair for the session, and I listen with interest to the panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Melissa. So we have now heard a bit kind of all the fact patterns that have been presented and that now form part of modern lives, as we have heard in the morning as well. The first part of the interventions will be first the questions to the tax administration, to two representatives, which will be Pascal Dus and from Switzerland and I from Germany. Whether we have already found answers or whether we really already have experiences on that. I will begin to do so, and then Pascal will follow from the Swiss perspective. In Germany, we do have 8 borders, 7 within the EU, so quite a number of borders. And we have at the moment 3 specific cross-border rules, which focus on the cross-border regions, which is with Austria, France, and Switzerland. And we have 2 so-called de minimis rules, which is the 34-day rule, which we have just heard. So don't want to go into detail with that. And then an additional, that's with Luxembourg and the Netherlands. And then an additional rule, which we have shortly heard as well with the Netherlands, which is a very specific rule, which is applicable only if a business premise is exactly on the border. So that the employees working there don't know sometimes either whether they're in Germany or in Dutch. And for this situation, we have aligned it with Social Security. So it does exist, that rule, but it's a very narrow application rule when really you're cross-border several times a day, probably without knowing it. It does exist, curiously, in the German-Dutch region. But let me now focus on these classic cross-border rules, because that was historically kind of the starting point, at least for us. Already for decades, we had such rules. And let me pick out first the the Austrian-German rule on that. So with Austria, we have modernized the rule rather recently. And there we do have an exclusive taxing right in the state of residency of the employee. So the employee only has to deal with the tax authority where he is working, and he is paying the taxes as if he were working there also full time. It is also irrelevant where the employer is situated. So the relevant factor is only that the employee himself lives within the border zone and executes also the work somewhere in the border region. And there's an allowance of 45 days working outside the border region. So it's something specific for the border region. And if it's applicable, it's easy, just easy. So lessons learned from there. It's as easy as it can get from our experience. We had a very positive feedback as far as it's applicable. But it works because between Austria and Germany, the inbound and outbound cases are a bit levied out. So one state is losing a bit the same as they are winning. It wasn't from a budget point of view, not such a big step. And also the level of taxation and the tax structure in both states is rather similar. So the taxpayers didn't get angry because from one day to the other, maybe the other tax rule is now applying and not that what they were used to. So this might maybe not be as easy as in all cases, outside border regions or other border regions where you don't have such a similarity of rules and level of taxation and regular commuting in both directions. So let's look at Germany and France, because there it is different. It's basically as well a bit the same rule, not that modern yet, because it's an older treaty, not revised in the last months yet. But basically it's the same rule that it's the state of residency that has the sole right of taxation, the residency of the employee. But because it's not so levied out, there's also a fiscal compensation. So the other state gets 1.5% of gross wages for employees to be paid by state of residence to the other state if cross-border rule applies. Then one might ask, well, where do those 1.5% come from? You say, well, that's bargaining. No, that's negotiating. That's negotiating. So that's a bit kind of the tricky part of it. And this shows a bit kind of how to tackle or where are the crucial aspects, what we learned from it. So it can be very easy if it's levied out. The challenges, however, if that may not be the case, it is that the other state where the work is at least partially exercised as well potentially loses taxing rights. And the question then, of course, also is who is that other state? Is it the state where you would have worked if you would work there? Or what is it? Or is it economic employer state? Is it, what is it? What is the other state? Who is the other state? Then the tax burden of employers may differ depending on the rule. If you have a rule as we have with Austria and France, it is determined by the state where you live. So the tax burden of a taxpayer is defined by the state where you live. You might say that does make sense, but you might not be happy if that is higher than the other state. The issue as well might be its promotion of mobile work, but there might also be the issue of brain drain. So kind of the fight for employers by employer in the border regions. Is it then more expensive there or there to work, or better there or here? So we did gather that it's good to have a solution that is principle-based, because there will, if you change something with employees, there will always be winners and losers. So there really need to be principles. But we are thinking, or I think I'd like to ask as well then, kind of for further contemplation, whether this might not be a starting point for an answer to different scenarios described by Melissa and addressed by the public consultation. Considering the situation of workation, short-term, remote work, cross-border work, commuters, digital nomads, really kind of to check, does it provide an answer or not? From the perspective of a state, a kind of representative of a state, then balanced distribution of taxing rights is important, simplification is important, and principle-based is also important. So with this short kind of introduction to what we have been done in Germany, and the big question whether one might draw some lessons from it, or whether it might serve as a model maybe as well. I can now have the honor to give the floor to Pascal Duss, who will explain a bit what they have been doing in Switzerland. Thank you, Pascal.
Thank you very much, Silke. I don't know whether you hear me, but I hope you do. Regarding the taxation of employment income, or better remote work or better home office work, the impact on frontier work provisions has been an issue. And frontier work provisions, Switzerland has borders with 5 countries, and with all of them, except for Austria, we have a frontier work provision, which deviates more or less from the ordinary allocation rules of the employment income. In Switzerland, we have, in all our situations, we have a situation where the flows are not balanced. So to be concrete, with Liechtenstein, there is a flow from Switzerland to Liechtenstein. With all other countries, it's a flow from the other countries to Switzerland. Now, what do we have in all those treaties? We have everywhere you have a primary taxation right of the resident state of the employer. So, everywhere primary taxation right. You have with Germany and Italy a limited taxation, limited source taxation in the state of the employer. source state. With France, there is residence taxation with a compensation payment, so like Germany. And with Liechtenstein, it's an exclusive residence taxation, or residence of the employee. Now, the rules, they have grown historically, and they are not related to remote work, but rather to the simple fact that there were many people, or there are many people living on one side of the border and working for employers on the other side of the border. And you had to find a solution which is more balanced than the ordinary situation of Article 15. In fact, I mean, before when those rules were drafted, the physical commuting was the norm, and it's only recently that it has become different. And now the challenges what we have is mainly the question of, well, when is a frontier worker if the frontier worker works in the home office or is teleworking? Is it still a frontier worker if the person spends, let's say, 3 days working from home and only commutes 1 day? And that is a question of the definition of frontier worker status, and that needs to be determined. I mean, we have not given the number, you need to have clear rules, and I mean, we have about roughly 300,000 frontier workers. So the clear rules are necessary, and that's with all our neighboring countries we could find a solution on that, on how many days or of home office, or how much percentage of home office is possible. Now, apart from that, one can say the frontier worker rules are quite easy to apply, but you have those delimitation with the ordinary rules of employment income. As Silke said, sometimes it's more interesting to be for a taxpayer to be in the ordinary taxation rules, and therefore there is a tendency of trying to get into those rules, which brings some additional work for tax administration, for taxpayers, for their consultants, and everything. Then for ordinary employment income, other than frontier workers, we would say, according to our assessments, the model provisions work quite well also in case of remote working. The criteria are objective and quite easy to determine. However, we have one issue that Swiss employers, they have a legal impediment to levy foreign tax on third-party income. So concretely, we have France introduced, I think that was 2019 or 20, and source taxation on employment income, which is applicable to any employer employing French resident employees for the time they work in France. And so Swiss employers were affected by that if their employees would work in France. So for instance, home office. And that was the starting point for the special solution that we found, which we concluded with France in 2023, just entered into force beginning of this year. And the solution, as it has been already mentioned by the colleagues from Maastricht University, it applies as long as you have your telework doesn't exceed 40% of the total working time. As long as you don't exceed that, then you have taxation only in the resident state of the employer. And there is a compensation payment of 40% of the tax levied on the part of the employment income related to the remote working. There's also an exchange of information on employment income included in that solution. And now for employers, that means there is some documentation requirements based on the under the Swiss domestic law, I guess also on the French domestic law, on where the work is carried out. If it's carried out abroad for non-resident employees. With the solution with France requires, in addition, monitoring and documentation of the remote work. And so the rules that we have in France, I think it provides a necessary flexibility in the Swiss-French context for employers and employees. But I would caution to think that this is an easy solution. It comes at a cost of having additional complexity for taxpayers, especially for employers, maybe also for taxpayers, for employees, and administrative requirement. But I think it's a good solution in our context, but I don't know whether this is a solution which can be just widely applied. With that, I give back the floor to you, Silke.
Thank you, Pascal. And thank you. Well, now we have seen a bit kind of how states have addressed the classic cross-border situation. For us, and as you have heard, and I think thought as well, kind of the whole day maybe, is in this now digital age, are we not all more or less cross-border workers in some kind? So it is relevant more than that potentially. And with this, I want to hand the floor to Professor Dr. Joanna Hai with the question, has anything really changed? So what is it? Do we have to look, what do we have to look at when we look at tomorrow, at the today, the change that we are all in a way digital? Thank you, Johanna.
Well, thank you very much, Silke. I think what we learned already from your two presentations is that we have a really big menu of different solutions. We can maybe pick the best one. And the reason for that, in my view, is quite simple. Because the challenge of globalization of the labor market, and of course also remote work, under the existing treaty law, that becomes clear when one considers that Article 15 of the Medal Convention that uses the physical presence of the worker. That is the sourcing criterion for private employment income. And that, of course, is challenged by all these ways of teleworking, remote work, and so on. However, and that was discussed already in other sessions intensely, Article 15 is not only challenged by remote work, but also by modern work organization in multinational enterprises. Matrix structures were mentioned. And that is for the reason that Article 15 only at first sight looks simple with the 183 days rule. But then the three-pronged test in paragraph 2 with the change to the state of the employer, if the employer resident, if the salary is paid by the employer or the burden is allocated there or there's a PE, that causes all kinds of trouble. Because there we get into the home office PE problem and so on. And also that was mentioned a lot. That causes also for very short visits and very short travel from the first day onwards, tax obligations in the employer state. There is, of course, also a rationale to that, and that is that then we align the consequences of the salary payment and corporate income tax of the employer with taxing the employment income of the employee. So, and that shows that the whole traditional Article 15 concept is under pressure. And then we see these frontier worker arrangements Silke and Pascal presented, and they were built on somehow traditional idea of a worker going back and forth in the frontier region, and that explains the geographical limitations in kilometer zones and also return requirements or some exceptions for a limited amount of days. And I think the pandemic made it really clear that it is pretty well hard to understand why home office, especially in these frontier worker rules where the sole taxing right is attributed to the residence country, why home office became a problem. But this was just not in the idea of these traditional frontier worker arrangements. So that is basically the conceptual problems and that problem. And then if you talk about solutions, what are the guiding principles? I think this also was made very clear. It is all about, I would say, almost all about simplification, feasibility, legal certainty, reducing the compliance cost of both employers and employees, and of course also the administration cost and for the tax administration. And of course, also avoiding international double taxation and double non-taxation. I think we can agree on all of that, and also for very good reasons for being able to do really worldwide scouting, and also, and I think this is has been mentioned a lot, not to bring any artificial limitations into the employment relationship and into the work organization by tax law, because this has nothing to do with organizing the process, and that also makes it so difficult for the employer to control, for the employee to perceive why it is so important where he or she is actually spending the days, if that is not connected to the work which is owed. So, and then we also learned that flexibility is maybe even more important to happiness than mobility. And that means that the employer especially, but also for personal reasons, the employee might just have, well, changing wishes to work from home or in the office. And so taking all that together, I do think that simplification is really the main issue. But then, and that was the first time this morning, Silke and also Pascal brought in also revenue interest. And these interest for simplification must be reconciled with the budget interests of the participating states. And from that perspective, actually both countries, the residence country of the employee as well as of the employer, can claim taxing rights on the benefit principle. Actually, no matter where the work is performed and no matter of the physical presence of the employee, the country of the employer contributes to infrastructure which allows to offer jobs, and the residence country, this was also raised this morning, provides skills and maybe also young workforce. So that explains why both probably want to have some of this revenue. However, this wouldn't be a problem, and this was also mentioned by Silke, this wouldn't be a problem if the effects of remote work and also of commuting would be more or less equally distributed between the countries. And however, this is not the case. Well, as Silke said, in the German-Austrian situation, there it is, and that makes it easier. But there are winners and losers. This is particularly true for remote work, for the effect of remote work, because there are countries which have a strong service industry which allows remote work. That are the losers. And then the winners are countries with good living conditions, nice weather, nice food, and good telecommunication infrastructure. So I think a very crucial issue in our debate is how to deal with this revenue effects. Well, first of all, this might limit all our debates about the buzzword tax havens, safe harbors, in regard to Article 15, paragraph 2, B and C, where we talk about, is it 30 days, 60 days, 90 days, which of course decreases the revenue of the employer state. And it also raises the question whether there need to be some participation of the employer state in cases where, due to remote work, the employee will mainly not come to the employer's office. And that is the question, do we need withholding taxes? And we had this obscure 1.2% levy in the German-French context. So, but then of course we will have the problem of maybe unrelieved double taxation. And also we understood that a generous safe harbor is very important to ease and to simplify the employer's duties, but that, as I said, can also affect the revenue between the participating countries. And that, Pascal mentioned that, for me, speaks for clearing interstate compensation payments, which then would just be in state affairs and not for the taxpayers. Last point, what tools and techniques are available to adapt the current system? It was raised this morning, do we need a multilateral agreement? I don't think so, because I don't think that this is the appropriate way to deal with this, because, as I said, there is a huge variety of actual circumstances of commuter flows, of remote work availability or not. And that, in my view, also is a question of flexibility, that one would rather go for, let's say, a menu or a toolbox of different solutions, because it really depends on whether a country is labor exporting or labor importing, what is the right solution. However, what I do think where coordination and common standards will be very, very helpful is all this really only technical stuff of counting days, defining presence, and so on. So I think for that, and of course also defining how safe harbors work, and probably it would be also easier to have one safe harbor. But I mean, this, as I said, it's I think a question which has to be negotiated bilaterally. So I do think that it is very helpful to collect all these different solutions and then also identify what they have in common and offer there some solutions. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And also focusing as well, among other, on the relevant tax policy considerations. Now looking at, well, how to deal with this day by day in reality, with these questions of uncertainty, compliance costs, and whatever. And with these questions, I to give the floor now to James McPherson.
Secretary and all the delegates for the submissions that were made. I think it's a tremendous job you folks have done in compiling all this. You probably might have found herding cats slightly easier, but we're very much welcome today. Welcome the opportunity to participate. I think I have a few slides I just wanted to share, and I'm just going to start primarily just by looking at this through the employer or the business lens. And then move on into solutioning, if I can call it blue sky sort of solutioning. And so firstly, I just thought I would start, since it seems very topical today, to look at the next slide, surveys. So yes, another survey, you'll be pleased to see, another set of results. So just what employers are telling us, as a business that they're facing today, if you didn't already sense it, is that remote working is giving some significant challenges. And this is the whole range of challenges that we have sort of identified through one of the surveys that we've completed specifically in relation to remote working. I'm not going to spend all of my few minutes going through each of these, instead just to focus and say, look at the top three: regulation, policies, cultural push to one side, but tax compliance. Business sees tax compliance as being a major issue and a major obstacle that needs to be looked at in terms of moving forward. And that probably applies not just to the remote working we're defining in terms of long-term, permanent, short-term, actually to hybrid commuting, digital nomads and so forth. So just moving on to the next slide. Some key sort of thematic points that really arise from this. Again, business is saying we've got a whole range of new forms of mobilization in business, and being able to optimize talent within that requires the tax architecture, if I can describe it that way, to be as modern as possible. So the real ask here is, can we modernize what we already have today through whether it's totalization agreements and social security that we've just discussed, or whether it's in relation to double taxation agreements, and how they can operate to actually decrease the friction that business is now seeing in terms of moving talent globally. Now, barriers can be global in the sense that we look at, but they can also be by industry type. I'm not going to dwell too much on this, apart from saying there are specific industries where we know there are attributes or features that give rise to specific problems. Financial services, banking, because of the, for example, branch nature of that industry, gives rise to specific issues. And I think someone is going to actually cover that point, probably in a bit more depth. So any tax architecture needs to be able to resolve that. Likewise, partnerships, legal partnerships, for example, the law industries and others. There are some industries that probably don't have faced that type of issue. So, for example, while we've got specific rules around, for example, pilots, mariners, if you're about to go on a flight today and your pilot tells you they're remote working, I would not get on that flight because that means they're probably not in the cockpit. But therefore, so there's some industries where we know we probably don't need to look at it and the rules are fit for purpose today. Tax challenges, as I sort of mentioned, big issue that they're saying today from a business point of view. Still, and we've touched on some of this in terms of synchronization of the rule book. So, for example, residence, how is that defined? How is treaty residence defined? Centre of vital, interest. That can give rise to some solutions, but equally can give rise to some uncertainties. And not always the rule book is followed in the same way, by each sort of member state. And so some degree of sort of like consistency around that would be sort of very welcome. Equally, when we're looking at, for example, the definition of time, and again, I'm not going to dwell on that apart from saying synchronization of those terms becomes quite important. What is a day in that sense? Quite often it varies according to whether you're in Article 5, 15, or in some of the other domestic viewpoints on what a definition of a day actually is. Last point, really just other challenges, and we've touched on this in the previous session, which is it goes beyond tax compliance. Social security, is a very good example of an area where that needs to be looked at. But of course, immigration is a real fundamental barrier to being able to move people around. As EU citizens within the EU, it's relatively straightforward. But if you're not within the EU, that becomes a major obstacle. And so questions around how you actually manage, for example, and is there a way to manage, for example, making the visa process easier? Digital nomads will come on and maybe talk about, in the sense that actually reduces some of that friction. These could be some of the solutions. Just moving on to the next slide. So, industry, just move to the next slide. Here we go. Oh, it's all right. It will move eventually at some point. There we go. Notwithstanding some of those challenges, and again, I won't spend a lot of time on this, business has reacted to it. And what it's doing is it's saying, you know what, if there's not specific rules we can follow, we'll make up our own rules. And so the workbook is being created either by industry or by companies individually. So they're developing their own guardrails to manage remote work. So, you see up here, for example, at the very top, one of the most key sort of like significant guardrails that has been implemented by organizations, and again, this comes from our survey in relation to remote work, is around making sure you have to have the right to work in the location before we actually allow you to do it. Now, of course, that requires the employer to know where its employees are, and we've touched on that earlier today, that could be also a major obstacle. But equally, if you do have the right to work, do I impose a time limit on that remote working period? And we're seeing variations in that time limit, ranging from anywhere between up to 10 days, which seems to be quite conservative, moving up to 30 days, which is getting slightly more generous outside. Somewhere in between 20 and 30, many organizations are saying they will automatically allow employees to work in an overseas jurisdiction. But you might have, for example, certain countries where you don't want them to work. And so there's certain restrictions on the countries that they may be able to work in. And so these are the guardrails that companies and business are establishing today. The risk with this is if we don't identify what might be the right answer for this globally, they will continue to develop workbooks, their own guardrails, and they will be inconsistent across organizations and industries and across the globe. So the risk to legislature is that business will take action if legislature does not. And so this is the reason why this is such an important issue for us to address. Just moving to the next slide. Blue sky thinking. Okay, so what could we do in the context of thinking about how to resolve some of this friction? What I've tried to do here is to identify 4 sort of thematic areas that I believe business is sort of suggestive would be helpful, and trying to analyze them according to 3 sort of criteria or hallmarks: simplification, fairness, and frictionless. Basically mean, can we keep things just simpler? Can we make them more equal or fairer? And can it be done in such a way it reduces the burden on business? Just starting with the first point, we sort of touched on this again, sort of earlier. Can we remove some of the specific tax issues around, for example, the sourcing of income in relation to remote work? How we define how that work is ultimately sort of taxed, and where it's taxed, and at what point it is taxed. Is that just going to be based on, for example, counting days? Is it going to be done according to where the work is earned, or some other means? So trying to synchronize maybe how the interpretation of some of our rule books operate around this will help. So for a good example of that is definition of days between Article 5 and Article 15. Can we align those in a way so it actually takes away some of the uncertainty around what that definition means? There are also specific rules when you're traveling, whether that is commuting for a hybrid purpose or whether it is for remote work. You might think, first of all, if I commute to my remote work destination and I'm compensated for doing that by my employer, and for example, they pay some of the subsistence costs, well, surely that is just a business cost and there's no tax to pay on it. Not really. It depends. It depends on the member state. It depends upon whether you're resident or not resident in one or other of those 2 states. And it depends also upon your status, whether you, for example, could be a director or not a director. And these instances mean that even things as basic as travel and subsistence costs can become quite an obstacle or a barrier to move. So if there is a way for us to actually build into our tax architecture routes that can maybe simplify or align some of the rule books around, for example, travel and subsistence expenses, that may make, for example, cross-border moving much easier. Similar points in relation to pension. Well, we do have in the double taxation agreement, pension, basically pension relief. It is not always constant throughout. Second area, frontier agreements. Great, standardization, I think, of the approach to frontier landers and the rule books sort of around that would be incredibly helpful. And a lot of businesses actually asking for that, but maybe actually seeing whether within the OECD standard model, could we actually have a standard definition for a frontier agreement? And actually something that could be automatically implemented as standard, define things in a way that just makes that frontier movement much easier. And equally, could we even have a remote working potential OECD standard wording that's used? Again, that would allow us, if member states can sign up to that agreement, would allow that to more easily manage the traffic lanes of movement. Third area, getting slightly harder, is can we have, for example, waiver options? And what I mean by waiver options, I think we might define as safe harbour options, if I'm allowed to use that term without offending anybody. So in terms of the waiver option, for example, maximum number of days you can have in a particular calendar year, maybe backed up by a cumulative or aggregate number of days over a few years, maybe backed up by a level of income that someone can earn, in which case that actually allows the individual to move to the remote work location, and whether they pay tax there on that basis or they pay tax in the country of residence of their employer, we can sort of decide or define. That would just make it simpler for people to be able to understand where they're going to pay their tax in relation to the remote work opportunity. And of course, that remote work point, and someone's touched on this slightly earlier, which is around where does the revenue flow? And I think this is one of the key concerns for many tax authorities, where you have disharmony in tax rates because someone may think they're losing tax revenue and somebody may be gaining tax revenue. So is there actually potentially a pillar 2 option here for remote workers? Have to get pillar 2 in somewhere. So I basically allowing either the home country or the host country to have a minimum sort of like a rate of tax they pay for remote work. Last but not least, source of income. Could we, for example, look physically to, do we still tax based on where physical performance of work should be? Or alternatively, should we look at simply what's the source of the work? Does it come from an employer in another location? In which case, should the revenue just flow directly back? And so we just exclude entirely that income from tax. So these are the sort of 4 sort of thematic areas that we thought, you know, could be potential opportunities for easement of some of the frictions we sort of see from a remote working point of view. Last slide. This is more probably to show that you are ticking the right boxes. We did ask in our most recent survey, what could the OECD do that's most helpful in addressing the challenges in international remote work? And these are the answers from over 1,200 basically large employers around the globe. So this is a global survey covering all areas. And you see at the very top, you know, the PE point, you're addressing that. Nice tick. Second point around, you know, basically looking at the technical, the small sort of, you know, PE issues that are being sort of created, again, tick around that. Safe harbour thresholds we've talked about, and carve out basically social security charges. These were some of the areas that employers, so it's fabulous, I think, and a great opportunity. We're actually saying that the OECD is actually responding directly, and we all are, as you know, as members and delegates in relation to addressing those areas. So I'll pause at that point.
Thank you. And then building on these, well, challenges you described, potential ideas, solutions, whatever, let us look at, well, the Model Tax Convention, Article 15. So where are the rule or the legal interpretation issues and pressure points from that point of view? Pasquale, please.
Thanks very much, Silke. This is a very good opportunity for IBFD to share some of the research that we're doing, but I should say it's a very good opportunity for me too as a taxpayer to share my concerns for points which are which have been having for the past 25 years as being active across the borders. Now, when we look at Article 15, one should see that there is an assumption that the worker does not move, the employee does not move. But when you compare 15.1 and 2 with Article 15.3, then you see, well, there you now assume that those workers do move. And when you compare 15 with 16, then you say, well, directors move. So directors move, but employees move too, and or they are not working always from the same place. And I think that that is one of the reasons why we should fundamentally reconsider the structure and the complexity, which has also been raised by Johanna Haib before. So I think those are issues that create tensions. Employees are no longer working the way they used to do in the past, and remote work has certainly affected this to a great extent. Still, this remains active income. So when we look at the objective nexus, then we have to take into account that for active income, the activity should play a role in establishing which state can tax and when. And there, when we are going for a principles-based solution, we have seen together today that there are several challenges. And the challenges are that there could be different places of exercise of the activity, which one might not determine from beforehand. There can be a relevance of the place of formal employment, and there can be cases in which the employee does not spend any day at all in the country of the employer. When I was looking at the submissions during the past weekend, I have also seen that some submissions were making the point that if the employee is never in the country of the employer, then the country of the employer should never be given taxing rights. But let's discuss this further, because at the end of the day, we have also seen the situation for Social Security today, and the fact that the employer of record and the place of the employer might be meaningful from various perspectives. So we need to take into account that, in my view, Article 15 needs to be changed. The complexity of Article 15.2 is no longer able to address the type of issues that arise, and also is not able to address the fact that we are not just operating in a bilateral framework. In the scenarios that Melissa has described at the beginning, we might have persons who are short-term traveling abroad, or permanently traveling or permanently working from one country and traveling on top of that. So these are critical issues which we need to take into account. Physical presence might be important, but physical presence for how long? Several submissions have been indicating the importance of creating de minimis rules. I prefer the word de minimis than safe harbor or thresholds, because when we are going too far up, then we are creating situations in which some additional issues can arise. But indeed, if we are having a person that this person happens to be one day in one country and one day in the other country, are we going to get crazy with this employee reporting and the fact that, no, you may not go there because otherwise then we're having an exposure to a risk? I mean, these are things which to some extent we should get rid of. So we should do things which are good for better policies and better lives. But at the same time, we should also make our lives not miserable because of the complexity of rules that were designed at the time in which employees did not move or did work only from one place. Now, I want to address, when continuing from this perspective of the objective tax nexus, also with some remarks about the frontier workers. So those are things which have been thoroughly addressed by Silke and by Pascal, and we have learned that essentially we do not have one single pattern. We have problems connected with fiscal compensation, and those might be not existing elsewhere. However, I don't think that we should be interested in frontier workers clauses just in the context in which they operate. I think that, at least Silke said that frontier workers in some cases work well. So they might work well also when they end up in having a single levying of taxes. And frankly speaking, even if we have a fiscal compensation, that's not the end of the world. We have to make things affordable. So the risk of non-compliance is not to prevent an employer from saying, no, you may not remotely work from across the borders because that generates problems for us. You may work, if you are in the Netherlands, you may work in Maastricht, but you may not work in Düsseldorf. So, at the end of the day, those are important things. And frontier workers, so the structure, the object and purpose of those clauses was different, because in the past, employees did not move, but frontier workers did. So that's why they got different rules. So what I'm saying is that perhaps the concept of frontier workers is obsolete, because we're not just going across the border every day, we're taking flights, or we're going in those situations much more often, and it's more difficult. But the very situation is something which, in my view, we might consider as a model also for working on how to restructure Article 15. Now, going from the perspective of the residence country, I have seen in various submissions also some different views about the center of vital interest. So the central vital interest, in my view, perhaps no longer solves for these type of situations like remote workers as many problems as it creates. And I have seen that, this is something which might be worth addressing also in the framework of Article 4, because we cannot just go ahead with reforming specific clauses of the Model Convention without taking into account how they fit into the overall picture. Now, I want to say that, the relevance of the economic dimension when it has to be weighted against a personal dimension, might end up being inconclusive, because there is no longer a situation when one is linked to a country and completely, disconnected from the others. So there can be situations of people that live in London and work in Paris. So what do we do with this type of situations, or people, that are not solving this type of issues? So I think that it is also time for taking the opportunity of the fact that remote workers are bringing tension within Article 15 to do something about Article 4. This double residence exposure is really bad, and it's something that really creates a number of issues for people who like to work across the borders. And I think, this is something that I want to stress, not just as being my own feelings as a taxpayer, but it's also something that I saw in the submissions. And let me come to the final part of this presentation, which is also connected with legal uncertainty. I'm bringing together questions 2C and 2E. I think that the concept of economic employer was meant to be the panacea against all evils, but in fact, it is now creating more problems than it solves. Tanya this morning was referring also to the fact that we are having some change which go within multinational enterprises from one country, or you report to somebody from another country for another company in another country from a function. I think that this concept of economic employer, frankly speaking, could be reconsidered. And I'm not just saying to try and seek for some alignment or a closer approximation to what happens with Social Security, but I'm saying that also because even in the framework in which it operates, if we look at the wording of Article 15(2)(b), it is not so strictly indispensable, because there is paid or on behalf of, and then we know in practice how it can work. So I think that this is something that creates legal uncertainty and doesn't really solve the problem that it creates. And then I have seen in the submissions also many references to the difficulties in the allocation of compensation. That's another element of complexity. And I want to add also that the lack of definitions in this area is perhaps also contributing to some uncertainty. And this is something which we might perhaps consider. So I think, and this is something that I have put also in a study with some Austrian colleagues that was presented to the European Parliament some months ago, that the risk of non-compliance is depriving some areas of the world, and that study was on Europe, of the potential of cross-border working, and also the fact that in the European Union, this could be a laboratory for seeing the feasibility or exploring new paths. But I think it's important also that we are aware that now this topic has finally made it to the top agenda also of some international organizations, such as the one that we're speaking at today, and that there is no real confrontation among countries. There are opportunities for the global South that can have people working remotely and having more opportunities to address the challenges of economic growth. There are some opportunities also from the global North. It is just a matter, as Silke said, of finding a principle-based solution which makes sense and which is discussed in technical details. Thank you.
Thank you, Pasquale. And if I had not been already convinced that it is an important issue and we need to deal with it, I would now be very, very so. Yeah, looking at the challenges you just described as well, let me give now the floor to Michael Barber and to look as well at some of the challenges. And I have also now, well, yeah.
Thank you. So I definitely agree that tax compliance and uncertainty is a constraint to global mobility and, really a handbrake on economic activity as well. And what I'd like to do now is really just give you a specific example that relates to the global banks and the problems that we face from a compliance perspective in relation to business travel from branches to the head office as a specific example. Just to make the point, global banks operate through a branch network normally. They don't operate through subsidiaries. The reason for that is both regulatory and for operational and capital reasons. So there are significant regulatory and business reasons for the use of branches by global banks. The problem is that Article 15 doesn't apply to provide the 183-day protection for branch employees. So it applies obviously for subsidiaries, but not where the employee is from the branch travelling to head office. And that's notwithstanding that the sort of economic burden of the employee is borne by the branch. So, you know, the salaries, etc., are paid by the branch and not on charge to head office in relation to any activities that might be undertaken. So if a branch employee travels to the home country for strategy meetings, meeting with the regulators, training purposes, from day one, you have a requirement to register for tax, start paying tax at the employee level. And also from the employer has obligations to withhold and report. So if the trip is, you know, very short in duration, maybe a week, maybe 2 weeks, then the compliance burden that's associated with that is disproportionate, I would suggest. So what the IB Fed has recommended in the paper that has been prepared is really to come up with a de minimis approach. But the most obvious thing to do, I suppose, would be to amend Article 15 and treat branches as though they were subsidiaries for these purposes, particularly, as I said, since they, you know, bear the, you know, salary costs of the employee, and all of the economic value of the employee is basically related to the branch. So you could treat the branch as the relevant employer for Article 15 purposes. Secondly, you could have a domestic law de minimis rule. So Singapore and China, as examples, have 60 days and 90-day periods where no tax liabilities are triggered for the individual, or we could apply a de minimis rule. And in the paper that the IB Fed has prepared, we've suggested the framework that could be applied in that regard. And basically it seeks to, it might be too conservative, I suppose, in terms of what we've suggested, but it's really focusing on the fact that the travel that we're talking about, which triggers these compliance requirements, is infrequent, short duration, not revenue generating, but for the benefit of the group as a whole in terms of ongoing strategy and development of employees. So I'd recommend that some consideration be given to that sort of de minimis rule. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing kind of also those specific and really practical and relevant aspects. And let me now turn to Werner Stuffer as well in looking at further compliance aspects.
Thank you very much, Silke. I promised Achim I will stay within the 4 minutes, so I will reduce some of the discussions. But let me frame the discussion and my comments with 3 general statements before going into some technical details. One is not so serious. As Silke explained at the beginning, with the complexity on German borders and different rules, thanks for giving me a job and employing me, because this actually provides the necessity for me to have a job. But more important, and I think this really is, and this is serious, what we're discussing here in this panel, we talk tax, where the taxpayer is not the MNC, which is not the employer. We're talking about personal income tax. And we're discussing an employer providing a service for the taxing authorities by collecting the wage taxes. A non-paid service with a high liability, personal and criminal risk associated with it if you do not do it right. And therefore, to summarize at the beginning already, what is my expectation? And I think this is included in our summary, and I'm presenting here Birk as the responsible for the mobile working committee in our organization. What we need is simplicity, reliability, and globally consistent model with or without a treaty framework. And if I go to some of the more technical details that are concerned from a business perspective, from an employer perspective, when we do payroll is a mass procedure. This is not done on an individual basis for one employee. Most of us have hundreds, thousands of employees, and everything needs to be applied in a mass system, in a process that can be applied to a lot of people in a very efficient way. So discussing topics, as many of my speakers before have raised, they're all very important. But at the end, the one who has to do it is the employer, and in the employer, it is the HR, the human resource department. It's not the tax department who looks on an individual basis, normally employee by employee. And the topics are highly technical from a tax perspective, as we have seen by the various contributions on this panel before. It is very fact specific and very personal, because at the end, we are asking question an employee, specifically as an example, about where is the virtual interest, the virtual personal, family interest, or economic interest. So what is your personal situation? Do you have a significant other? All that kind of question, do you really want to ask an employee, or is the expectation that you ask the question and document this as an employer in order to make the payroll right? We have the concept, as has also been discussed in the morning as well as now, between a contractual employer and an economic employer. And I want to go back to the example that I made on the previous panel about the permanent establishment. You have an example where an employee in a country A is employed by an affiliate, local affiliate in that country. But he or she is actually working in an organization and has a reporting line to a supervisor at a different legal entity in a different country. So one is, I want to avoid a PE the first time. That's why I put this employee on the local payroll in that country where he is resident. Then the cost for transfer pricing purposes will be on-charged to the entity which receives the economic benefit out of the service, where the supervisor is sitting. That means potentially I'm shifting the economic employer to this other country with withholding tax requirements, wage tax requirements in that country. And then maybe the other country comes back where the economic employer, not the economic employers, but the contractual employer, and says, well, but we still might have a dependent agent or service PE. So moving again. This is not feasible, practical in a real world situation. So what we really need, and I really want to repeat that, we need practical solutions like one-stop shopping, like significant safe harbor rules for cross-border working, in order to make sure that the employer can fulfill the obligations and gets out of the personal and financial risk as an employer. Frontier worker, cross-border worker also is a good example that has been touched a few times today already. When the rules have been drawn on cross-border workers, frontier workers, there was very often a definition of a border zone. Where was the border zone coming from? Probably it was still at the age of horse-drawn carriages, where 20 kilometers really meant a lot on time to get there. Nowadays, with a high-speed train, the cross-border zone with 20 kilometers doesn't really matter anymore. You can go much further. So we need solutions, and Silke, Pascal have provided some good examples where it can be done, where at the end, solutions will be found between the taxing authorities, but not on the back of the employer. And with that, I hand over to Silke again. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we will be looking far, far away to Japan. And I'm very happy to give the word to Mr. Kamiya from KREN. I think this proves now as well that I guess this is an issue as well, although you are kind of a lot of beautiful islands with no land border, but I guess it's still an issue in Japan.
Thank you, Silke. Although I am participating remotely today, I am very honored to have this opportunity to speak on behalf of KREN. Today, based on the comment we submitted, I would like to share the perspective of Japanese MNEs regarding global mobility. I will focus on three areas: data and trends in Japan, and specific challenges regarding personal income tax and other related issues. First, let me touch upon data and trends. as Silke mentioned, unlike continental European countries where cross-border commuting is common, Japan is an island nation. Therefore, historically, it has been relatively uncommon for Japanese companies to entrust domestic operations to non-residents. However, the landscape is changing. With technical advancement, we are seeing more cases where employees concurrently perform duties for both the Japanese parent company and the overseas subsidiaries to facilitate group-wide integrated management. Additionally, due to employees' preferences, overseas assignments are becoming shorter, and employees wish to be accompanied by their families. In this context, Japanese companies are increasingly considerate of employment arrangement to retain talent. I mean, particularly to ensure the capable male or female employees and managers can remain with their companies. Consequently, we are seeing increasing cases where a spouse accompanies a partner on an overseas assignment, and the spouse is allowed to continue working remotely from their own Japanese employer from the overseas locations. In such cases, new and complex issues arise regarding personal income tax for the accompanying spouse. So now I will move to the personal income tax issues. And as global mobility evolves, we face significant uncertainty regarding tax treatment. I would like to highlight 3 specific challenges. And first is the risk of double taxation in non-treaty situations. In relation with countries that do not have a bilateral tax treaty with Japan, differences in domestic definition of resident creates risks. For example, Japan determines residence primarily based on domicile, whereas another jurisdiction may strictly apply a 183-day rule. Without tiebreaker rules provided by a treaty, this leads to significant double taxation risks for mobile employees. Second is the uncertainty related to the short-time business travel and remote work. We see more cases of sudden business responses, such as answering emails or attending online meetings during private stays abroad. For such temporary cross-border remote work, the tax treatment in both the host and home jurisdictions, including withholding tax obligation, is often unclear. Furthermore, regarding the short-term visitor exemption, interpretations differ across jurisdictions. Disputes often arise regarding the method of counting days or identifying which entity bears the cost of remuneration. For example, even for short stays, tax authorities may challenge whether the salary was effectively borne by the local entity or require taxation based on specific visa types. And the third issue, in Japan, remuneration for personal services provided domestically by non-resident is generally treated as domestic source income and is subject to withholding tax in Japan. This rule was originally intended for specific cases such as entertainers performing in Japan. However, with the spread of remote work, some service providers, such as consultants or lawyers, frequently move across borders, and when such individuals stay in Japan temporarily under long-term service contracts, to what extent does this withholding tax rule apply? To manage these risks, companies are compelled to adopt more conservative positions. If companies were required to strictly track the location and number of workdays for every single service provider, the administrative burden would be overwhelming. And finally, I would like to address other issues, specifically focus on the lessons learned from the COVID-19 pandemic. During the crisis, to ensure employee safety or to comply with government requests, there are many cases where companies had to temporarily repatriate employees. However, when these repatriates returned temporarily and performed work in Japan, the portion of the salary corresponding to the period of domestic work becomes subject to withholding tax as a domestic source income of a non-resident. As situation prolongs in COVID-19, even these temporality returns often result in stays exceeding 183 days. Moreover, as these employees continue to perform duties for their original resident country remotely from Japan, they faced unexpected personal income tax liabilities. To prepare for the recurrence of such globally turbulent situations where much temporary repatriation occurs, we believe it would be useful for the OECD to provide specific guidance to address these challenges. In conclusion, Japanese MNEs welcome the 2025 update to the commentary, but seeks further practical clarification or guidance to reduce compliance burdens and double taxation risks. Thank you.
Thank you very much for sharing your facts and analysis of the situation. And now, last but not least, we will digitally go to Colombia and get some input as well from a situation where there may not always be a tax treaty. So we have already heard a lot about tax treaties and the challenges. May I ask Natalia Cunes to give her input, if the slides.
Thank you so much, Silke. And knowing that time is very short and that we've spent longer than we should, I will keep my point very short. And it has to do with the future trends. You know, we are sitting here with the opportunity to change the rules. So we have to think of the world that we will have, not now, but a few years from now. And the growing trend that we're observing is a larger availability of talent everywhere, not necessarily just across frontiers, but very far from where employers are located. And we have a world where only less than 20% of those possible bilateral relationships are covered by a DTA. So my call to this inclusive framework is to come up with solutions for the remaining 80% of potential talent pools that will be available in the future for highly digitalized business models where you can hire anyone, anywhere to perform the work fully digitally without having ever to step on the employer's country. So the first challenge there is what instrument can we use to make sure that there is some consistent application of de minimis, safe harbors, or other simplification rules that you come up with in this non-treaty context. And then the second challenge that I want to point out to this inclusive framework today, and this is the last challenge, has to do with fairness. And here, what we're observing is that countries are investing a lot in preparing this talent, education, providing infrastructure in communications, and making sure that all these workers are ready to enter the global digital economy. So what are these countries that have invested so much receiving in return in terms of taxes? If we go to simplified solutions, like one of the ones that were proposed in this panel, such as changing the source to the country where the employer benefits, or the country where there's a benefit from the activity, then we will limit the opportunity for countries that have invested in preparing talent to receive anything back for the resources spent in that preparation. So the challenge is, how can we give those countries something back and still keep it simple? So that's it, very short and sweet, Silke. Back to you.
Thank you very much indeed as well to give your input and your perspective. Well, unfortunately, we don't have really any time left to involve the floor, but I guess and I hope that you got really already with the interventions a very broad picture of the new work realities, of the opportunities and challenges legally, practically, but also policy-wise, and that we could also give some kind of light of hope and some ideas and some concepts and really food for thought for the near future to address these issues. So thank you very much to everybody who did some input here and to everybody who was listening so attentively. Thank you.
We do get carried away a little bit. Those that have watched the clock, we have another 9 minutes for a panel. That's a little ambitious. But the executive decision is that we will cut out our closing or reduce it to 1 minute. That saves us 15 minutes. So I think we are sitting down. Paul wanted to sit on the other side, which is why we are moving. We move to the next panels. Like this is on digital nomads and others. Clearly they're digital nomads. They're not in the room, but still we will talk about them, including also some other regimes. We will try to do this as quickly and succinctly as we can. I'm only speaking because they're arranging this. And then we will do a very, very short wrap up. And I think with this, I can already hand the floor to you, Paul, to take us to the next panel.
Absolutely. Thank you, Achim. And hello from me for this last panel. I think I have a real challenge ahead of us, so that we of course love challenges, certainly in the space of the gig economy and digital nomads. So it's very topical. I have to say, I feel a little bit like a member of an airline crew that is operating the last flight of the day that has arrived with a delay of 50 minutes, and now it's an on-time arrival is the challenge. So Shadul Armes, I think the first thing I should do is to not make the announcement pre-departure too long, so I will not do that. So this panel, and I should also not forget briefly introducing myself. So Paul Handy is a member of the OECD Secretariat for quite a while, and working on harmful tax practices, heading that unit, and on exchange of information. And very happy to do this last panel with you, which will focus on two aspects. Firstly, we will briefly look into what third-party reporting, in particular in relation to income that is earned through digital platforms, can do in this space. As you know, we have developed at OECD level model reporting rules that are implemented in over 30 jurisdictions across the globe, which ensure that digital platforms report on the income that sellers earn through those platforms. The rules cover a wide range of what we call personal services. So that is time or task-based work that a person does for another person. So think about, for instance, ride-hailing, tutoring, these kind of aspects, but also the rental of short-term accommodation, and the rules also cover the provision of goods through digital platforms. And of course, an interesting question is, to what extent can this set of rules help to also improve tax compliance and facilitate tax compliance in the space of mobile work and work across borders. And of course, a particularly interesting space in that regard are those professionals that we typically refer to as content creators or influencers, and to what extent their tax compliance situation can be improved with help of these rules, or potentially through other initiatives. And as I promised that I keep my introduction short, I should also maybe briefly refer to the fact that this point was also already raised by our colleagues from Nigeria in panel 1, this question about what can reporting through platforms do. And we have somebody that has done quite a bit of research into this topic in the panel that I'm very happy to introduce and then also hand the floor to. And it's Felix de Smittere, who you see here on screen, who is joining us virtually from Belgium and is with both Ghent and Antwerp University. And in addition, a policy advisor with the Belgian Ministry of Finance. So he really has the different dimensions. And Felix has looked into the question of reporting through platforms on content creators and influencers. I think I should give all my panel members the task to try to keep it to 5 minutes. So I think the clock starts now, and over to you, Felix, and hopefully your presentation should be on screen in a second.
So as you already mentioned, my remarks today are based on an academic article that I wrote some time ago, in which I analyzed how the OECD model rules for digital platforms apply to the activities of digital content creators, often called influencers. And at the time, the model rules were developed. This segment of the digital economy, in particular the paid creator-user interactions, were not yet as prominent or economically salient as they have become today, which makes it a very interesting case study, I think. So the article I wrote examined a wide range of creator business models and revenue streams. But given the limited time today, I will focus on the paid interactions between the creators and the users on photo and video sharing platforms, as well as live stream platforms, where most of the challenges under the model rules arise. So as you can see on the slide, the digital content creators monetize their activities through a wide variety of revenue streams, including advertising, sponsored content, affiliate marketing, merchandise sales, subscription fees, pay-per-view arrangement, gratuities, and tips. So these revenues arise from different types of interactions with users, advertisers, and external businesses, but are typically to a lesser or larger extent mediated by digital platforms. So for the purpose of the model rules, the key issue is not the label of digital content creator as such, but how the activities are structured and are monetized in the specific cases. So in that respect, the definition of a personal service is pivotal, as it determines whether and when creator income may fall within the scope of the third-party reporting. So as we see on the next slide, on the photo and video sharing platforms, creators typically make content available to a broad audience, sometimes behind a subscription or a paywall, and sometimes free of charge. So where content is accessible free of charge, the resulting data has little or no relevance for tax administrations, and third-party reporting is not as meaningful. But when users pay subscription fees that grant general access to content, the consideration remains non-individualized and does not qualify as a personal service under the model rules. But of course, that does not mean that such information may not be potentially relevant for tax administrations. Only where there is a paid one-on-one user involvement, such as customized content or digital engagement in exchange for a specific payment, it may qualify as a personal service, provided, of course, as we know, that the platform has knowledge of the amount of the consideration. So this is where the challenge of what I call blended consideration begins to emerge, where we see that consideration related to personal services and considerations related to non-personal services are blended together. And as we see on the next slide, a similar analytical pattern can also be observed on live streaming platforms, although there is an additional complexity. So live streams, as we know, consist of real-time interactive broadcasts in which creators respond to a general audience input, such as comments or reactions. And in principle, these types of interactions, in my opinion, do not constitute personal services. However, many live streaming platforms allow users to make paid interactive contribution, either to gratuities or payments linked to specific actions by creators. And the key difficulty here is determining whether and when these paid interactions are sufficiently specific and user-directed to fall within what we know as a definition of a personal service. And here again, as was the case with the photo and video platforms, the issue of blended consideration plays a central role. So as we see on the next slides, the diversity of the platform-specific examples gives rise to a number of broader observations. The first reason is when creator income falls outside of the scope of the reporting framework, because there is no knowledge of the consideration of the underlying contract on the part of the platform operator. This is a part that I've not discussed in depth today, but which I tackle in my paper. And a second one lies in the restrictive elements of the personal service definition, which are difficult to reconcile with the way monetization works in practice on content platforms. And the third one, as I've mentioned earlier, is the prevalence of the blended consideration, which makes it very difficult for platforms to isolate the reportable component from the not reportable component. So taken together, these elements point to a structural, in some cases, limits in the application of the model rules related to the creator economy. So with respect to my observations, this may prompt reflection on whether and how the scope of the reporting framework could be broadened. But first and foremost, it's important to determine whether or not, from the perspective of tax authorities, this information could be useful, and if it's wanted. And only if both questions are answered affirmatively, we could then see how we could tackle it, as we see on the next slide. So I'll stay relatively short on the ways we could do this. I've developed them further in my paper, but one of the options could be to remove the personal element from the definition of personal services, which would, of course, significantly expand the scope of the definition. And therefore, I'm not a fan of this option, as it could raise concerns of over-inclusiveness of the definition. And another approach would be to tailor the personal element, for example, by removing either the requirement that the service be provided at the specific request of the user, or that it be tailored to the specific requirements of the user. But as indicated, such adjustments would require a very careful consideration of effectiveness and also foreseeability, particularly from the perspective of platform operators subject to the reporting obligations. So to conclude, a different conceptual avenue could also be considered in introducing a new relevant activity, as we see on the next slide, referred to as a digital content service. Here, we would also have to be attentive of over-inclusiveness and under-inclusiveness, as it might require limiting the scope, for example, to services offered between natural persons only. And it would also necessitate a very careful definition of what we understand as digital content from the perspective of the objective of the rules, given the breadth of the activities currently captured by that notion. And finally, of course, attention would also need to be paid to the relevancy of the information exchange, potentially through thresholds or similar mechanisms to ensure that reporting remains proportionate and workable for taxpayers and tax administrations. So that's really, in a nutshell, the research that I've done. I hope that I stayed within my time limit, and thank you very much again for allowing me to share my findings.
Thank you very much, Felix, and certainly a good job in terms of staying within the a lot of time. So thank you very much. And I think this very much shows that there is potential in third-party reporting in terms of facilitating compliance and making life easy for those working across borders through digital platforms earning income, and that it's certainly an area that merits further reflection in terms of how coordinated action there could be helpful to make life easy and tax compliance, of course, natural if possible. So thank you very much, Felix, for your contribution. I think we now move to the second part of our discussion in the panel today, and that is really around the topic of digital nomads. And I think we will try to keep this part of the panel as practical, as easy and down to earth as possible. So what we will do is we will see three perspectives of how to address the tax issues related to the phenomenon of digital nomads. First of all, we're very happy to have colleagues from the Kenya Revenue Administration with us to share the government perspective, what Kenya has done or is doing in relation to digital nomads. We will then have an academic perspective that I will separately introduce, and then to my right-hand side, two practical experiences from real life in terms of what are the issues that are being encountered when you live as a digital nomad. But first things first. First, I'm very pleased to introduce Nixon Omondi of the Digital Economy Tax Office of the Kenyan Revenue Agency, who will share with us in the next couple of minutes the perspective that Kenya has taken in relation to digital nomads. So pleasure to have you here, and over to you, Nixon.
Thank you, Paul, and the beautiful team. Always a pleasure to see you. I know I have my seniors at the WP11 meetings. Very nice. So I'll make it as brief as it can be. And you will notice that the nomadic visa is just taking shape. It was introduced the other day. But before I delve into it, allow me to just speak of the extent of digitalization in Kenya, global mobility of labor, technology use, and also what happens to the youth, because we know this is their sphere in terms of content creation. And I'm happy that Felix have detailed a number of things around content creation. So we always brand Kenya as the Silicon Savannah. You know, we are in the Savannah area of Africa, and technology is very key, not just as a tool for use and making work easier, but for purposes of enhancing economic growth, public service delivery, and also regional competitiveness, you know, within the REX, whether it's the East African community, the Comesa region, or even Africa in general. So Kenya has some very good infrastructure, technology-wise, 6 undersea fiber cables. We are doing 4G coverage, and we are already on to the 5G. And I think this will just go on in enabling uptake of digital services. And of course, that then flows into tax challenges. I think Kenya has one of the highest mobile service subscriptions, where people own more than one phone. You will see in Kenya, a good number of people have 1 or 2 phones, and it's for their use. A number of data centers are also situated in Kenya. Kenya is actually a regional hub, of course, also assisted by the fact that we have a very good coastline. So we have cloud computing and data services from some of these major providers, the Google, the Microsoft, the Amazon, IBM, and some of them are even commissioning very huge data centers in Kenya. When you look at Kenya and fintech, we always believe that Kenya is the home and hub of fintech in Africa, where we pioneered one of the most robust digital finance solution known as M-Pesa. Pesa is the name of money in Kiswahili. So M-Pesa is mobile pesa or mobile money, which has really increased the digital financial inclusion in Kenya. And it is estimated that over 80% of adults actually use digital money or the mobile money platform. A lot of startups and innovation in Kenya, very important, that has attracted a lot of investments in terms of venture capitalists. And of course, the startups are across all the industries, not just climate, but also agriculture, the health tech, and so forth. That comes with regulation in Kenya. The digital sphere is regulated through our ICT authority and also a very strong Data Protection Act of 2019. When you look at the sectors, as I've mentioned, digitalization permeates basically all the sectors, including the government. But what is our approach? We believe that taxation should also be following what the global community is doing. And therefore, we majorly align digitalization effects with what is happening at the OECD, with what is happening also at the ETAF in terms of framework for digitalization. But again, we are also keen in enhancing and strengthening the exchange information frameworks because of the cross-border tracking of some of these services. And of course, that leads to income. When you come to our youth, it is said that Kenya, with a population of about 50 million, 20 million are people aged between 15 and 34. So almost a third or more of our population is generally a very young population. And that means there's something to look at in terms of entry into the labor market and the pressure to ensure that the young people are employed. But you know, the formal employment setup is not able to absorb estimated 2 to 3 million people who exit school and need employment for purposes of job creation. Of course, there's also a bit of unemployment and skills mismatch where, you know, the training is not really geared towards the market as it is. So you'll find somebody is pursuing a very different course. When they come out, then they need to retool, rescale, and adapt to what is available in the market. So the digital economy is a very key employment engine in Kenya. And then, as I've already mentioned, Kenya is also having a very high unemployment rate. So you'll find many Kenyans are doing digital and online work. I think a few years ago, there was a report that a lot of degrees in the developed world, masters and even PhD, was basically being done in Kenya, of course, despite the ethical issues around it. So some data source mentions that about 1.9 million in Kenya work digitally, or they work in a digitally enabled job. And so that number has been growing very much, tremendously. You'll find people in software development. I think we do export quite a number of people in software development, even to some of very good countries like India. Data analytics, we do a lot of digital marketing, online content creation that my brother, colleague Felix was mentioning earlier. We do a lot of virtual assistants through what we call business process outsourcing. So a lot of entities does the BPOs in Kenya to do virtual assistance in terms of customer support, transcription work, translation work, and of course, platform-based services. The gig and freelance employment is also a key one in the digital sphere. So the platform and gig economy has really changed, rapidly expanded in Kenya. So many young people are competing in those spheres, creative industries, BPOs, as I've already mentioned, and including professional consulting. So the government also has initiated certain frameworks where they have specific centers where our young people are able to access internet, and through accessing the internet, they're able to work remotely or digitally. In fact, if you walk today in Nairobi, my chair, there are several young men from around the evening hours who are ready to take you a photo and share to you either WhatsApp or any other social media platform in the way you want it. And the young people are also using those photos to do content creation. So there's a lot of entrepreneurship and startups through the digital platforms, which is very key. But when you look at the inclusion challenges, you are able to see, of course, internet connectivity is still a challenge, but not so much. There's also limited access to advanced digital skills training. Not many people are able to offer these trainings. And of course, persisting informality in digital work. A lot of these businesses are very informal. And when you look at it in terms of taxation, then it raises an issue. One, because the income is very unstable, there is very little social protection, and then that leads into tax non-compliance. What is important at the end of the day is what we are discussing in terms of the global mobility of labor. So Kenya introduced digital nomad visa in October 2024, and I've seen that this is similar to our neighboring countries. Not sure if it was a global initiative. And the key was to attract global remote professionals and ensure that even those international talents are able to flow into the country. So the visa will enable somebody they basically target remote employees and freelancers, but you must be working for a non-resident employer or a non-resident client. And number two, then it also allows residency for 1 or 2 years. So you cannot extend your residency within the country more than 2 years using the digital nomadic visa, but it's renewable. Key is that it supports the strategy to boost foreign investment, because when you come here, you'll spend. Tourism, you spend in the hotels. Skills transfer, many young people will interact with whoever's coming, and therefore they're able to learn a digital skill or two. And of course, it also enhances digital connectivity. In fact, last week, we had one young person from the US, Aisha Speed, and I can tell you that when he was in Kenya is when we had the highest views, I think 85 million views on his tagline. And that shows you how this nomadic visa is very important to countries like Kenya. So when the guy was in Kenya, the content creator, we ensured he is able to visit some of the sites for purposes of tourism, and also to encourage our young people that, yes, they can also earn something through content creation. But when you look at the tax and regulatory approach using this digital nomad visa, it raises a number of issues. This person has been given a nomadic visa. Is the Revenue Authority able to have visibility of such people who enter the country for less than 6 months, for more than 1 year, or up to 2 years, and even those who have renewed, so that then they can engage them in terms of taxation? Remember, of course, our residency laws are basically the same as what is in the model tax conventions. The issue of P is, if somebody is employed by a non-resident and they come here for a specific duty, maybe it's content creation or to take pictures, to take videos for purposes of advertising, then do they make PEs with respect to Article 5? Okay, how do we know that they have created some economic presence and therefore tax rates then occur? How do we tax them? When do we know that there's nexus for taxation? And I think when I was looking at this, it took me back to Andre Agassi versus HMRC, on where the income was basically sourced from or derived from. So if a content creator is in Kenya, he does photos and videos, and at that time, people are flocking into his timeline and the page, and is earning from the digital platforms. And the issue is that income sourced from Kenya? I think it takes us back to this very interesting case law of Agassi and HMRC. The issues of challenges of employment.
Nixon,
yes.
if I may come in, we are fortunately very, very tight on time, so it's certainly very interesting to listen to you. But I don't know if there's any final observations you would want to make in about 30 seconds or so. But otherwise, we really need to move on. Otherwise, somebody will kick us out of this room eventually, which we will try to avoid. And so, I mean, of course, these discussions are to be continued. But I don't know if there's anything that you really would still like to share in conclusion before we move on to Rosa, Tami and John, to make sure they have an opportunity to speak.
Thank you, my chair. In 30 seconds, I think in some of our countries, low capacity, most of government agencies work in silos. So there's need for interagency collaboration, not just within the government, with other tax authorities, if we are to support taxation of such kind of initiatives. And of course, that goes together with the EOI and also international cooperation. So majorly, in conclusion, I will say it's a very important element to discuss. It's something that we need to look at because it challenges some of the PE rules, the allocation of income based on Article 15 and 16 of the Model Tax Convention. And it's an interesting area that I wish, of course, to also hear from my colleagues. Thank you, and asante sana.
Thank you very much, Nixon, for your contribution and sharing the Kenyan perspective on the digitalization of the economy and what that means for you in particular in attracting talent. Without further delay, I would now like to hand over the floor to Rosa Freitas Soares of Universidade Nova in Lisbon, who has done quite a bit of research into the question of digital nomads. And I should also say that Rosa is a long-standing expert in tax matters and has been seeing the client-facing side of these issues as well. So with that, the clock is back at 5 minutes, and over to you, Rosa.
Hello, good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here. And on behalf of the Novatax Research Lab, I thank OECD very much for this invitation to be part of the panel. I will start by the taxation of digital nomads. If I have slides, yeah. Okay, first of all, in relation to the taxation of digital nomads, what I have seen, and there's a fragmented approach to the taxation of digital nomads. In some cases, when there is a visa for the digital nomad, there is a matching exemption of personal income tax during a year or two. And this is, for example, what happens with the Croatia digital nomad visa. That usually avoids double taxation, and if the person is a resident in her home country, that person is paying tax in the residency country. However, some countries, and many countries, in fact, do not have a visa for digital nomads, but do not have special taxation rules. So we're back to the rigid residency rules that we have been talking about today, throughout the day. Article 4, Article 5, Article 15, that are not adjusted to digital nomads. And sometimes this results in situations of double taxation or double non-taxation. Usually when there's an applicable tax treaty, it's possible, and if the person does not stay for a very long time, it's possible to avoid tax residency and double taxation. And even if there's tax residency, it's possible to avoid double taxation and also the PE issue. But sometimes where there's not a double tax treaty applicable, you can run into double taxation and sometimes into double non-taxation, especially when we talked about the safe harbor and the de minimis threshold of days. Yeah, when there's no threshold, and we're back to the 183-day rule that's in most treaties, we can run into double non-taxation. And also there is the social security issue that we run into. And as said in one of the panels in session 3, I believe, there's a disconnection between tax and social security rules. That happens in most cases. With digital nomads, that also happens. And that can result, when social security is mandatory, that can result in overpayment, or it can also result in the contrary, which is lack of protection. And also legal uncertainty, as we all spoke about. There's also the situation, not all digital nomads are employees. As John Lee, who's in this panel and wrote in his submission, digital nomads can be self-employed, and that brings compliance to another level, because there's social security, there's personal income tax, there's VAT, and all that is the responsibility of the self-employed person. And in some countries, like for example in Portugal, we still have the old Article 14 of the MTC before 2017, which has the concept of fixed base. You can only, and that brings additional complications too. So what are the solutions for this? Some people in some submissions that I read, people speak about having a global company that does the withholding, while this is for an employer-employee situation, does the withholding in every country, and then at the end of the year, in agreement with other countries and other tax authorities, they allocate the percentage of the withholding in connection with what the person worked and where the person worked. This can also be a solution. Another solution, as we all spoke during the day, can be amending Article 4, 15, 5, and where there's Article 14, revoking it in the treaties. In one of the submissions, there was a reference to, in the proposed amendment to Article 4 of the residency, in the tiebreaker clause, to create another category, the category of international tax resident, with multiple life bases and multiple allocation rights. This solution was presented by Mr. Kigami Shota, and it's also a solution. Some tax authorities have published policy papers, like the UK tax authority and the Danish tax authorities. And one thing that in my academic life and also in my life as a tax advisor that I saw that worked well in avoiding, especially in avoiding double taxation where a person was a digital nomad, and especially in a country that did not have a special regime for digital nomads, were the normal special tax regimes. They proved to be helpful for digital nomads because as they envisaged exemptions in relation to foreign sourced income, they usually helped to avoid double taxation. This was the case of the previous Portuguese special tax regime, the non-habitual residence regime, and is the case of the more restricted new regime EFICI that we have. But special tax regimes, although helpful for digital nomads and other individuals, they raise coordination, fairness, and long-term sustainability issues, as we will see in the next slide. In general, special tax regimes, if we can group them in or divide them, you have for mobile individuals, you have those that are designed to compensate expatriation-related costs, and those have existed for a long time. Usually, they apply in the first year that you arrive, or when you arrive in a country. They apply in the first year that you arrive in a country, and you're allowed to deduct your expatriate-related costs like children's schools, rental, when you move. They give you an allowance, like an expatriate allowance. You are entitled to deduct this type of costs. Those, in my opinion, they make sense because effectively you have more costs when you expatriate, especially in those first years. But there are also other types of special tax regimes for individuals that are aimed at attracting qualified professionals, like Nixon was saying in the previous talking about the digital nomad visa that they created in Kenya, attracting qualified professionals and or high net worth individuals. In relation to these type of special tax regimes, I published an article under the guidance of Professor Giorgio Beretta, we're both in there, for an IBFD conference in 2024 on the trends of personal income tax, the new trends of personal income tax. And on that article, we analyzed what special tax regimes were harmful and what were not. Bringing this into a more positive perspective, and based on that article, what can a special tax regime for individuals, for mobile individuals, be that can justify it? And on a positive dimension, I believe that special tax regimes are important. A type of regimes that I didn't speak are regional regimes to develop certain underdeveloped and rural areas and outermost areas in Portugal. Like we have a different regime for Madeira and the Azores, which are outermost regions of the European Union. And what can justify special tax regimes, which work in some cases very well in attracting qualified professionals and giving a solution for digital nomads when they don't have a special regime. And these special tax regimes, in our opinion, for them to be legitimate, they have to have a justification. They're a tax incentive. There's less public revenue that comes from them usually. So there has to be substance, economic substance, a justification. They have to be transparent. They can't be something that you don't know what happens. You have to understand why, objectively, why that, and there has to be objective criteria to attribute the possibility of benefiting from those regimes. They have to be limited in time, like all tax benefits. There has to be the possibility of information exchange so that they can be transparent and all the tax authorities are informed about, the relevant tax authorities are informed about what happens. And they have to avoid, there cannot be double non-taxation of income. And usually to avoid this, in the Portuguese regime, there was a remittance to the tax treaties and to the model tax convention where a tax treaty did not exist. Sometimes it's not enough, but it's a good to give an exemption, for example, in relation to foreign source income, if it can be taxed under a treaty or the model tax convention, usually avoids double non-taxation. Not always, but usually it does. And last but not least, you cannot just have a special tax regime and say, well, this is working well. There has to be a serious social and economic impact evaluation on a regular basis so that it can be decided if it makes sense or not to maintain that special tax regime. And I try to be as fast as possible. This is my presentation. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Rosa. And that now brings us to the dessert, or I should also maybe say the final preparation for landing. 10 minutes to go. We're very pleased to have Tammy and John here, who have a very direct and concrete experience of the digital nomad lifestyle. I think I will reduce my contribution to the panel by introducing both of you at the same time, and first handing over to Tammy to share some reflections, and then we will naturally flow over to John to share his experience. So over to you, Tammy. Thank you.
Thank you very much for having me. Also for all of you who are still here, especially as a German running late, I'm sorry, and I appreciate your patience. So traditionally, international tax policy has focused on the movement of capital as well as companies. But what we are now seeing is something different. So now we are seeing the mobility of individuals, and not as an exemption, but as a way of working and living. And that shift changes the question we have to ask now. I'm here today to contribute to that learning process, and not only from a technical point of view, but from a lived experience. I studied taxation law in Germany 13 years ago, got specialized in the international taxation field, worked for also Ernst & Young, and mainly was focusing on cross-border issues when it came to our private client services. Before I then became specialized in the taxation of crypto, and 2.5 years ago, I became what we are today talking about, a self-employed digital nomad, having my LLC in the US. Since then, I've worked across around 25 countries. I've visited over 50 countries in my life, and I've never stayed longer than 3 months in one place. Until recently, I finally, for the very first time, had to count days in Bali, but more so due to immigration processes than for tax purposes. Also last October, I've traveled from Seattle to Sydney via cruise ship for 4 weeks with 220 other digital nomads working remotely, all together on their cruise ship. And so I'm not only analyzing global mobility, I'm living inside of it. From that perspective, a few patterns stand out that are particularly relevant from a tax perspective. First, behavior. Most digital nomads are not trying to avoid taxes. The dominant issue is uncertainty. So the people struggle to understand when they actually become unlimited tax liable in different countries. They also don't know how permanent establishment risks arise and which country has the priority taxing rights when it comes to double taxation, and especially when they don't have a certain home country anymore. Second, compliance friction. I also personally experienced some kind of double taxation issues when I wanted to leave Germany and wanted to leave the unlimited tax liability there. Because of overlapping rules simultaneously regarding some PE topics. So I definitely know what you were talking about. Similarly, many nomads underestimate how quickly tax exposure changes when they hire employees rather than just working with freelancers. Third, new regulatory intersections. So countries introducing remote work questions in their visa processes, for example, also as Australia. I just figured that out. And but these developments are also highlighting the growing gap between immigration frameworks and on the other side, tax rules, which are not always aligned. So from a policy perspective, a few areas might deserve further reflections from my point of view. One, simplicity and clarity. Also, as James Macpherson earlier mentioned, even a more harmonized high-level approach to determining unlimited tax liability could significantly reduce uncertainty and support voluntary compliance. Two, fairness considerations. Especially for mobile individuals, the strength of a passport plays a decisive role in access and mobility. So it could therefore be considered to give a certain share to the issuing state of their specific passport. At the same time, popular digital nomad destinations, as for example, Vietnam, where I've lived for quite a while, often with lower costs of living, as mentioned very often during this day as well, raise questions around fair contribution when income is earned remotely while residing locally. And also, as previously mentioned, over 80% out of that study of those people who are working remotely are in Asia. There's a reason for that, and we should take that into account as well. Three, differentiation. Remote employees, founders, and self-employed individuals, as well as fully nomadic people without no habitual residence in the traditional tax sense, are facing fundamentally different realities. So yes, we should differentiate those groups very precisely. And finally, exchange of information remains essential, not only to support compliance, but to preserve trust, transparency, and integrity within the international tax system, especially when it comes to corruption issues, as I experienced them in Ecuador, for example. So to conclude, this consultation marks an important step in building a shared understanding of how global mobility is evolving, and where existing international tax frameworks may need to adapt over time. So also the OECD's focus on evidence, consultation, and cooperation ensures that any future policy direction is grounded in real behavior, not just in assumptions. Because digital nomadism is not a temporary trend. It is already part of the international tax landscape. And therefore, I'm really grateful that I was invited to speak here and to give this a voice. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is John Lee. I'm the CEO of Work From Anywhere, a tax technology platform to help companies assess the risks of international remote work. A little bit about my background. I'm from Ireland. I got the opportunity when I was in a large corporate company called CRH to work in the Netherlands. So I got to benefit from the 30% tax ruling while I was there. For me, that was a nice cherry on top at the time. My major opportunity there was for professional growth and development. And I got a great experience while I was there at the time in CRH. Then spent a number of years moving to different countries, living in Thailand, then living in Ireland during the pandemic. And then what happened at that point of time is I was renting a house and the owner wanted to move back into the house where we were. At the time, there was a bit of a kind of a housing shock in Ireland. There wasn't a huge amount of property available. So we couldn't find, for me, my wife and my 3 kids, we couldn't find anywhere to rent in let's say, anywhere near affordable budget. So what we did was, so we put together an algorithm of every country in the world, looked at the best places to live, safety, healthcare, being close to the sea, and taxes was one of them. And that's where we ended up living in now in Portugal, where we moved 4 years ago. And for me, I can safely say right now that we're going to be spending the rest of our lives in Portugal. So the NHO regime has been something that obviously there for the 10 years, but far beyond that, we've built a wonderful community. But today I wanted to share that with you, to give you a little bit of my own personal background and context. If I could put up the slides for the moment, and be able to tell you a little bit more about how we're seeing it. And first of all, I think definitions are crucial. If you look at digital nomads, obviously like Tammy spoke very eloquently about, they're kind of, if you look at estimates, give or take between 20 to 40 million people globally. So you've got 1.1 billion knowledge workers, about 20 to 40 million digital nomads for temporary work from anywhere, which I applaud the OECD for the recent guidance update. I think it's a fantastic progress, and these discussions we're having today are exactly where we need to be going. But if you look at people that have a home base but want to work remotely abroad for typically between 10 to 90 days a year, you're talking about between 150 million to 250 million are the estimates that we hear. So it's a very big number. Structural hire from anywhere, that's where you want to hire skills in a different country where you don't have a local office. Very hard to estimate the numbers there, but what I would say is the trends, and we have a partnership with Mercer, and we basically see that that's very much, I would say, huge growth within startups, but it's still at the education phase for hire from anywhere within large companies. But of course, the big topic that we've been speaking about, the guidance, focuses around temporary work from anywhere. And again, just to reiterate, work from anywhere is employee-driven benefit to retain talent, whereas hire from anywhere is top-down business need to assess critical skills. What's very important also on the definitions here is a couple of years ago, work from anywhere was seen as working with a laptop by the beach and a cocktail, but it's much less that nowadays as a recognition that most of the time from the surveys that we see, when we speak to the team at Mercer, it's more often than not people visiting family and friends abroad. I want you to imagine just for a moment a scenario where you're a HR operations leader and your employee is requested to work remotely abroad for 8 weeks to spend time with their sick grandparents. Now, I was very close to my grandparents. You see from collectivistic cultures, it's a very important benefit to be able to spend time with your family abroad. But here are the challenges that they're going to be facing with. You've got the employer payroll tax triggers that was spoken about earlier today. Where do you get the information from that? It's probably in some dusty cupboard, hidden beneath a basement somewhere, very hard to access sometimes. Permanent establishment, which of course, great progress has been made there, but of course for across the world in non-OECD countries, there's still, I'm sure, a lot of alignment that can be done there. Social security triggers as well. Right to remote work as well can be very inconsistent day triggers. And the challenge is when you see all of these, the challenge you have, they have different day triggers, there's different interpretations, but you need in HR to have all of these ticked off before you can approve a particular trip. As we've seen before in a white paper we did a couple of years ago, permanent establishment was by far the biggest challenge. It was like the shark in the movie Jaws people were worried about. But I will say that's where it's exciting, the regulations that has been announced and the impact that will have. Of course, it was also touched on digital nomad visas. And one thing that's consistent is their inconsistency. There's still a lot of work to go to harmonize digital nomad visas and the definitions. Just even, for example, is income tax covered, exempt versus being resident after 183 days? There's inconsistencies around these basic definitions. I will applaud the likes of the Albanian digital nomad visa, that particular program gave some clarity around permanent establishment. So things like these, to be able to get more harmonization, more clarity, will go a long way towards making them a little bit more practical for both individuals and companies. Then for hire from anywhere as well, again, similar but slightly different nuances as well. Here it's about assessing critical skills. So we say in Europe, we say in the OECD countries, we want to be competitive from an innovation perspective. Well then, to help facilitate that, we need to be able to access critical skills quickly, especially hard to get skills that we may not be able to get in the local domestic market. So addressing that in the future would be very helpful. And just the final slide is, for me, ultimately what we're seeing is talent operating models are changing. Short and long-term assignments, bringing virtual assignments into that. What about for core talent hubs, having legal entities there? Employers of records, there's gaps in employment law legislation, for example, understanding the impact on permanent establishment there. Independent contractors, what do we do with, for example, contractor misclassification? And then, of course, AI skills as well. And beneath all of that as well for the employees is the work from anywhere policies to retain talent and having the right visa and right to remote work programs to go along with that. So for me, in an ideal world, wouldn't it be great if we all had one custom tax GBT that would deal with all this in one go and tell people what they need to pay taxes for in 5-10 years' time? I appreciate that's a bit of a stretch, but I think it is very exciting for countries, for economies, if we get this right, if we make it easier to simplify the compliance piece of it, make it easier for companies, easier for tax authorities. I think there's a huge economic opportunity here far beyond remote work.
Thank you very much, Tammy and John, for those very interesting insights and areas for reflection. I think whether it's procedures for compliance or whether it's substance, there's certainly a lot to think about already only from the digital nomad perspective, let alone the global mobility issue as a whole. So I would like to thank my panel for the contributions and also for reducing the delay to only, 35 minutes now. So I think with that, I leave the task to Achim to contribute the rest before we close for the day. So thank you very much.
Thanks a lot. Yes, we are closing. We're closing very quickly, not least so that Tammy doesn't get French tax residence. So we want to be efficient here, right? She's been successful. We don't want her on her journey here today in Paris. Just a couple of words, literally, and then I'm going to hand it over briefly for a last comment from Melissa. People are walking out. I think in terms of buzzwords, we had a lot. We had passion, insights. Sometimes we had passion with insights and sometimes insights without passions. So we had everything today. Frontier workers, we're all frontier workers now. I think, as a couple have said, we have a global talent pool. I think also coming back to this thinking of, compliance, risk turning into a growth driver. Now let's see whether we get there. Certainly the sense here, I think, from the Secretariat that there's much more, as we can see, because we're cutting it short in this conversation. So we will have to reflect also inclusive framework. How are we going to take this conversation forward by continuing to engage with the stakeholder, whether they're business, academia, from the different regions. And we will certainly be doing this, engaging with the chairs and the member as we take this in. So a big word of thank you to all of those that have been here today. Big thank you for the contribution. The last word, I think we're going in the spirit of global mobility from Paris to South Africa, where Melissa actually sits, who has pulled together all this public consultation. So the last word goes to you, and then it's a wrap.
Thank you to Achim. Thank you to all of you. This has been incredibly interesting and rich. Let me say thank you on behalf of the whole team, especially Jasna and Paul sitting there, but also this has been a product working with our treaties team, our transfer pricing team, our tax administration, our tax certainty, our economists, because we know this is a project that cuts across, and we're certainly working as one integrated team to sort of try and understand these issues and see what sorts of solutions we might be able to help with working forward. And I just think, we've learned so much and appreciate how much diversity we've heard in the conversations as well about what this means, for example, in Nigeria and India and emerging economies. We've heard from Kenya and the UAE about embracing these kinds of changes proactively. We've heard about different experiences in Europe, in Japan, and it also doesn't surprise us, given what we've also heard from some of our own delegates, for example, in the Caribbean and the challenges they face as beautiful island destinations and the laptop on the beach and those questions. And so that richness of diversity is really interesting. And I think we're just so energized by this opportunity to learn from all of you and try and help. I think also recognizing, we've also heard that this is about people and opportunities and how they manage family and career opportunities. And so just thank you again for all of this. And this certainly won't be the last time you hear from us. So with that, thank you and wish you well.